Luciano, not my father, not Rabbi Casuto, not even Pope Pius XII. No one. Angelo's lips twitched, and he began to laugh. He laughed soundlessly for several minutes, the pressures and the pain of the day giving the laughter a manic flavor. But still he laughed, and Eva, smiling slightly, waited for him to get control of himself. He did, eventually, sighing and wiping at his eyes. "And what about the people who are depending on me right now, my beautiful prophetess? The Curia, the parishioners, the Jews I am hiding, the network we've created. Do I just take off my robes and run away with you?" "You continue on. I continue on, until it's done, until the war is over." "So you will pretend to be a Catholic, and I will pretend I am still a priest." "No. I will pretend I am not Jewish, and you will continue to pretend, at least in public, that you aren't in love with me. Just as you've always done." Eva smirked at him impishly. "Ah, Bathsheba," he said tenderly, and leaned toward her and kissed her forehead, hardly trusting himself to do even that. "I don't know whether you are wise or just devious." She stared up at him for a long time, as if she were thinking it over. Angelo was too tired to put up any walls, too raw, too afraid of losing her to forces that were beyond his control. The world was raging all around them, and he couldn't stop spinning. "I am neither wise nor devious. I just don't have the time or luxury for a moral dilemma. There is truth, and there is self-deception. I suppose we all have need of both. Good night, Angelo." She turned and walked toward the little door to the left of the apse that led to the basement room. He could only watch her go. 25 November, 1943. Confession. I am a spy. Not all grape growers want to make their own wine. Many sell their grapes to wineries, and the wineries then produce the wine under their own label. My father made a fortune providing bottles to wineries, bottles they got to hand select. He had molds for bottles of all shapes and sizes, so the bottle was as unique as the wine. It was a great selling point, and Babbo always insisted that wine tasted better in ostrica bottles. "The shape is important," he would say. "Many do not know this, but trust me, shape is everything." Each day that I go to work, I am reminded of my father's glass molds at Ostrica. It's been 2 weeks since I started working at Via Tasso, and I have been careful to mold myself into the perfect secretary, to do all that is required of me quietly and efficiently, so I don't bring attention to myself. Angelo worried that, like Ostrica's bottles, I was hand-selected for my shape and my beauty. But so far it seems as if my German language skills are all Captain von Essen truly wanted. Angelo stops by the convent almost every night before going home to make sure I've survived the day. The Romans won't even refer to Via Tasso as German headquarters. It is regarded with such loathing and fear that it is simply called laggiù, down there. They whisper, "So-and-so was taken down there." I rarely venture beyond my little desk outside the captain's office and the small kitchen and lavatory down the hall. I run errands, relay messages, type endless reports, make coffee, and do whatever the captain asks. But I hear things, and I feel them. It is a grim place to be, though the offices are separated from the prison that haunts my dreams. I've seen the cells of the prison. I've been inside one, and though I was never tortured, I am sure many are. So I listen, and I watch, and I pay attention, hoping something I learn will be of use. Eva Rosselli. Chapter 14. Florence. Angelo stepped off the train in Florence and was met by a frantic Aldo Finzi, wearing the robes of a priest, robes that Angelo had made sure he had, just in case. It was November 27th, 1943, and the time had come for disguises in Florence. Ostrica had been raided. Aldo's home had been ransacked, his printing press destroyed. They were looking for him. But not just him. The SS, Italian and German, were looking for all of Florence's Jews, and they weren't doing it quietly. "Rabbi Casuto has been arrested," Aldo cried, his eyes wild as they walked from the train station, unsure of where to go now that hell had descended on the city. "He was arrested with a priest and several other members of the underground. I was afraid it was you, Angelo. That's why I'm here. I thought it was you." Angelo had come to Florence for that very purpose, to meet with Rabbi Casuto and deliver the last of Camillo's money. He had been delayed at a checkpoint and missed his train that morning, and that delay may have saved his life. Angelo put his arm around Aldo's shoulders, reassuring him, but he was leveled by the news. He had come to know Nathan Casuto through Delasem. Camillo Rosselli had introduced them after Felix's death, and made sure that the young rabbi knew how to contact Angelo when he needed funds. The rabbi was a tall, handsome man with kind eyes and a gentle demeanor. He'd been a doctor before the racial laws had made it impossible for him to practice. Fate, opportunity, and a rare second rabbinical degree made him a candidate for a different vocation. And what a terrible, tragic time to be a rabbi. Yet he hadn't wilted under the pressure or succumbed to the temptation of the wait-and-see attitude that so many Jewish leaders and their congregations couldn't resist. He'd warned his people tirelessly, telling them to hide, to get out, and he'd stayed behind with those who couldn't. Now he'd been taken. The streets were absolute chaos. Germans with bullhorns rode up and down the neighborhoods, demanding that residents, all residents, come out of their homes. They were to bring no possessions, no weapons. Guns were illegal to all but the police, and they had 3 minutes to be outside. If the Germans found them hiding in their homes, they were shot. It was the Roman razzia all over again. But there was nothing stealthy about this raid. It took place on the streets in broad daylight, in full garish colors and surreal pageantry. 3 blocks from the train station, a family was being lined up against the wall, their hands in the air. The father was trying to reason with the soldiers, talking wildly with his hands, pointing and gesturing. A soldier knocked him in the side of the head with the butt of his rifle, and the man dropped, his animated hands coming to final rest at his sides. His hysterical family was executed against the wall, and the man was left in the street, lying in a growing pool of blood. A soldier put a bullet in his head to make sure the family wouldn't be separated in death. Angelo and Aldo saw Jewish children being torn from their mother's arms and loaded into trucks while their sobbing parents were loaded into another. On the corner, mere feet from the seminary where Angelo had obtained his degree, a teenaged boy was shot in the back as he tried to flee from a member of the Italian SS. Angelo had to walk around his body to escort Aldo inside the gates. Father Sebastiano and several other monks had gathered the seminarians together, and their heads were bowed in prayer. The Germans had been and gone, and no one had been harmed or discovered, though Angelo knew for certain there were a few Jewish boys hidden among the seminarians. "Wait for me here," Angelo instructed Aldo. "You will come back with me to Rome, but I have to make sure my grandparents are safe, and I need you off the streets. I have the type for the documents. I break it up after every session, but I was able to grab it, all my samples, and my province stamps. I also have a stack of finished documents and 100 more that need pictures and names. Everything is in a suitcase in a locker at the train station. If you can find me a printing press in Rome, I can continue with my work." Angelo didn't know how he would manage it, but they would find a press, even if they had to put one in a cloister. He kissed the little man's cheeks and promised not to be long, striding down the street, his heart galloping sickly, his sights set on the villa. The SS beat him there. When he arrived, several soldiers were overturning beds, opening closets, tapping walls, and peering into dark corners. A captain stood in the courtyard with Santino and Fabbia, a clipboard in his hands. A member of OVRA, recognizable by his black uniform, had taken the lead in the questioning, though his translation skills left a great deal to be desired. Angelo's grandparents had obviously been ordered from the house, and were now being questioned about the whereabouts of Camillo and Eva Rosselli. As he approached, a weapon was leveled at him, but he was greeted civilly. "Are you Angelo Bianco?" the SS officer asked. Angelo's blood ran cold. He hadn't lived in Florence for 4 years, but they knew who he was. They knew his connection to the residents. "Yes," he answered in German. He wouldn't mind leaving the Italian black shirt guessing about the conversation. He looked familiar to Angelo, and familiarity with your enemy is often portentous of bad things. "Can you tell me where Bathsheba Rosselli is?" The Italian jumped in immediately. "No," Santino was shaking his head. "We haven't seen her in months." "I find that hard to believe. You are her family. Surely she would tell you where she was going." The OVRA official said this with such certainty that Angelo was sure the man must know Eva personally. Angelo realized suddenly who the man was. He'd courted Eva years before. Eva had said she liked him because he looked good in a uniform and he was a great dancer. It had made Angelo jealous, though he'd never admitted it even to himself. His robes were hardly masculine, and his inability to dance was well established. It had rubbed at him, Eva's enthusiasm for things he couldn't do with her. The policeman had even dated her a few times after the racial laws were passed. And now he was here, looking for her, asking after her whereabouts, so he could assist the German occupiers in arresting and deporting her. The name came to his mind instantly. Giorgio. His name was Giorgio De Luca. "Giorgio, it is you. I didn't recognize you at first." Angelo greeted him with forced levity and clasped his hand, patting it affectionately as if he and the Italian thug were dear old friends. Then he turned to the SS man and, in German, clued him in on the black shirt's romantic interest in the woman they now searched for. "I thought maybe Giorgio and little Eva would marry. They were quite taken with each other," he lied effusively. The German's eyebrows rose dramatically. "So you don't know where Eva is?" the Italian shot back instantly, his eyes hardening. He didn't like Angelo undermining his credibility with the Germans. "We have it on good authority that she is engaged to be married and living in Naples," Angelo lied. "But with the difficulties in communication between the North and the South, you understand we have not heard from her in months." The German didn't like being left out of the loop, and he cleared his throat expectantly. Angelo instantly translated. "Interesting. I could have sworn I saw her with you in September, Padre. You were at the station boarding a train to Rome." Angelo did not translate this. He just shook his head and shrugged, adopting the old Italian response to anything sticky or uncomfortable. Shrug and shrug some more. "I don't know. Don't ask me." The German SS officer seemed a little unsure of himself. His men had returned to the courtyard. He waved them back to the truck and turned to Angelo. "It is against the law to hide or harbor Jews, Father. I hope you aren't hiding Miss Rosselli. It would not go well for you or your grandparents. Think of them." Angelo nodded immediately. "Of course. You can rest assured, sir. I only want to do the right thing." He bowed subserviently and turned to Giorgio De Luca. "And Giorgio, so nice to see you again. If we do hear from Eva at some point, I will tell her you came by." Giorgio flushed angrily and stomped to the jeep. The German officer clicked his boots and followed him, a deep groove between his brows. They rolled out of the courtyard, through the gate, and Angelo, Santino, and Fabbia stood in silence and watched them go, badly shaken. The house had been searched from top to bottom, various valuables removed for the support of the Reich, but his grandparents were unharmed, and the house had not been commandeered. But had Eva stayed in Florence, she would have been arrested. They had known exactly where to find her. "It is time for you to leave Florence, nonno," Angelo told his grandfather. "Go stay with your brother." He had a feeling the Gestapo would be back. "Where do you live, Fräulein Bianco?" Captain von Essen asked Eva out of the blue one morning. She had delivered his coffee and the stack of reports that he'd had her type. The question surprised her. She'd had to list her address for her employment file when she'd begun work at Via Tasso. He could look in her file for the information. She was guessing he already had. "I board in the guest quarters at the convent of the Church of Santa Cecilia." There was no reason to lie. It was easy enough to verify, and boarding at a convent made sense, especially if it had been arranged by her brother, the priest. Still, she didn't like shining any attention on the convent. She wasn't the only one boarding there, or hiding there. Something flickered across the captain's face, as if he was a little surprised she'd answered truthfully. "I thought you would live with your brother." "No, he is the assistant to Monsignor Luciano of the Curia. Monsignor Luciano and his sister are natives of the city, and they still own the family apartment they were raised in. Angelo would have lived in a religious college with other assistants and priests who worked at the Vatican, but he wanted to be more accessible to Monsignor Luciano. Monsignor has had some health issues in recent years." Her answer was very logical, very smooth, very reasonable, but her stomach twisted anxiously. "I see." The captain smiled and nodded amiably. "Where is that church exactly? I am not terribly familiar with the city." "Just west of the Tiber in Trastevere. Are you familiar at all with Trastevere?" So forthcoming, so conversational, no secrets from the boss. "Ah, yes. Trastevere," he said, as if it were all making sense. "Isn't that a Jewish neighborhood?" Eva stared at him blankly, having anticipated his question. "I don't think I ever met a Jew. How would I know if I had? Everyone at the convent is Catholic." She sounded simple, stupid even, and the captain laughed and patted her hand. "That is a long way to work each day. Now that it is growing dark so early, I must remember and let you leave earlier so that you will arrive home before curfew." Angelo had said the very same thing the day before, worrying that she was not getting home before dark. "That would be very generous of you. I have worried about getting detained." "Then that is what we will do. You may leave at 4:30 today. That will be all." She turned to leave, and he called out after her, "Oh, Eva!" It was the first time he'd called her Eva and not Fräulein Bianco, and she stiffened at his familiarity but turned with a smile. "If you are to see a Jew or hear of Jews in your neighborhood, you will tell me." It wasn't a request. "We will reward you, of course." Eva nodded, feeling bile rising in her throat. She left his office quickly. Just the day before, she'd heard soldiers talking about a Jewish girl in Rome who had reported dozens of her fellow Jews. Her favorite thing to do was walk through the marketplace at the busiest times of day, or walk by ration lines and wave and call out to friends and community members, revealing their identities, only to have the SS men who followed her around swoop in and arrest the unfortunate people who'd been outed by one of their own. She was of great help to the SS, and they rewarded her with lire and freedom. Eva wondered if the girl ever considered what would happen when she was the last Jew left, when she was of no more use to the Gestapo. Eva promised herself that if she ever discovered the girl's identity, she would find a way to kill her. She'd told Angelo what she'd heard, and he could only shake his head in disgust. But he'd cautioned her to forgive, just like a good priest should. "Your hate will only harm you," he said. "Just as long as I can harm her, too. I would very much like to harm her." Angelo laughed at her fire and tweaked a lock of her hair, like they were children again. "What if someone pointed me out on the street, and just that quickly I was gone? What then, Angelo? Would it be so easy for you to forgive?" She wondered aloud. He had looked at her soberly, his smile fading. "Remember when I told you not to come to the seminary any more to visit me with Nonna?" "Yes, you said I was not your sister or your cousin, and you were too attached to me. You were very rude about it." She was teasing him, but he had hurt her feelings. "I was trying to protect you, Eva." "What does this have to do with forgiveness?" "I told you not to come anymore because some of the boys had taken notice of you. They started asking questions. They wanted to meet you. I refused. They thought you were my cousin and couldn't understand why I was so protective." Eva laughed a little, but Angelo didn't. "I hit one of them. One of the boys. I split his lip and gave him a black eye because he said if he had a cousin like you, he would make sure he was alone with you as much as possible." Eva's eyebrows rose faintly. "Father Sebastiano thought they were taunting me about my leg. I let him believe it, but I recognized then that my feelings for you weren't very brotherly. That's when I knew I would have to protect you. From me. My instincts where you are concerned are to go to war. I don't know that I could forgive someone who hurt you. But most of all, I would never forgive myself for not protecting you." Angelo was protective. There was no doubt about that. And Eva spent the rest of the day worrying over how she would tell him that the captain had been curious about her address, and whether or not she had seen or heard of any Jews in the area. Angelo was already worried about her association with him. As a priest, Angelo was immediately suspect, and by association, so was she. Lieutenant Colonel Kappler, the head of the German SS in Rome, had become fixated on Monsignor O'Flaherty, convinced that he was the director of the underground in Rome. He was right, unfortunately. Lieutenant Colonel Kappler had established checkpoints on every street, and Vatican passports were receiving more and more scrutiny. One of Monsignor O'Flaherty's helpers, an Italian priest, had recently been arrested under allegations of resistance work. He'd been tortured and executed. As a result, O'Flaherty had limited his meetings with any of the helpers in his organizations to within the Vatican walls so that he wouldn't, by association, make them targets of the colonel as well. Since then, code names had been given, and O'Flaherty's foot soldiers were on high alert. O'Flaherty said Angelo was his foot soldier with one foot, and as a result, his code name was O'Malley, after a famous Irish pirate. Eva had met both Monsignor Luciano and Monsignor O'Flaherty when she'd first arrived in Rome, and efforts were being made to collect the gold the Germans had squeezed out of the Jews. Monsignor O'Flaherty was rumored to be a bit of a ladies' man because he attended every party and swanky soiree, but he joked that there was safety in numbers, and that if he wanted to know what was going on in the city, he had to rub shoulders with the people who knew. He'd smiled widely and talked with her at length, and she'd liked him immediately, though she struggled a little with his Irish-flavored Italian. Monsignor Luciano had been decidedly less friendly. She had the feeling he didn't approve of her. When he'd been introduced to Eva, he extended his arms the way so many priests did, but he never touched her. It was something Eva had noticed early on in many of the Catholic clergy, this embrace that was never consummated. It left her feeling bereft. Maybe Jews were more demonstrative, more physically affectionate. Or maybe that was just Camillo, just her family. Her father had kissed her cheeks whenever he greeted her, as if he didn't see her every single day. Every single day until, one day, he was gone. Until he'd boarded the train, waving reassuringly, and he'd never come back. Deep down in that part of her soul where Eva kept painful truths tucked away, like grains of sand that chafed and bothered, she knew Camillo wasn't coming home. And she prayed every day that he wasn't suffering. That was another grain of sand, rubbing her raw when she allowed herself to think about him at all. If he were gone, she would learn to endure. She had learned to endure. But if he were suffering, that she couldn't abide. Her loved ones were her Achilles' heel. She supposed it was good that she had so few loved ones left. If she was going to be a spy, it made her less vulnerable. In mid-December, charged with the task of emptying garbage cans and finding a crate of office supplies that had been delivered that no one could account for, Eva stumbled across an out-of-the-way janitorial closet that wasn't being used for cleaning supplies or paper, envelopes, or typewriter ribbon. It wasn't even locked. Shoved in the corner, behind a small row of empty shelves, was a barrel overflowing with gold. Gold that had once belonged to Rome's Jewish population, still in the very same container it had been collected in. Eva touched it in horrified disbelief, running her hands over it, sifting through the bracelets and the pins and ropes and chains. There were gold teeth and rare coins and wedding bands. She picked up a dainty ring and realized it was Julia's. Julia had given her ring to keep Rome's Jews from being slaughtered. But they'd been taken anyway, some of them reduced to ash. And Julia's ring sat in a closet at Via Tasso collecting dust, ignored, forgotten, and completely insignificant to the men who had extorted it. Suddenly, Eva was crying, the tears sliding down her cheeks and falling into the barrel filled with the only remains of so many who were taken. It had all been a charade, a tactic, and the sheer malevolent gall of the shakedown was almost more than she could bear. They hadn't even needed the gold. They hadn't even sent it back to Germany. It was inconsequential as the Jews themselves. Filled with fury, Eva shoved Julia's ring on her finger, determined to return it. Then she stuck her hands deep into the barrel and sifted the pieces through her fingers, looking for something, anything, that might have belonged to her family. Augusto had given a gold watch chain, several tile pins, and a gold ring. Bianca had given much more than that. She opened her hands and looked at the treasure, her angry tears making it all run together in a shiny tangle, one piece indistinguishable from the next. She released the treasure and stepped back, sickened by the sight but unsure of what to do. It might take all day to find Bianca's jewelry, and Bianca was gone. But the gold didn't belong here. It didn't belong to the Germans. Without a plan or a purpose, other than to balance the scales of justice, to take back what was stolen, Eva started filling the pockets in her slim skirt. 2 handfuls in, she realized that wouldn't work. She emptied her pockets and took the little garbage can she'd intended to empty and dumped out its contents. Then she put 4 handfuls of gold in the bottom and covered it back up with the trash. She paused over a thin gold-plated nail file and impulsively slid it into her shoe, where it rested between her foot and the left side. It was a pathetic weapon against the danger all around her, but she felt better immediately. She wiped her eyes, straightened her blouse, and smoothed her hair. Then she opened the door and flipped off the light, and with her back straight and her head high, she walked up the stairs and back toward the offices on the 3rd floor, swinging the can from one hand, easy as you please. The money her father had set aside to aid the refugees was gone, used up by the unending, overwhelming need of so many. It had been gone for a while, and the money in an account in the United States was difficult for Angelo to access. She would return to the closet every time Angelo and Monsignor O'Flaherty needed money for their refugees. The gold would go a long way. Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah. 15 December, 1943. Confession. I am an unrepentant thief. I found gold at the Via Tasso, gold that had been extorted from Rome's Jews, and I took some of it. I put it in my hat and pinned my hat to my head to hide it on the bus ride home. It worked quite well, though a chain was tangled in my hair when I removed my hat. When I showed it to Angelo, he didn't cry the way I did when I found it. He yelled instead. He yelled at me and told me I was the most foolish woman he'd ever met. When I yelled back and told him I would be taking more, and I would keep taking it because it didn't belong to the German thieves, he cursed, kicked the wall as hard as he could with his prosthetic leg, then hugged me so tightly I could hardly breathe. I could feel his heart pounding against my cheek, and though I don't want him to be afraid for me, I can't find it in myself to regret taking the gold. I will take more, and more, and more. I will take every last piece. They won't miss it. They stole it, and we need it. They've forgotten it's even there. Julia wept when I returned her wedding band. When I told her and Mario where I'd found the gold, they were as sickened and angry as me, but they didn't yell at me for taking it. Instead, they started devising ways to get the entire barrel out of German headquarters. Mario insisted it could be traded on the black market for everything from milk to shoes and safe passage to Switzerland, and he pressed Angelo to take the gold and use it. Angelo has so many to look after, so many people to be afraid for. But I think the main reason he took it was so I wouldn't try to barter with it myself. Mario must have sensed his hesitation, because he told him that that much gold could save hundreds of lives. Angelo nodded and agreed, but said he was more worried about my life and the danger I put myself in by taking it. I reminded him that I am not the priority. He didn't argue, but I could see his response all over his face when he looked at me. I am his priority. I'm not sure when it happened, but I am his priority. The gold file I took from the barrel and slid in the slide of my shoe is still there. It isn't much of a weapon, though it is quite sharp. Still, it reminds me of what has been done to us, and it gives me courage. Eva Rosselli. Chapter 15. Christmas. The day before Christmas Eve, first thing in the morning, Angelo cornered Monsignor O'Flaherty in his office and bade him to follow him to the loading dock at the rear of the Vatican, where the kitchen and the service entrances were located. "I have a surprise for you, Monsignor. An answer to our prayers." "Which prayer, Angelo? I've put up quite a few different ones as of late." "Food, clothing, supplies. Presents." "Presents? Didn't you say some of our smallest pilgrims are in need of Christmas cheer? What magic have you done, Angelo?" O'Flaherty's eyes lighted with hope. "I haven't done anything, really. One of my refugees found a pot of gold," Angelo said with a bad Irish brogue. "Whatever do you mean?" O'Flaherty gasped. "You've met Eva. She is the one who works at Gestapo headquarters." "Ah, yes, Eva." O'Flaherty narrowed his gaze on Angelo's face. Monsignor Luciano has mentioned her as well." Angelo didn't want to know what Monsignor Luciano had said. "She found the gold that Kepler demanded from the Jews. The 50 kilograms. It was in a storage closet at Via Tasso, pushed in the back like no one knew what to do with it." The Monsignor crossed himself and released his breath. Dear Lord, what a travesty. "She found a ring that belonged to her aunt's sister, a woman we're hiding. She took some of the gold, handfuls of it, and the next day she went back for seconds." The Monsignor looked at him with wide eyes and a gaping mouth. Angelo wondered if he had looked the same when Eva had told him what she'd done. She was too fearless for her own good. "Well, it certainly doesn't belong to the Germans," O'Flaherty said, shaking his head like he still couldn't believe it. "No, it doesn't, but she didn't take it for herself. She gave it to me, and I used it to buy all of this." He lifted the flaps of the truck and O'Flaherty whistled, low and slow, when he saw the interior filled to overflowing with food and toys and miscellaneous supplies. "It's Christmas, Monsignor. We have presents to deliver." The Monsignor began to laugh and spin, and before Angelo knew it, he was being pulled into an Irish jig. "Father, I can't dance," he yelped, trying not to fall flat on his backside. "Sure you can," the Monsignor laughed. But he released Angelo to finish the steps alone, laughing and kicking up his heels. "Eva wrapped all of them and labeled them so we can give them appropriately. The Jews celebrate Hanukkah, not Christmas, but she says it doesn't matter. She says we can all celebrate Christ this year, as it is his church protecting her people." "I like this girl." O'Flaherty laughed, and he danced a few more steps. Angelo liked her too, but he didn't offer commentary. "Well, I guess we should be about the Lord's business, then." Monsignor O'Flaherty clapped him on the back. "Let's go." They set out across the city, delivering goods and blessings to the children hidden in monasteries and convents where there was never enough to eat, a great deal of need, and very little cheer. It was a bit of a risk for O'Flaherty to leave the Vatican at all, but one he frequently took, and as members of the Curia, it was not suspicious whatsoever for the Monsignor and Angelo to be together delivering Christmas cheer to convents and monasteries throughout the city. "Your Eva. Tell me about her," the Monsignor insisted from the passenger seat. Angelo was driving and enjoying himself thoroughly. He didn't get the opportunity very often, and he never let his prosthetic stop him. He looked over at the Monsignor, wondering at his use of the word "your," but he didn't protest or disagree. "Growing up, we were as close as two people can be," he said. "My grandparents worked for her father, in his home. I came to Italy when I was 11, and I lived with her family when I wasn't at the seminary. I love her more than my own life." It was the truth without all the complicated subtexts and side stories. "Yet you became a priest," O'Flaherty said thoughtfully. "Yes." Monsignor O'Flaherty looked out the window and said nothing for a while, as if his thoughts were tangled up in Angelo's twisted choices. "She is a beautiful girl," he said quietly. "Yes." Angelo braced himself. "I hear she plays the violin." "She does. She's been classically trained. She's very accomplished." "I wonder if she can play any Celtic music." O'Flaherty mused, and Angelo relaxed. "I miss it." "She can play almost anything by ear. I will ask her if she can oblige you." "She doesn't work on Christmas, does she?" "No." "Then she should come with us tomorrow. We won't be able to make all our deliveries in one day. We'll go to the schools on Christmas Day. She should see the fruits of her labor." "The fruits of her thievery," Angelo said with a small grin. "That too." Eva borrowed a wimple and a veil for the deliveries. If they were stopped, which they probably would be, considering the checkpoints all over the city, she would need to look as if she belonged in a Vatican delivery vehicle with 2 Catholic priests, and it would mean fewer questions and explanations at the seminaries and schools as well. They introduced her to the monks and the nuns as Sister Eva, and left it at that. Monsignor O'Flaherty had a personality that outshone everyone in the room, and Eva and Angelo hung back and let him hug and laugh and generally draw the attention to himself. But Eva was lovely and oddly alluring with her covered hair and veiled figure, and she was impossible to ignore completely. The final stop was the Seminario di San Vittorio, where the oldest boys stared with wistful smiles, and the little boys surrounded her with wide eyes and careful hands, touching her borrowed robes like she was the Virgin herself, come to visit on Christmas Day. They were all receiving haircuts, lined up in a long row. The older ones were being taught to shave, and Eva had the grand idea of soaping up the dirty little faces of the youngest boys and giving them shaves as well, making them sit very still, scraping off the suds with the dull edge of a butter knife and patting their small faces dry with a clean towel. She got smiles and clean, shiny cheeks in the process, and she kissed each one and gave him a piece of hard candy when she was finished. After Mass, they roasted the chestnuts the monks had been hoarding for months in an attempt to provide a Christmas treat. The smell was deep and rich, but the flavor was even better. The chestnuts were continually moistened with a brush as they cooked, then piled into a basket and tossed into the air repeatedly until the burned outer shell flaked off and revealed the white delicacy beneath. Eva proclaimed it was the best thing she had ever eaten, and Angelo had to agree. As privileged as Eva's upbringing had been, and by association his own upbringing, there were some things that privilege could not buy. The scent of chestnuts roasted on a fire, the sound of childish voices laughing, and the sense of oneness and purpose shared among the impoverished group gave the evening a burnished glow that Angelo knew he would never forget. A child of maybe 3 or 4, a little boy so small Angelo was afraid to hold him too tightly, found his way to Angelo's lap, his newly shorn curls resting against Angelo's chest. His parents had been killed in the San Lorenzo air raid in July. The seminaries and schools run by monks and nuns were becoming orphanages for the lost and hiding. Eva had brought her violin and played Adeste Fideles and Tu scende dalle stelle at every stop, and she did so again before they left the humble school, making the Monsignor weep, the monks bow their heads in worship, and the children sing softly. Even the Jewish children sang, feeling a oneness with the Holy Child born to poverty. For a few hours they had been released from fear and deprivation, caught up in the festivity and the spirit of the occasion. You come down from the stars, O King of heavens, and you come in a cave in the cold, in the frost, and you come in a cave in the cold, in the frost. O my divine baby, I see you trembling here. O blessed God, ah, how much it costs you, your loving me. Ah, how much it costs you, your loving me. How do you know these songs? The Monsignor asked Eva once they were headed back to the Vatican, bouncing down unpaved roads, huddled together in the cab of the delivery truck. He hummed a couple bars and was immediately wiping his eyes once again with the memory of the sweet Christmas melodies. You are Jewish. But I am also Italian, Eva answered easily. You aren't Italian if you don't know Tu scende dalle stelle. Ah, forgive my Irish blunder, he said in English with a purposeful brogue. Sing it for me then, lassie. She sang softly, in a voice as clear and lovely as her violin. She knew every verse, but it was one line that made Angelo's throat close and his eyes smart. Ah, how much it costs you, your loving me. Ah, how much it costs you, your loving me." Angelo could only cling to the wheel, his eyes on the road and his heart on fire, looking out into the starry darkness and feeling the Monsignor's gaze on his face. January of 1944 was as gray and wet as December of 1943 had been. Like everyone else in the occupied city, the convents and the clergy listened on pilfered radios as the Americans seemed to make one misstep after another as they climbed Italy's boot toward Rome. The opening notes of Beethoven's Fifth signaled the nightly reports of the Allied movements from the BBC, and it rarely brought good news. The Germans celebrated and dug in their heels, claiming success at every turn. But there were small victories. Monsignor O'Flaherty had the inspired idea to let the Jewish population gather for worship services in the excavated church that sat beneath the existing Basilica di San Clemente a Laterano. The basilica was not far from the Colosseum and was under Irish diplomatic protection, providing a measure of safety for the refugees to assemble. The basilica had 3 tiers. The lowest tier, a first-century home that had later grown into the 4th-century church above it, built to provide persecuted Christians with a place to worship. The significance of that history was not lost on the Jews and those who sheltered them. It was dank, and the walls continually wept with moisture and echoed with the sound of rushing water from the subterranean river that ran beneath the church. But there was peace and a sense of sanctuary within the space. Despite the danger, Eva and the Sonnino family, along with other members of their underground community, would meet for worship when circumstances allowed. They assembled on the right-hand aisle of the ancient basilica under a faded fresco of Tobias, an Old Testament figure with whom they could identify, clinging to each other and the very traditions that had exiled them and at the same time made them one. Eva would sit with Julia and little Emilia. Lorenzo would sit with his father and the men, and they would sing the songs and recite the prayers of those who had come before, doing the best to keep the roots alive, to remember what it meant to be Hebrei, the beauty, the symbolism, the sense of community and family. Emilia's sweet voice would rise above the rest, childish and clear, and in that sound was the future and the past. Eva would hold the little girl's hand, singing with her, and as she sang she thought of her father and Felix, of her mother and her grandparents. She thought of freedom and sunshine, of love and hope, and she longed for the days of sand and sea when Babbo had made glass and life had been simple. Sand and ash, the ingredients of glass, such beauty created from nothing. It had been something Babbo had marveled about and something she'd never understood. From sand and ash, rebirth. From sand and ash, new life. With every song and with every prayer, with every small rebellion, Eva felt reborn, renewed, and she vowed to press on. She vowed to push back, to make glass from the ashes, and that courage was a victory in itself. Eva kept pilfering gold from Vietasso, and Angelo, priest turned smuggler, managed to convert it into sustenance. But the biggest triumph by far, achieved through a strange series of events and the curiosity of Greta von Essen, was the new printing press for Aldo Finzi to continue his work. Greta von Essen, Captain von Essen's very bored and very lovely wife, had taken a liking to Eva, probably because Eva, with her German language skills, was one of the few people she could talk to. Greta was a striking woman in her late 30s with no children to occupy her time, so she filled her days with hobbies and housekeeping. She also regularly wheedled Eva away from Vietasso for lunch and shared intimate details of her life with Wilhelm that Eva would really rather not hear. She broke down and cried in her wine at lunch one day, telling Eva she was a disappointment to her husband and a failure to the Reich. "It is our duty to have children for the fatherland, and I can't seem to have any. Wilhelm is embarrassed of me. He is certain my infertility is the reason he hasn't risen more quickly up the ranks." Eva patted her hand and made soothing clucking noises, but she was more than happy to oblige Greta when she suggested they finish their lunch and take a detour past a new row of shops, shifting her attention and the topic of conversation from Wilhelm and infertility. They found themselves in a fashionable district a few streets over, lined with dress shops, haberdasheries, perfumeries, and a small but distinguished bookstore with ornate gold lettering in the windows. There was a padlock on the door and a stack of newspapers piled in front of the door. Greta, an avid collector of everything old or valuable, peeked brazenly through the windows, trying to see what remained inside. It was obvious that none of the inventory had been removed, yet the shop was not open for business. "What does it say?" Greta asked, pointing at the words on the window. "Libri nuovi e rari." "New and rare books," Eva translated quietly. It said "L'usato e l'usato" in bigger letters just above it. Eva felt the same old nausea rise in her throat. She was certain the Lusatos were never coming back. Lusato was a Jewish-Italian name, and the bookstore had probably been sitting empty since the October roundup. The Germans had put the padlock on the door as if they now owned the place, but Greta was certain she could coax a key and a chance to explore out of her husband. "There might be books worth thousands of dollars on those shelves. You know how Hitler loves his art and his precious things. Think of what I might find. Wilhelm could present the Führer with a one-of-a-kind gift." Eva would rather rot than watch Greta find a stolen treasure for Captain Wilhelm von Essen to present to the Führer, but she held her tongue, and her self-control was rewarded. 3 days later, Eva accompanied Greta and a German soldier, who seemed relieved to be out of Via Tasso for a while, back to the bookstore. Mrs. von Essen was decked out in a fur coat and a flirty little netted hat shading her big blue eyes, but when they walked inside the dusty establishment, she shed both and dug into her treasure hunt with a gusto that had Eva eager to stay out of her way. The German soldier must have had a similar response. He stepped out on the sidewalk and pulled a lighter from his pocket, more interested in a cigarette break than rows of old books. She was browsing the titles when she discovered a little door tucked behind a tall row of the dustiest shelves. The door led down a flight of stairs that resembled the excavated sacristy at the Santa Cecilia, but she descended them carefully and found her own treasure at the bottom. Lusato hadn't just been a bookseller. He'd been a publisher, and there, in a basement that looked more like a grotto, was a printing press with all the bells and whistles, cranks and trays, to make Aldo Finzi a very happy and productive man. Best of all, there was a separate entrance leading up to the alley behind the shop, and a set of keys hanging from a nail by the door. She tested the keys on the outside entrance, verifying they worked. Then she silently thanked Signore Lusato and dropped the keys into the pocket of her coat before climbing the old stairs and locking the little door securely behind her. They were back in business. Chapter 16. February. "Aldo has another batch of documents ready to go," Angelo said. "After you finish work today, he will meet you at the trattoria near the streetcar stop. Order a pastry. He will stand behind you in line. Drop your pocketbook, and he will hand it to you with the pouch of documents. Take your pastry, leave. Don't talk to him. Don't interact with him at all. He is a stranger." Eva nodded. Angelo hated giving her assignments like this, But he couldn't be everywhere at once, and the bookstore was closer to her than it was to him. "Trattoria, drop my pocketbook, leave. I can do that," she assured him. "Don't go to Santa Cecilia. Meet me at the Sacred Heart. If you're there first, light a candle and pray." "It is Shabbat." "Yes, I know," he said with a small smile. "I will try to be there before dark so you can get home. Otherwise, plan on staying there for the night." "Why don't you want me to go to Santa Cecilia?" "The Sacred Heart is closer to Via Tasso for you, and easier for me to access." "And if for some reason I am followed or caught, I won't be endangering anyone else," Eva added. That too. But Angelo refused to consider the possibility that she would be followed or caught. She must have seen the concern in his face, because she immediately changed the subject, and they parted minutes later, Eva heading across town to Via Tasso, Angelo heading the opposite direction to Vatican City. Eva was running late. Von Essen had brought her a report to type at 4:30, telling her it was of the utmost importance and asking her to leave it on his desk when she was finished. He continually forgot that he had told her she could leave at 4:30. He was on his way out, taking some new arrivals on some sort of patrol. He enjoyed patrols. It was something she'd noticed before. His SS uniform was crisp, his weapon at the ready, his boots gleaming like a mirror. They wouldn't stay that way for long. It had been raining all day, making the dreary afternoon seem never-ending, making the hour seem later than it actually was. She left the headquarters on Via Tasso at 5:30, a half-hour later than the prearranged meeting time. She pulled a scarf over her hair to protect it from the rain and ran, hoping it would only appear she was trying to catch a bus or streetcar, rushing to the trattoria, praying Aldo had waited. She slowed to a walk and stood in line for her pastry as instructed. But Aldo didn't fall in behind her. She bought a sweet roll and stood under the dripping, striped canopy, eyes scanning, nibbling at the cinnamon and sugar-encrusted luxury that should have been savored. She was too uptight to savor it, and ended up eating the whole thing without even tasting it. It was 6 o'clock, curfew, and she needed to get off the street. And then she saw him, walking briskly toward her, a folded newspaper clutched in his hands. She dusted the sugar from her hands and threw her napkin away, trying to appear casual. She stuffed her icy fingers into her coat pockets and started moving down Via Regala, away from the trattoria and toward Aldo, when a whistle blew and a shout rang out behind her. It was just barely curfew, and she didn't think the shout was directed at her, so she kept walking, not even turning her head. But Aldo's eyes jerked toward the source of the ruckus, and she saw him shove the newspaper inside his coat. The document pouch must be inside. "Keep walking," he hissed, not glancing at her as he passed. A whistle rang out again. Eva kept walking, just as instructed. "Buonasera, comandante," she heard Aldo say, his voice cheerful and slow and far too loud. He sounded drunk. "Care for a drink? I'm buying." He would be fine. Aldo would be fine. He was an older man with good papers he'd painstakingly created himself. He would be fine. The commander said something in German, and Aldo laughed uproariously. She recognized the voice. It wasn't a commander. It was Captain von Essen. Alarm clanged in her skull, and she did as she was told. Her coat was dark, and so was the scarf over her hair. She wouldn't be distinguishable from the back. She kept walking. Her heels clicked against the cobblestones, and she kept her pace steady, her eyes forward. She was at least 30 feet away, 40 feet away, 50. "Walk, walk, walk, walk," she commanded, the rhythm of the words and the tapping of her heels urging her to move faster, faster, faster. As she neared the corner, she turned, ducking behind a gnarled olive tree and darting a glance back at Aldo, unable to slip away without first knowing how he fared. Time doesn't stop or give warning. It simply ticks along, marking time, ignoring humanity. Von Essen stood behind Aldo. He had placed the muzzle of his gun at the base of Aldo's neck, almost like he was using the weapon to lift the collar of his raincoat. Then he pulled the trigger. Aldo Finzi crumpled to the ground like his legs had suddenly ceased to function. There was no protest, not from Aldo, not from the handful of uniformed men who now surrounded him, not from Eva. No screams, no exclamations, just the sound of a weapon being discharged. And time kept its schedule without a thought for the man whose time had just run out. Tick-tock, tick-tock, right on time. Von Essen put his gun back in the holster and pulled a silver cigarette case from a breast pocket. The click of the case counted off another second. The crisp strike of a match, another. A flame swelled and retreated, almost like it took a single breath and exhaled, and the captain lit his cigarette and snuffed it out. He dropped the match on the inert form at his feet, and a thin wisp of smoke rose up from the dead man, as if his spirit rose and dissipated in the soggy dusk. Eva stood, staring, as cold and as silent as time itself. She was the only other person out. Nothing cleared the area as effectively as a German patrol. War ein Jude, von Essen said simply, his voice carrying down the street. He didn't even try to moderate his volume. Why would he? Aldo was only a Jew. He'd only killed a Jew. How do you know? One of his companions prodded Aldo with the toe of his boot, as if asking him to verify the captain's claim. I told him to drop his pants, von Essen said simply. The soldier used his foot to turn Aldo to his back. Can't hide the circumcised dick. Laughter. Ha ha ha. Tick tick tock. Leave him for now. It is good for the Italians to see what happens when you don't heed the law. They were warned. All Jews were to report months ago. He didn't. Now he's dead. They continued back the way they came, unconcerned, their footfalls fading with their voices. Eva waited until she couldn't hear them any longer. She was still rooted to the spot where she'd turned for one last look. She walked toward Aldo on legs that shook and wobbled like she was as drunk as Aldo had pretended to be. 40 feet, 30 feet, 20, then 10. It was almost full dark, and though the rain had stopped, the air was still thick with moisture that threatened to fall. The wet streets shone blackly like Aldo's blood. But she wouldn't look at the blood. Eva kept her eyes on Aldo's face. His eyes were closed, mercifully so, and his glasses were slightly askew, making him look like a child who had fallen asleep reading. She crouched beside him and felt for the newspaper he'd shoved inside his coat. There. It was fat with documents, and it was still warm. "Oh, God! Oh, dear God!" she moaned, feeling the bile rise. She wouldn't think about it. She wouldn't. Gritting her teeth, she dropped the pouch down the front of her dress, ignoring the sticky heat against her skin. The tight belt at her waist kept it from falling through to her feet. Then, purely by feel, she pulled the flaps of Aldo's coat together, wanting to hide his nakedness, wanting to preserve his dignity in death. She straightened his glasses and rose, pulling her coat over the telltale bulge of the pouch. Then she made herself move, one step in front of the other, the cadence of her feet joining the metronome of time marching on and on and on, without relief. Angelo was waiting, pacing down the long aisle between the pews, his hands clasped, his head bent. She'd taken too long, and she realized he must have spent the last hours worrying that something had happened to her. Something had happened to her. He must have sensed her approach, and his head shot up, his face softening with relief when he saw her standing at the back of the church. "I'm back, Angelo," she said woodenly. "I have the provisions." That was the word they always used to refer to everything and anything. One never knew who was hiding, listening, watching. Provisions were vague. Documents were not. She turned and made her way to the little door that led to the basement of the church. She needed to get rid of Aldo's blood. Moments later, she heard Angelo descending the stairs. The pattern of his steps, thud-tap, 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 unmistakable. Her mind drifted back to the retreating footsteps of Aldo's killer, and she began to shake. She couldn't unbutton her coat. Her fingers didn't obey her orders. "Eva, what happened? What took you so long?" He was growing alarmed. She could hear it in his voice. He reached out to her, but Eva sidestepped him, unable to meet his gaze. Concentrating, she managed to shove the top button through its hole, and then the next. When she reached the fifth button, she reached down the neckline of her dress and pulled the pouch free, tossing it at Angelo. He caught it easily and set it atop the small chest of drawers, his eyes trained on her face. He didn't even look at it. Eva wondered if there was now blood on his hands. Her brassiere was stuck to her chest, and she was panting, pulling in just enough air to keep her standing, but not enough to feel the nausea that threatened to rise every time she breathed too deeply. "I had to walk." Her answer was so delayed it sounded stilted. "All the way?" "Yes, all the way." "But the curfew. Eva, you could have been arrested." "I had to walk. I have blood on my hands, on my clothes. I didn't dare take a streetcar." "Blood? Are you hurt? Eva, damn it, look at me." He grabbed at her hands and turned them over. Eva's eyes followed his, unable to avoid it any longer. The blood was minimal, surprisingly. She'd kept her hands in her pockets as she'd walked. There would be bloodstains in her pockets. She pulled her hands from Angelo's and shrugged her coat from her shoulders. "Madre di Dio," Angelo cried. The blood on her yellow dress was not minimal. It had soaked through the thin cotton between her breasts, narrowing like a funnel as it reached her belt. Angelo grabbed her again, this time more insistently, loosening the belt and tugging at her collar. He ripped the fabric and buttons flew as he tried to get to the source of the blood. She didn't even try to stop him. The bra beneath looked worse, and Angelo yanked on the clasp and tossed it aside as his hands ran over her skin, across her chest and stomach, his fingers searching for a wound, his face as white as the panties she now stood in, her dress pooling around her feet, her hands covering her breasts. "It's not mine!" His eyes rose from her skin to her face, and his hands stilled. "It's not my blood. It's Aldo's. He's dead." "Oh, no," he groaned. "No." "Yes, he is," Eva insisted brokenly. "Tell me everything," Angelo commanded, leading her to the sink. As she talked, tripping over the terrible words, he washed her quickly, his hands deferential, his movements sure, cleaning the blood from her skin. "I left him lying in the street," Eva whimpered, the horror starting to break through the shock. "No, you didn't. They left him. They left him lying in the street." "I tried not to look at the blood. He was drenched from the neck down. The bullet must have come out the other side. She started to retch and shake, and abandoned the sink to run to the toilet. Angelo held her hair and stood silently beside her until she'd emptied herself out. Then he wrapped her in a blanket and led her to the small bed. Somewhere in a very distant part of Eva's female brain, she registered that Angelo was seeing her without her clothes, that he'd removed her clothes and then washed her. And she mourned for yet another first that had been ruined by war, or made possible by war. He brought her water and demanded that she drink, and Eva obeyed gratefully, wincing as the cold liquid hit her empty belly. "Breathe deeply. You have to breathe, Eva." Von Essen didn't even ask for his papers. He didn't even ask. He wanted to humiliate him. And then he killed him. Her teeth chattered as she spoke, and she realized how cold she was. She shivered desperately, and the blanket fell back down, baring her shoulders and breasts and an expanse of skin that was covered in goose flesh. Angelo pulled the blanket up again and forced her to lie down. He pulled another blanket over her and tucked it around her firmly before he lay down beside her and pulled her against him, holding her tightly until her shivering subsided and her teeth stopped clacking together. All the while, he talked and encouraged her to talk, as if he knew she needed to get it all out, every last detail. "It's not uncommon. It happens all the time. The Jewish men are even more vulnerable than the women in that regard. Their very flesh gives them away." "So Aldo died to deliver documents that are of no use? Documents that couldn't even save him?" Eva's voice rose in disbelief, slightly hysterical once again. "Shh, shh, Eva," Angelo soothed, smoothing her hair. "Aldo's documents have saved many people. You have saved many people, Eva. You realize that, don't you?" Eva just shook her head, not ready for accolades just yet. She had walked away, and Aldo had saved her, not the other way around. "It was random, just random. I was almost to him, maybe 10 feet away when the voice called out behind me. Aldo told me to keep walking, and I did. I walked on, and Aldo walked to his death." Angelo was silent then, and she could feel his horror. It echoed her own. But his hand was heavy and comforting, a continual caress, as he smoothed her hair over and over again. They stayed that way for a long time, Eva cocooned in threadbare blankets and Angelo's embrace. She started feeling sleepy, the return of warmth and the loss of adrenaline leaving her loose and drained. But she didn't want to sleep. She was afraid if she slept, Angelo would leave, and she would dream about terrible things and have to endure them alone. The thought made her heart kick up and her breath shorten all over again. "Eva," Angelo's voice lifted in concern, feeling the return of her tension. She rolled into him, pressing her lips against his neck, just above the white collar that gleamed like a halo in the darkness. He didn't react at first, as if she'd taken him by surprise. She opened her lips and tasted the scratchy skin of his throat, and felt him swallow back a curse or a groan. She couldn't be sure. She lifted her face and found the edge of his jaw, pressing insistent kisses along the squared-off plane, hungry for his mouth and for the mind-numbing pleasure she knew would follow. She needed him to kiss her and make her forget everything but him for just a little while. She found his lips, and he responded instantly, feverishly, only to tear himself away a second later. "Eva, no," he said softly, and sat up, releasing her. She tried to follow him, but she was pinned by the blankets he'd wrapped her in, and she squirmed desperately, suddenly frantic to be free of them. She was panting, panicking, suffocating. She bucked, releasing her arms and loosening the blankets around her body. She pushed them down around her waist, then kicked her legs free so that she was stretched out, uncovered and uncowering. She lay winded and relieved, her eyes on the low stone ceiling, the cold air welcome on her skin. Then she looked down at herself, staring at her body through new eyes, seeing herself as Angelo would see her. Above the plain white panties, her stomach was flat. Too flat, the deprivations of war taking the softly rounded curve from her belly and her hips, making her more girlish than womanly. But the shadows were alluring, forgiving even, and her breasts were still full and high, the tips a dusky red against her pale skin. Eva looked from her body to Angelo's face. He was staring down at her unclothed form, his eyes desperate, his jaw clenched, as if fighting against the very demons that had swarmed the dark street and taken Aldo's life. Then he lifted his gaze and his eyes locked on hers. The raw devotion in his face sent a surge of something hot and powerful slicing through her chest. She had been powerless for so long. She reached for Angelo's hand and pulled it to her mouth, kissing his palm before dragging his fingers over her lips, her chin, down the length of her neck, and across her chest. She thought she heard him say her name, but there was a roaring in her ears and she didn't respond. She couldn't. She pressed his hand against her left breast, the base of his palm resting against her thundering heart, his fingers brushing sensitive flesh. She shuddered and closed her eyes. It felt so safe and warm, so heavy and delicious. He didn't pull away, but he didn't curve his hand against her or make the caress his own. She didn't care. She was filled with reckless desire, and she slid his flattened palm sideways to include her other breast, the peaks pebbling in response. His hand trembled against her skin, and her belly vibrated like a violin string as the bow was slowly pulled across it. Her body hummed with a building crescendo, and Eva dragged Angelo's hand down over her ribs, across her abdomen, past the hollow between her hip bones. Then she pushed his palm lower, gasping at the contact. She could feel her pulse there, an aching, insistent thrumming, as if her heart had followed Angelo's hand. Maybe it was her brush with death, watching a life end so violently right before her eyes. Maybe it was just the incessant threat that lurked at the edge of every single moment. But her body burned with desperate life, with frantic need, and the simple weight of Angelo's hand pressed at her center was enough to have her clinging to his wrist, tears leaking from the corners of her eyes as her body tightened and then teetered, tumbling over and over, quaking and pulsing against his warm palm. And still Angelo was silent and unmoving, an unwilling participant. And as Eva's head cleared and her body cooled, she became instantly hyper-aware, her sense and inhibitions returning with her release. Bliss became intense mortification. She let go of Angelo's wrist at once and curled away from him, his fingers trailing heavily across her hip as she rolled and withdrew. She pressed her hand to her mouth to muffle the sobs, but now she cried from shame, humiliated by what she'd done, by what he'd seen, by what she'd made him do. And still her body sang softly, betraying her. She felt him shift, and her blankets were drawn up loosely around her shoulders, covering her nakedness and her shame. His hand rose to her face, and he wiped her tears away, brushing them back into her hair. "Don't cry, Eva. Please don't cry," he whispered. "I understand." She only cried harder, not able to believe him, Then he was holding her again, turning her so her face was pressed into his neck, her arms folded between them. His breathing was harsh and his entire body was rigid, like he wanted to bolt. "I'm sorry, Angelo," she moaned softly. "You have nothing to be sorry for." He pressed his lips to her temple and continued to smooth her hair, reassuring her, shushing her like her father used to. "Shh, Eva, shh. I understand." But her tears continued to fall. Eva drifted off that way, her face in the crook of his neck, his hand in her hair, tears on her cheeks. When Angelo was certain she was deeply sleeping, he moved away from her, his body aching with need and denial. His left arm was numb and his back stiff from holding such an unyielding position. He hadn't wanted her to feel what she did to him. He didn't want her to know that his will was crumbling. He said he understood, and he did. She'd been desperate for the affirmation that only the most intense experiences, sex, danger, pain, can provide. He'd heard enough confessions of battle-weary soldiers who had succumbed to self-pleasure or sex, or worse, in the oddest of circumstances. It was a very natural reaction. He understood. But it had required every ounce of his faith and his self-control not to partake or participate, not to take advantage of her vulnerable moment. But he hadn't stopped her or averted his eyes, and just like King David watching Bathsheba bathe, he suspected that it would cost him. But first, it had cost her. She had apologized, and he had wanted to thank her. The thought shamed him, but it was the truth. It was one of the most beautiful things he had ever seen. She was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. And he'd been captured by a real sense of surreal wonder until he'd seen her despair, her embarrassment, and then he'd wanted to cry too. He'd failed her over and over, and he didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to heal her, or hold her, or save her. He didn't know how to be what she needed. All he knew was that he loved her desperately. Desperately. He wearily climbed the stairs and slipped into the silent church. Lighting a candle, he dropped his tired face into his hands that smelled like Eva's hair, and groaned out his fears and his failings, asking God not to withdraw because of his weakness, and thanking Aldo Finzi, wherever his spirit had flown, for saving Eva's life at the expense of his own. 8 March, 1944. Confession. I like Greta von Essen. I can't help but like her. She is kind, and she is sad. A very sympathetic combination. We are all products of the places we are raised, the people who love us or have power over us, and the things we hear over and over again as we grow. Our beliefs don't have to be based on personal experience, but when they are, they can rarely be altered. Greta has been told over and over that she is a beautiful disaster who has failed at the only thing she was created for. Her experiences have not disproved that. Greta is shallow, but I have a feeling it is only because depth would drown her. So she floats on the surface and does her best to smile vapidly at her life and the men she is tied to. I have let her mother me, not because I want a new mother, but because she needs a child. And if I'm being honest, she provides me a small measure of safety, a buffer against the captain. I like Greta von Essen, but I hate her husband. When I close my eyes, I see his face, calm and cold, the way it looked before he pulled the trigger and killed Aldo. Eva Rosselli. Chapter 17. March. Lieutenant Colonel Kappler sent for Captain von Essen first thing Friday morning, and the angry shouting that reverberated through the surrounding offices was the talk of the staff at Gestapo headquarters by lunchtime. Eva rarely saw the lieutenant colonel, and she was happy to keep it that way. But Captain von Essen worshipped him and did everything in his power to please him. Apparently, Himmler himself was in Rome, bearing word of the Führer's disappointment with Kappler's inability to rein in the Italian resistance in and outside of Rome, as well as to uncover and smash the underground that provided safe haven for soldiers, partisans, and Jews. Kappler and von Essen had been drawing up plans all week that included maps and consults with a thin patrician Italian man with a German name, a man named Peter Koch, who had established his own militarized band of Italian fascists. The maps made Eva nervous, and the fascist leader made her skin crawl. Thankfully, there was no sign of Koch that morning. But when Captain von Essen returned to his own office an hour later, his face was flushed and his eyes were bright, as if the confrontation with the Gestapo chief had brought on a raging fever. "Follow me," he commanded as he passed Eva's desk. She grabbed her dictation notebook and a pencil and trotted after him, hoping whatever had possessed him wasn't contagious. He didn't wait to tell her what was on his mind. "Herr Himmler is in town, and the lieutenant colonel wants to impress him. There will be a dinner tomorrow evening with the most important people in Italy. Rich men, beautiful women, wine, the finest food, the best entertainment." Apparently, the responsibility for the gala had been delegated to the captain. If the captain was a smart man, he would call his wife. "What is the nicest hotel in Rome?" he asked Eva. "The Villa Medici, Captain. It overlooks the Spanish Steps, and it's reasonably close to the Trevi Fountain and all the finest shopping. It's a beautiful hotel." It was the first thing that came to Eva's mind. Newly restored and renovated, with an acclaimed chef, she'd overheard two women talking about it on the streetcar that morning. She parroted what she'd heard, hoping the women knew what they were talking about. The captain was on his phone immediately, demanding to be put through to the Villa Medici. Eva made a hasty retreat, but could hear him snapping out orders and demands. "Fraulein Bianco!" he called, causing her to jump from her desk and quickly return to his office. "Where can I find entertainment at this short notice? The hotel has a small dinner band, but I need something more. Something special." Eva was at a loss. She didn't think the captain would be interested in Catholic children's choirs or chanting monks, which were about the only thing she had access to at the moment. "You!" He stood from his chair abruptly and rounded his desk, pointing at her accusingly. "You!" he repeated, practically shouting. "What?" "Himmler loves classical music. You are a violinist. A very good violinist, if I recall. Bach, Beethoven, Mozart. You will play. A beautiful Italian woman playing the violin. Perfect." He slapped his gloves against his desk victoriously and reached for his phone once more, as if it were decided. Eva could only stutter and stare. "But I would have to practice. I haven't performed in ages, and I have absolutely nothing appropriate to wear to such an affair," she protested. "I've heard you play. You will be wonderful. You have until 8 o'clock tomorrow evening to practice, and Greta will help you with the dress. I will send for her immediately." He waved his hand toward the door, signaling that he was done with her. "I can't do it. Please, Captain." "You will do it. I am leaving you no choice in the matter. Must I hold a gun to your head and demand that you play?" He raised his blonde eyebrows and cocked his head, waiting for a response. Eva stared at him in horror. Did he think this was funny? "I have all the confidence in the world that you will be able to pull this off, lovely Eva," he said softly. "I know you will not let me down." Now be a very good girl and leave my office." Greta was ecstatic, rushing Eva from one shop to the next, insisting on dressing her from top to bottom. Lacy lingerie and silky hose that were as rare as a cup of espresso made with real coffee beans, instead of the chicory most Italians were drinking. She had the dressmaker squeeze Eva into a red dress so low and tight that Eva broke out in nervous hives and refused to come out of the dressing room. "Something elegant that I can actually play in, Greta, please. I don't think you are understanding the gravity of the situation. I can't breathe. If I can't breathe, I can't think, and if I can't think, I can't play. If I don't play, your husband and I will be facing the firing squad." Greta tittered as if such a thing were preposterous, but she found a sleeveless, glimmering black sheath with a low square neck that skimmed Eva's body without being tight. "We will paint your nails, and you will wear red on your lips. Wear your hair down. We want to play up your Italian beauty." No, Greta, Eva thought. Drawing attention to herself was the most dangerous thing she could do. As if hearing Eva's thoughts, Greta added slyly, "When Herr Himmler sees you, he will want to make you his mistress." Greta laughed again, but there was a concerned crease between her brows, as if it had just occurred to her that Eva worked for her husband. Eva's stomach nodded all over again. "Are you trying to terrify me, Greta?" Eva asked softly. "I cannot think of anything worse than catching Herr Himmler's eye." "He is a very powerful man." Greta shrugged, her eyes a guileless blue. "I have no desire to be with a powerful man." "What kind of man do you want?" Greta asked, removing the pins from Eva's hair so she could see the effect. She ran her fingers through the curls and pulled all the hair to one side. Her eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "A good man, a kind man, a man who loves me." Angelo's face rose up in her mind, but she pushed his image away. She had humiliated herself in front of him, and every time she thought about him, her temperature rose, her skin flushed, and her body felt like a wanton stranger's. They hadn't talked about what had occurred between them after Aldo's death. She couldn't. Angelo wouldn't. So they'd simply gone on, pretending it hadn't happened. "You are in love with someone," Greta interrupted her reverie. She was staring at Eva with wide eyes. "I can see it in your face. You are all pink and rosy. Tell me." "What? No, I'm not," Eva stammered. "Yes, you are. There is someone. I'm going to be relentless until I find out who he is." "He is just a boy from home. It is nothing. I don't want to talk about him," Eva said. "When was the last time you saw him?" Greta wheedled. "Greta, please. I don't want to talk about him." She didn't want to talk about him. It was enough that she thought about him constantly, about the hopelessness of loving a man who would not yield, the hopelessness of a life spent hiding and pretending. When the war ended and she went home to Florence, what then? The thought of returning to the time when she'd spent years on end without seeing him was worse than her fear of death. It was worse than Vietasso, worse than the convent with the quiet walls and the quieter nuns. It was unimaginable. Greta pouted, an adorable, practiced expression that Eva was sure she used on her husband. "But what else is there? Love is the only excitement we women have. Maybe when the war is over I will think about love. Right now, I'm too afraid to think of anything else. I just want to survive tomorrow night." Eva changed the subject. "There are worse things than being afraid," Greta said gravely, her sudden sadness catching Eva off guard. "What?" Eva asked softly. "Being resigned is far worse. Being afraid lets you know you still want to live. Then I must want to live very badly, Eva whispered, because I am very afraid. Greta squeezed her arm, their eyes meeting in the mirror. They were a striking contrast. Greta blonde and statuesque, Eva dark and slim beside her. I envy you, Greta said wistfully. You have your whole life before you. But none of us knows how long that life will be. My life could end tomorrow. All the more reason to wear beautiful clothes and play beautiful music. Greta winked, shaking off the seriousness that had them both frowning. Now, you must be sure and invite your brother. He will be so proud of his little sister. Plus, it will be wise to let others see you have a protector. The certainty that the night would end in disaster had Eva rushing home after Greta's shopping spree and practicing her violin deep into the night, apologizing to the other refugees who endured hour after hour of frenzied music. When it grew late, she banished herself to the church to allow the convent to rest, and continued playing and praying, plotting her performance as if her life depended on it, for deep down, she believed it did. The dress was simple, but the black silk gleamed and fell around her slim form, giving her an understated elegance. Her hair was carefully curled and deeply parted, tucked behind her ear on one side, where a dangling diamond played hide-and-seek every time she turned her head. Her lips were red and her dark eyes softly lined. She was pale, but her skin was pearly, and it looked dramatic against the ebony dress. She stood on a small stage, all alone in the very center, and she raised the roof and the hair on his neck, piece after glorious piece. The audience clapped, and there was no conversation, even hushed and polite, when she played. She'd been waiting in front of his building that morning, her eyes tired and her nerves raw. And when she'd told him about the gala and he'd seen her fear, he had swallowed his own and bit back his insistence that she go into hiding. It had been a constant refrain in his head. Hide her, hide her, hide her. She'd refused every time, insisting now would be no different, so he would be strong for her instead. Why are you afraid, Eva? You've been doing this all your life. You are a magnificent violinist. You have played for thousands. Surely you can play for a mere handful. She had dropped her face into her hands, and he had shoved his fists into the pockets of his cassock to hide his tremors. She was afraid because she would be a Jewish girl in a room full of German police. The same reason he wanted to whisk her away and lock her in the cloister. I don't want to share this with them, she had whispered. My talent is mine. My skill is mine and Felix's. And I don't want to entertain them. I don't want to give them pleasure or enjoyment. I want to spit in their soup. I want to break dishes and poison their wine. I do not want to play for them. He had laughed so he wouldn't weep. You will play, and you will be magnificent. You will be the victor, knowing that you are Eva Rosselli and they are applauding for a Jew. Her mouth had trembled. Then the trembling became a broad smile. She had curtsied deeply right there on the street, and when she stood, she had smirked at him. I think you have a little devil in you, my white angel. I must be rubbing off on you. She was definitely rubbing off on him, rubbing him raw and wearing him thin. In the last hour he had aged 10 years. He stood at the back of the room, unable to dine while she played, even though his stomach growled at the scents in the room. He'd politely refused the place that had been set for him, and kept his cross in his hand and his eyes glued to her face. He was terrified for her and proud of her all at once. He wanted to swoop her up and carry her to safety, and at the same time he wanted the world to listen to her play, He wanted to witness her triumph over the people who would, at the very least, turn their backs to her plight, and at the worst, kill her if they knew who she was. Still, she played, exultant and brilliant, powerful in her vulnerability, a conquering army of one, and the audience had no idea they were bested. When she finally lowered her instrument and bowed, signaling the end of her performance, she tucked her violin and her bow against her side, and her eyes found his. He could see her terror even as she smiled graciously and inclined her head, acknowledging her audience. Her posture regal, she glided from the small dais, pausing as Captain von Essen stepped forward to assist her down the few steps. He escorted her to the side and seemed to be congratulating her effusively. He should congratulate her. Eva had made him look very good. He murmured something in her ear, his mouth hovering too close. And Angelo saw her stiffen even as she shook her head, smiling but refusing him. He leaned into her once more, obviously insisting on something, and he placed an envelope in her hand. Angelo felt rage shoot through his belly, and his temperature climb beneath his stiff collar. He held himself back, knowing his part, knowing the genteel subservience people expected from him. But he exhaled in relief as Captain von Essen stepped back, and Eva moved away from him. She walked toward the exit, nodding and smiling as she made her way through the glittering people and the tables laden with rich food and the best Italian wine in a city of starving people. She kept walking as she neared him, and he followed her out of the large dining room to the cloakroom where she'd stored her violin case. "What did he say?" Angelo asked, his voice pitched just above a whisper. Eva checked behind her coat, behind every wrap and every corner before she answered him. "Greta is insisting that I take a room here at the hotel. The arrangements have already been made. Captain von Essen says I have earned it." She showed him the key and the envelope filled with banknotes. The rage in his stomach turned into an inferno. "Does he think you will join him there?" Eva's eyes shot to his face, and she shook her head instantly. "No, I really don't think that's what he's implying. Greta is here with him, Angelo. You saw her. I am well aware of what he is capable of, but he has never been inappropriate with me." "You can't stay here, Eva. I don't trust him." "I don't either, but I don't think his intentions are lecherous. I'm worried about something else." Angelo raised his eyebrows in question. "I think they are going to raid Santa Cecilia tonight. He knows I board there. He doesn't want me there when it goes down." "How do you know this?" he asked, the ramifications sending his thoughts in a million different directions. "He said something in the office today, something about the evening's activities. He was on the phone with Lieutenant Colonel Kepler. I thought he was talking about this." She tossed her hand in the direction of the ballroom and swept a hand down her dress. "But there was another man, by the last name of Koch, who came to the office 3 times last week. He is some kind of squadristi leader." When Angelo heard the name, he swore and crossed himself simultaneously, and then crossed himself again to cancel out his dual reaction. He wondered some days if he was cut out to be a priest. He had a foul mouth. He blamed it on the American in him. "Koch is a notorious Jew hunter," he said. "He's been on Monsignor O'Flaherty's tail the last few months. Lieutenant Colonel Kepler, too. But why Santa Cecilia?" "I don't think it's just Santa Cecilia. I think it may be every church, convent, and monastery in Trastevere." "And what makes you think tonight?" "Captain von Essen told me I should stay here at the hotel to avoid trouble. I asked him if he could just provide me with a car, but he said Trastevere wouldn't be safe tonight." "We have to get word to the sisters," Angelo said. The Villa Medici was a good distance from Trastevere, and even farther from the Vatican. "There are telephones in every suite. I heard the women talking in the powder room. They were all highly impressed. I'm sure they are all looking forward to eavesdropping on each other's conversations." She held out the key enthusiastically. He took it, his unease growing as he stared down at it. "We'll ask for another room. We'll switch," he said abruptly. "Come with me." They approached the registration desk, but Eva held back when Angelo put a warning hand on her arm. "Let me," he whispered. "Stand here and look frightened." "That won't be hard to do," she murmured. Angelo understood completely. His own heart was pounding heavily beneath his cassock. But he smiled easily and nodded at the man behind the glossy mahogany registration desk, who took his hand and kissed it, as if he wasn't sure if Angelo were someone important or not. "Signore, I need your help," Angelo said sotto voce. "My sister is staying here at the hotel. She is a renowned violinist, and she played for the dignitaries who are in attendance at the gala this evening. She is very beautiful, you understand." He paused so the concierge could verify this truth for himself. The little man with the slick black hair and the neat little mustache peered around Angelo's shoulder and eyed Eva. His eyes widened slightly. Yes, I see," he said awkwardly, as if he wasn't sure whether to agree that she was beautiful or refrain from commenting on a priest's sister. "She is receiving some unwanted attention from one of the guests. No one especially important, but I would like her to be moved, if possible. Unfortunately, he saw her coming out of her room, and my sister is now a little frightened." "Oh, yes, Padre. Of course. I understand." The concierge took the key from Angelo's hand and consulted his ledger. "Will you be staying with your sister?" he asked judiciously. Angelo tried not to react or think about what those words could entail. "For a while. I would like to make sure she is all right." "Yes, Padre." The man bobbed and whisked out 2 keys with a tidy little nod. Then he crossed himself, as if it had been a while since his last confession. Angelo didn't know whether to smile or sigh. He had a tendency to make people chatty or nervous. It didn't hurt that this man was nervous. He'd been easy to persuade. "Do we need to move the lady's things to her new room?" "No, that won't be necessary. She was so upset she was ready to leave the hotel altogether. I put her things in the cloakroom while she played. It will be easy enough to retrieve them." "Very good, Signore. Padre. Very good." The man bobbed his head and crossed himself again. The suite was lavish and large behind double doors with a small foyer that opened up into an elegant sitting room and well-appointed bathroom beyond that. The sitting room was built around the large windows that overlooked the Spanish Steps. But Angelo didn't waste time staring out at the backdrop. There were 10 monasteries, convents, and churches sheltering Jews in Trastevere, with more Jews sprinkled among another 20 families in the area. If the whole west side was to be raided, the whole west side would need to be warned. He was put through to the Vatican and reached an assistant of Monsignor O'Flaherty. Angelo asked that he be told that O'Malley had called with news of the midnight mass being conducted that evening in Trastevere. Midnight mass was code for a night raid. There was a one-word warning that he had put in place with a few trusted runners who had access to telephones. People who could get a warning to a nearby convent, monastery, or religious institution sheltering refugees. Most convents and monasteries were not equipped with phones. Few places were. And getting someone to answer, hear the warning, understand what it meant, and then pass it on would be almost miraculous. Angelo began the laborious task of waiting to be put through, via operator, over party lines that were far from private, sharing a message anyone could listen in on. But eventually, one by one, he was able to convey the warning to every runner except for the one for Santa Cecilia. He would have to warn them in person.
"You can't go. What if there is a raid and you are there and Captain von Essen sees you?"
"I have to go," he said simply. "I have to. Stay here. I promise I will come back for you." She nodded, just once, her face tight and her eyes huge and frightened in her beautiful face. He could see from her expression that she thought it was too dangerous, that to her it felt like her father heading to Austria all over again, destined for disaster. But she didn't try to stop him, and he was struck by her courage. She rose and followed him to the door, a slim silhouette in a long black dress, a candle in the darkness. "I was so proud of you tonight. Felix would have been proud too. You are a remarkable woman, Eva Bianco. A remarkable woman," he said sincerely. She looked as if she were holding back tears, and he turned away before he weakened and took her in his arms, pulling the door shut behind him instead. He was halfway down the stairs before he realized he had called her Eva Bianco, not Rosselli, like it was her actual name, like she was truly his. Chapter 18. The Crypt. Angelo was only a block from the Villa Medici, moving as quickly as his leg and cane would allow, when a long black car slid up alongside him and the window was lowered, revealing the top portion of Captain von Essen's face. He was alone in the back seat. "I'm sure you are aware it is after curfew, and even a man in your position can get in some trouble, Father Bianco," he said silkily. "I have a permit, and I don't live far. A priest's work is never done." Angelo smiled and sighed, but his heart was pounding. The captain had murdered Aldo Finzi, and there was something very off about him. Maybe it was his tidy ways and his soft-spoken delivery that didn't quite mask his glee at being a proud, card-carrying member of the Reich. He was the kind that inflicted torture while mournfully telling his victims it was all their fault. "I will give you a ride, Father. Climb in." Angelo did not want a ride. He hesitated, unsure of how to refuse. "I insist," the captain said quietly. "You must let me do this as a courtesy to your sister, at the very least. You were there tonight to support her, I'm sure. Now you find yourself in a predicament, walking home after curfew." Angelo walked around the car, but the driver was quick to hop out and open the door. The courtesy made him breathe a little easier. "I thought I saw your wife with you this evening, Captain," Angelo mentioned as the door was closed behind him. She was not with him any more, and Angelo's anxiety rose once more. "Yes, she was. She had some friends she wanted to visit with. I had business to attend to. A military man's work is never done either, I fear. We have that in common." "I'm sure that is true," Angelo said politely, folding his hands in his lap. "Eva was wonderful tonight," the captain murmured. "Magical. It was such a treat to hear her play. Herr Himmler was most impressed. Lieutenant Colonel Kepler as well." "Yes, she was wonderful." Angelo wouldn't let himself think of Himmler or Kepler or the attention they had given Eva. If he dwelled on it, he would do something dangerous, something stupid, and he couldn't afford to do either. "You two are close, yes? She told me she came to Rome to be near you. I was always close with my older sister. She was like a second mother to me. Of course, that's not how it is with you and Eva, is it? You are the father." He laughed at his play on words. Angelo bristled but shook his head and shrugged easily. "No, it is not like that. We are only 2 years apart." "It is a good thing you are a priest. Otherwise, people might get the wrong idea," the captain said softly. He was quiet then, staring out the window, and Angelo watched as the driver missed one turn and then another. He didn't know where they were going, but they weren't taking him home. The car rolled up in front of the church of Santa Cecilia, treating the big piazza like a parking lot. The captain reached for the door. Angelo's stomach sank. "I have some business here. You can help me with it, Father. You speak German so well, and my Italian is limited. I may need a translator." A truck pulled up behind the Mercedes, and a handful of SS men jumped out, rifles in hand. "What are you doing?" Angelo gasped, climbing out of the car and rushing to get in front of the men with guns. He stretched out his hands, slowing them, bidding them to stop, praying that the people inside would have time to hide or prepare. "It is a raid, Father," von Essen said simply. "The Catholic Church is disdainful of our laws. We have reason to believe there are Jews being hidden all over Rome in convents just like this one." "But there is no one here. I know this convent. I know the sisters here." "But of course you do. Your own sister rents a room here. But you understand, we must check for ourselves." "No, I do not understand. Places of worship are sanctuaries. There is a cloister inside these walls. No one violates the cloister. Not a priest, or a German, or a Jew." "The Catholic Church, the Pope himself, cannot control a single SS officer. You do realize that, don't you, Father?" The captain smiled at Angelo, but his eyes were cold and flat. He inclined his head to his men, and they immediately ran to the gate and started striking it with their rifle butts, the insistent clanging filling the cold air with dissonance and distress. Through the bars, Angelo could see into the serene courtyard, the glass-like surface of the pool around the large urn reflecting moonlight and dark sky. It was late enough that the occupants could be in bed. Angelo prayed they weren't. Sleepy and disoriented would not work in their favor. He did a mental count of the refugees inside. The Soninos had documents, but Mario's flesh would give him away if the captain saw fit to go that route again. The two sisters who had escaped the October roundup did not have papers, but the nuns had been coaching them. They had habits, and if they had time to don them, they might be safe. The two brothers had papers and military releases, but their accents were problematic, and they faced the same threat Mario did. Their best chance of survival was to hide. The family with the two small boys did not have passes, and the father and his young daughter did not have false documents either. Their passes labeled them Jews. That made 8 people inside who would be immediately arrested and taken if they were discovered, and several more who were extremely vulnerable to detection. "I want you to call out to them, Father. Tell them to open the gate. Reassure them," von Essen instructed. "Otherwise, we will have to damage their property to gain entrance. We don't want to do that. We are reasonable men." The clanging ceased as Angelo raised his voice and called out to Mother Francesca, his mind separating from his mouth to pray to St. Cecilia herself that she might protect the innocents within her walls. "Mother Francesca, it is Father Bianco. I am here with Captain von Essen of the German police. He is insisting on checking the premises for Jews." He was almost grateful that he could call out the danger in no uncertain terms, but did not know how that would help beyond scaring them to death. There wasn't time to do much of anything. Mother Francesca approached the gate with measured steps. Normally, Mother Francesca bustled, too busy about God's work to move slowly. Now she practically dragged her feet, her hands folded piously, her face grim. "Father Angelo," she greeted, inclining her head slightly. She then looked at the captain. Open the gate, von Essen commanded, his eyes holding hers. She tipped her head as if she didn't understand German. Angelo was quite certain she didn't, but it was clear what the captain wanted. Tell her to open the gate, von Essen snapped. Angelo did so, and Mother Francesca, with great deliberation, slowly opened the gate. The soldiers pushed past her, almost knocking her to the ground, but she clung to the gate and managed not to fall. Captain von Essen produced a bullhorn through which he demanded everyone immediately come out into the courtyard or be shot. Angelo took Mother Francesca by the arm, steadying her. He didn't dare ask any questions or draw attention by a hushed conversation, but he translated the captain's command. No, we have cloistered nuns here. They cannot come down to the courtyard. They can't come out of the cloister, she cried, rushing toward the captain. Angelo relayed her concerns. Well then, by all means, we must go to them. He spread his hands, bullhorn in one, as if he were being infinitely reasonable. No, the abbess stamped her foot. Kill me if you must. You will not go into the cloister. You might not be the only one who dies, Mother, Angelo said softly. They will kill you, and they will still go into the cloister. Live to fight another day. Listen to the good father. He is wise, the captain said, smiling. Angelo wanted to spit in his face. Go with the sister to the cloister, Schroeder, and take 3 men with you, von Essen commanded. You go too, father. Officer Schroeder may need some help getting his instructions across. Mother Francesca led the way, her head bowed as if she carried the weight of the world beneath her veil. She prayed vocally to St. Cecilia for her forgiveness as she inserted the key into the grille that separated the cloister from the rest of the world. Can I at least explain to them what is happening? She pleaded. Nein, the officer said when Angelo translated. It will only give them time to hide. But the nuns were ready, standing in a long line with their hands folded in prayer. They didn't need any explanations. Angelo's eyes shot to the middle of the row of bowed heads, black veils and stiff white wimples. The 2 sisters were flanked on each side by nuns. Their youth and prettiness drew the eyes, and Angelo could only pray as Officer Schroeder paced in front of the nuns, eyeing each one with equal parts disdain and suspicion. He stopped in front of the youngest sister. She kept her head bowed. He reached out suddenly and yanked at her wimple, as if to pull it from her head. But the wimple stayed put. The other men snickered, and the officer grew angry. "Take it off," he snapped. The officer must know that nuns shaved their heads upon taking their vows and kept it short. A woman with long flowing hair would be instantly suspect. The youngest sister glanced at Father Angelo in alarm, but immediately turned away, as if she knew looking to him wouldn't help her cause. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, and Angelo did the same. Suddenly, the words that had been so hard for the girl to memorize, the words she'd learned for self-preservation, started to fall from her lips. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. The SS men shifted uncomfortably. She spoke Italian, but it wasn't hard to understand the Lord's Prayer in any language. They were in a cloister, a place completely off-limits to the outside world. No man, no woman, no soldier, no priest. These were cloistered nuns, and some of the men obviously knew what that meant. "Take it off," the officer roared, his face inches from hers, and his spittle flecked her cheeks. She raised her hands and removed her black veil, but she kept praying aloud, and she didn't remove the wimple. "Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts." She looked directly in the face of the blue-eyed German. "As we forgive our debtors." All of you, take them off, he commanded, waving his gun at all the nuns, then yanking at the girl's wimple to indicate what he wanted. When they hesitated, he raised the gun to the youngest girl's head. Take them off, now! Angelo tried to control his rage. He was tired of weapons being pulled and aimed at women's heads. Eva had endured the same treatment and had been brought to Via Tasso for nothing more than being in the wrong place at the wrong time. They raised their guns with such impunity, with such insolence, and he could only pray that God saw and would mete out justice in his time and in his way. The other officers moved nervously, realizing something had shifted in their leader. With shaking hands, the other nuns began to unfasten their wimples too, joining the girl in the recitation of the prayer. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. The nuns finished, pulling their wimples free and averting their eyes from the men who stood staring at their shorn heads. Angelo swallowed his gasp. The two young sisters had cut their hair close to their scalps, their tufty hair making them indistinguishable from the other women who stood cowering and vulnerable beneath the scrutiny of the German men. In cutting their hair, they had saved their own lives. The officer's finger slid down around the trigger. His eyes were a storm and his lips a flat, hard line, a horizon of indecision beneath the tumultuous gaze. He dropped his weapon to his side. He looked like a fool, and he knew it. He holstered his weapon with flaming cheeks and began walking toward the iron grill that had warned him to stay away in the first place. Let's go. All is in order, the German officer reported to von Essen when they reached the courtyard. His face was still ruddy with embarrassment, but the darkness gave him a little cover. Everyone else from inside the convent was assembled in a long line, von Essen standing before them with his hands clasped behind his back like a strutting professor. One of his men held the official register Mother Francesca had been so concerned about. Angelo's eyes went directly to the Soninos, Giulia holding the baby, little Emilia in her father's arms, and Lorenzo clinging to Mario's hand. Poor Lorenzo. He was old enough to know the danger, and too young to understand why any of it was happening. It was the second raid his family would have to survive, the second night they would be forced to beat incredible odds. The woman Angelo had found to nurse baby Isacco was standing with them, strangely blank-faced, like she didn't care enough about herself to be afraid. None of the paperless Jews were in the courtyard. The boarders' rooms and the surrounding buildings had been searched while Angelo and the abbess accompanied the raid in the cloister. So far, no cries had gone up, and no shots had rung out. Their papers must have passed inspection, and the rooms must not have yielded any clues. At that moment, 3 soldiers came jogging out of the church toward the captain, and Angelo could hear them discussing the locked door off the sacristy that led to the excavation below. In ancient times, when a church or structure fell into disrepair, the Romans simply built over it, using the existing structure or what was left of it. As a result, Rome was a city of layered ruins, one era stacked on top of the other. Roughly 50 years ago, beneath the church of Santa Cecilia, the ruins of 2 ancient Roman houses, one of them believed to be the young noblewoman Cecilia's, had been discovered and excavations had been conducted. A crypt was built in 1899 at the west end of the excavation, but behind the new crypt, directly beneath the choir, was the original crypt. Angelo wondered suddenly if the refugees were hiding among the dead. It was the best place he could think of. Von Essen must have thought the same thing. "Father Bianco, Mother, come with me," he demanded, striding after the soldiers who had turned and were loping back toward the church. Sure enough, when they entered the church, The soldiers veered down the left aisle and stopped before the large locked door. "What is behind the door?" "It leads to an excavated area below the church. Ruins," Angelo said. "A part of an old tannery, a small household shrine and what remains of it. Some mosaics, a crypt." "After you," Captain von Essen said to the abbess. She unlocked the door, and the group proceeded down the stairs that were little more than steps cut into rock. It was dank and smelled of age and earth. It smelled like Rome. Upon reaching the bottom, the soldiers immediately split off and headed in different directions down the crumbling tunnels, unearthed 40 years before. With their flashlights out, they searched corners and poked their guns into dark places. There were lights, which Mother Francesca turned on, but they flickered testily, like the disturbance in the primordial space was unwelcome. "What is back there?" Von Essen pointed with his pistol to a large iron grille that barred the way forward. "That is the crypt, the tombs of the martyrs Cecilia, Valerian, Tibertius, and Maximus, and Popes Urban I and Lucius." Mother Francesca answered this time, clearly not needing to understand the captain's language to interpret what he was saying. Angelo repeated what she said in German. The captain's face twisted with distaste, but he wasn't to be deterred. "Open it." "I will not have your men desecrating the tombs." Mother Francesca shook her head and crossed herself. The captain understood she was refusing, and he lost his temper. Clearly, the raid had not produced the desired results. "Open it," he roared, and pointed his pistol at the defiant abbess. She dug the old key from the sleeve of her robe, and her voice rose in warning. Captain von Essen looked at Angelo for translation. "He who desecrates the tombs of the saints dies the death of the saints," Angelo repeated, straight-faced. "Saint Cecilia died of axe wounds." The old nun was like a witch straight out of Macbeth, casting her spells and portending ominous events. The SS men shifted uncomfortably, but von Essen shook his head and commanded his men to search the space. Mother Francesca hissed and spat like an angry cat, circling the tombs and keeping the soldiers on edge. Von Essen's men were clearly ready to abandon their search, and it wasn't long before they were all climbing the stone stairs back to the church above. Neither Angelo nor Mother Francesca mentioned that they had only searched the new crypt. Beyond it, accessible only through a hole tunneled in the wall behind Cecilia's tomb, was the original crypt. It wasn't large, but it was big enough to hide 5 adults and 3 children. "Now, that wasn't so hard, was it, Mother?" the captain asked, as if the whole thing had simply been an agreeable tour of the grounds. He walked to the line of terrified boarders and clapped his hands at their armed guard. "We've wasted enough time here. Let's go." His men immediately obeyed him and marched toward the entrance. "Father, after you." Von Essen opened his hand in front of him, indicating that Angelo should go first. "I will walk home, thank you," Angelo said without inflection. He was not going to get in the car with von Essen unless commanded to do so at gunpoint, and maybe not even then. But the captain had resumed his feigned benevolence, and he inclined his head agreeably, snapping his fingers and shooting instructions. The men ran to the truck, hopping up and disappearing behind the black flaps with their intimidation and their guns. Von Essen followed them, but just before he reached his waiting car, he turned his head to the side and halted, throwing the words over his shoulder, and Angelo knew they were meant for him as much as for the abbess. "If we discover there are Jews being hidden here, sheltered here, we will be back. We will be back, Mother." Von Essen climbed into the back of his Mercedes, and the vehicles rumbled across the cobblestone piazza and disappeared around the corner as if they'd never been there at all. The night wasn't over, but Santa Cecilia had survived, and so had her hidden Jews. Now he could only warn others. "Ring the bells, Mother Francesca," he demanded. 5 times. Let the neighborhood know that the Germans are out." Before long, the bells of Santa Cecilia rang through the night, loud and insistent, a warning to all within earshot. Those who didn't know about the coded message would simply shrug and hardly notice. Bells in Rome were a daily occurrence. Bells at midnight, not as likely, but not cause for alarm. An answering clanging, 5 chimes came a minute later. Then more bells were ringing from farther away, and then more, all in sets of 5, coming from different directions. The message was being heard and spread. 18 March, 1944. Confession. Tonight, I faced my dragons. Now I'm sitting all alone in a beautiful hotel room in Rome, filling pages of stationery with my confessions, wondering if those same dragons will, in the end, slay me, or worse, slay Angelo. Thinking about dragons has reminded me of my 14th birthday. Babbo hired a family of circus performers who brought in ponies and clowns and gypsies who performed tricks and read fortunes. It was all very exciting and authentic, especially the fortune-teller. She was young, maybe 18 or 19, and quite beautiful, with big round breasts, a tiny waist, and huge gold loops at her ears. I couldn't take my eyes off her. I think my father was a little alarmed by the lusty gypsy, but it was the best birthday party ever, and my classmates talked about it for months afterward. The gypsy had tarot cards and a big round ball that she pretended to look into as she foretold the future. I wanted her to tell my fortune, but got nervous at the last moment and ran and grabbed Angelo by the hand and pulled him into her little striped tent so he could hold my hand while she told me my fate. Angelo was 16 at that time, and he seemed so much older than the other boys. I had to beg him to come home for the party, and even then he hung back and watched, eating cake and listening to Uncle Augusto and Babbo argue politics. He wasn't a child anymore, and I was losing him a little at a time. The gypsy laughed at me when I told her to proceed. I must have seemed very young and foolish. Her eyes were dark and her lips red, and I could tell she thought Angelo was very handsome. She turned over some cards. I don't remember which ones, but her eyes kept going back to Angelo. I don't remember what my fortune was, only that I was disappointed and unimpressed by her predictions. But then she offered to read Angelo's cards. He started to drag me away, clearly not interested, but she stood and pushed him firmly down into the chair I had just vacated. I clutched his hand, indicating that he belonged to me, and she quirked her eyebrows disdainfully. She told him he would have the love of a beautiful woman who would bear him many sons. I informed her he was going to be a priest. She predicted he would be a hero to many. I told her he was already a hero to me. "You will slay dragons," she predicted grandly, ignoring me. But Angelo grew very still, and his hand tightened around mine. "You will slay dragons, but not before they slay you," she hissed, and Angelo bolted from his chair, dragging me from the tent. Eva Rosselli. Chapter 19. The Villa Medici. It took Angelo 40 minutes to walk back to the Villa Medici, and every step was rife with dread. He was afraid he would arrive and find Eva gone, that he would walk into the room and see overturned furniture and empty space. He kept imagining her door being knocked down, a squadristi of Jew hunters pulling her out into the night and whisking her away. He didn't trust von Essen, and his insistence that she take a room at the hotel rang hollow. By the time Angelo turned the key and let himself into her room, he was beside himself with worry. But all was well. Eva was asleep on the large bed, hugging the edge like she'd fallen asleep while waiting for him and simply tipped over. Her legs still hung off the side. He watched her for a moment, light-headed with relief, before stumbling to the bathroom and gulping down mouthfuls of water to ease the ache in his chest. It was a grateful ache, a humble ache, an ache that felt like love and longing and loss, though he hadn't lost her at all. But the ache said he could. The ache said he still might. The ache said he'd been a fool. Eva had made use of the tub. The bathroom still smelled of steam and soap and jasmine, though he didn't know how she managed to still carry that scent with her. The bathroom had an irresistible lure, he had to admit. He pulled off his cassock and dropped it to the floor, and immediately shed the rest of his clothes. The stench of sweat and fear was heavy on his skin, and he was desperate to remove it. He climbed into the tub, hoping he wouldn't wake Eva, and made the water as hot as he could, which wasn't nearly hot enough. He scrubbed at his skin and washed his hair with the little perfumed bar of soap Eva had used and set to the side. There was a tiny tin of tooth powder and a toothbrush on the vanity, along with a shower cap and a comb, the amenities of a luxury hotel. Angelo rinsed his mouth and scrubbed at his teeth with the brush Eva must have already used, and tried not to dwell on the intimacy of the act, or think about her mouth for too long. He pulled his prosthetic and his trousers back on, but couldn't stand to don his shirt or the cassock. He shook them briskly and hung them over the door instead, hoping to air them out a bit. Then he went back to watch Eva sleep. Her position made her look like she'd collapsed, her legs hanging off the bed the way they were. She lay on her side, facing him, the white sheet draped loosely around her, but her face was turned down, baring her slim throat and shadowing her face. So still and so lovely. It made him think of the sculpture of Cecilia, the martyred saint, and he crossed the distance to the bed and knelt beside it, suddenly lightheaded with an irrational dread. He lifted her legs onto the bed, making her roll to her back. She was so limp and lifeless. Before he could stop himself, he was pressing his face to her chest, listening for her heart and running his fingertips over her mouth, feeling for her breath. For several torturous seconds, he couldn't find any signs of life. Nothing. Terror roared, and his own heart galloped so loudly that he realized it was no wonder he couldn't hear hers. He was overreacting. He knew he was. He took several deep breaths and exhaled, calming himself. As he did, air whispered past her parted lips and over his fingers, and her heartbeat quickened against his cheek, as if she knew he was there. Relief washed through him, and he swung her up against his chest, the sheet trailing behind her. He sank into the high wing-back chair that sat near the bed, his arms wrapped around her slim frame, and he waited for her to wake up. He didn't let himself stroke the dark chocolate hair that fell down her back and across her shoulders. He didn't let himself gaze into her upturned face only inches from his own. Instead, he stared out the bedroom window into the night and waited, pushing down the tumult and the noise, the clamoring in his chest and the clanging in his temples, internal voices that warned him to release her and run from the temptation that kept him rooted to that chair. He would just hold her, he told himself, but he couldn't let her go. He couldn't do it. Angelo? The word was a breath, and he shut his eyes, warring with relief and despair. He was embarrassed. He was desperate. He didn't know what he was going to say to her, and he was afraid he'd say too much. So he kept his eyes closed and his lips silent.
"Angelo?"
Her voice was stronger and the question more pronounced. He tried to pray but found he didn't want God to help him. He didn't want divine intervention. With that thought, he gave in, opened his eyes, and looked down into her face. Her eyes were so dark that he could see himself reflected in them, twin points, his face pale, swimming in the inky depths. "You were sleeping so deeply it scared me. You must have been dreaming. Where did you go?" he whispered.
"To find you,"
she whispered back. "And here I am." She lifted a hand and laid it against the side of his face, as if testing the veracity of his claim. Her touch, so reverent, so tender, broke him. How could something so gentle cause him to crumble? But shatter he did, and God knows a broken man is a vulnerable man. She didn't pull him to her with the hand that rested on his cheek, or lift her head from where it lay cradled in the crook of his arm. It was all Angelo. He could not make excuses for the action he was about to take. He bent his head and found her mouth with his own. He would have liked to think he didn't consciously choose to cross the distance between their mouths, but that would have been a lie. He chose. It wasn't like the kisses in the fisherman's shack, or even the kiss in the alcove on the day of the first raid. The kiss that had been without thought or premeditation. The kiss he could blame on circumstance, on a desperate moment. This was a kiss filled with intention. They were his lips that parted against hers as they found purchase. It was his breath that hitched as the contact, both purposeful and timid, stunned him and scorched him simultaneously. It was all Angelo. No one made him do it. But once he arrived, Eva welcomed him there. Her hand slid from his cheek to the back of his head, her fingers molding to the shape of his skull as the other rose to his neck, anchoring him where he hovered above her. She tasted him as he tasted her, each of them pressing into the swell of pillowed lips and seeking beyond them to the hot silk of mating mouths and dancing tongues. For a man who had so little experience with the art of sensuality, there were no tentative brush strokes or shy imitations. Neither thought about the craft at all. Neither thought about technique or tempo. If there were thoughts, they were reduced to whirling patterns behind closed lids, to curling colors in the bottom of their bellies, to the wash of sensation that built until Eva was pressed against Angelo's chest, her legs straddling his hips. Her arms circled his neck as his arms braced her back, and their hearts created a drumbeat so intoxicating and so demanding, neither of them could do anything but move to its rhythm. Then Angelo stood, one arm anchoring Eva's hips to keep her against him, one arm bracing their fall as they tumbled across the moonlit bed. Eva moaned against his lips, and he stilled, instantly contrite, holding himself above her as if he'd broken her in truth, completely different from the way she'd broken him. He pulled away slightly and looked down into her face. The room was dark, but street light and moonlight filtered through the sheer drapes, casting both of them in soft black, pearly white and varying shades of gray. For a moment they stared at each other in stunned, ardor-filled hesitation, Angelo waiting for permission to proceed, Eva holding her breath, wondering if he would. She didn't urge him, didn't plead, didn't say, "Again, Angelo," the way she'd done in the fisherman's shack a lifetime ago. She waited for him to decide. She wanted him to choose. He could see it all over her face. Slowly, his eyes holding hers, He raised a hand and touched her cheek, marveling at the silk of her skin, before he pulled the pad of his thumb across her lips, parting them gently. Then he leaned down, his mouth hovering above hers, and whispered, "Again, Eva. Again." Then he was kissing her once more, drinking from her mouth like a man dying of thirst. It eased the ache in his chest, yet intensified it at the same time. He couldn't tear his lips away, but he needed to touch her, to slide his palms against her skin and memorize the valleys and the swells, to make her a part of him and himself a part of her. Finally. He was so lost in surrender, and so desperate to know every part of her that he was unable to slow down, to breathe, to pace himself. He was like a child in a candy store, rushing from one display to the next. If being with Eva meant his life was measured in minutes and hours instead of months and years, so be it. "I love you, Eva," he whispered, needing to explain his sudden fervor. "I love you so much, and I've wasted so much time." He suddenly felt close to tears, as if the admission had unlocked something inside of him, letting it free. The ache was suddenly gone, and in its place was a swollen heart.
"And when the war is over, will you still love me?"
she whispered in his ear, her voice thick with passion, heavy with need. He knew what she was asking, and his mind tripped and went down, unable to move beyond the moment, this second where he had her in his arms, the only thing in the whole world that he really wanted. He closed his eyes, trying to find an answer, trying to make sense of it all, trying to hear God's voice. Instead, he felt Eva's fingers tracing his lips, his closed lids, the line of his cheekbone, the point of his chin. Instead of God's voice, he heard Eva's.
"When the war is over, will you still love me?"
In that moment, the realization crystallized, and his focus narrowed to the one truth that had come so plainly to his mind. She was the only thing in the world he really wanted, and not in the way most men want women. He didn't want to assuage a need. He didn't want to lose himself temporarily in her body. He wanted to live for her. Beyond the moment, beyond the war, always. He'd entered a place, or maybe he'd been walking toward it or around it all his life, but the dragons he'd once sought to slay were not the same. The dragons of lust and vanity and greed, the dragons of selfishness and ambition, the dragons of mortality and the need for power. Those dragons were gone, and in their place was unconditional love and a desire to sacrifice and submit, to lay down every need and ambition for someone else. For Eva. The gospel of love and peace he'd suffered to impart, and the God he'd struggled to serve were still the same. The difference was in Angelo. He didn't have to be immortal. He didn't need to be a hero. He didn't even want to be a saint. He simply wanted to be a good man worthy of Eva Rosselli. He just wanted Eva. He wanted her kisses and her eyes, her smiles and her laughter. He wanted his children in her womb and his mouth on her breasts. He wanted her legs wrapped around his hips and her arms cradling his head as he made love to her. He wanted her promises, her affection and her trust, her years and her secrets. He wanted her prayers and her pride, her tears and her troubles. He wanted Eva. And that was all. He opened his eyes, and for a moment he could only breathe, sucking in the certainty that no longer eluded him. Some things didn't have to be hard. "When this war is over, I will be yours, first, last, and always. And you will be mine."
"Eva Bianco,"
she smiled with trembling lips. Eva Bianco, in truth.
Are you awake?
Eva whispered. Angelo's eyes were closed, his breathing deep, and he didn't answer. He was lying on his stomach, and Eva traced the line of his back, but made herself stop at the dip of his waist. If she kept touching him, he would wake up, and he needed to sleep. The sheet clung to his hips, and his arms were folded beneath his head in place of a pillow. His skin was dark against the white sheet, making her think of the pale sand and warm days on Maremma, when he used to sleep on the beach in exactly the same way. She kissed his shoulder and laid her head against his back. She was too happy to sleep, too full, too alive. Had she ever felt this alive? It was like a humming beneath her skin. Angelo had made love to her. Angelo loved her. "Angelo loves me," she said softly, wanting to hear the words, to make them known, if only to the silent walls. There were no sweeter words in the whole wide world. "Yes, he does," a groggy voice answered from above her head.
"Eva loves Angelo, too,"
she added, her lips curving around the words. She pressed another kiss to his skin. "You should sleep a little. It will be morning soon," he said gently. The thought was like a pinprick to her balloon of joy. She closed her eyes and tried to push reality away, but it penetrated the cracks between her lids and found its way to her mouth, and before she knew it, she was giving voice to the sad truth.
"It will, and life will go on. We will have to leave this room, and we will be afraid again."
Angelo rolled to his side carefully, and her head slid from his back to the bed. He pulled her up and into him, skin against skin, chest against chest, and Eva's breath hitched in time with his. "Are you afraid right now? Right this minute?" he asked.
"No."
"Are you hurting?" His eyes clung to hers, light eyes heavy with fatigue.
"No, my body is fine."
That wasn't quite what he'd asked, but she knew what he meant. She was not in any physical pain. "Are you warm?" His voice was soft. She nodded. She was deliciously warm. "Are you alone?"
"No. Are you scalding me, Angelo?"
she asked faintly. "No." He shook his head, eyes still searching hers. "No," he repeated softly. "I just want, more than anything, to give you peace, to give you rest, to keep you safe." He hadn't told her if Santa Cecilia was safe, or if his refugees had survived the night, but she knew he wouldn't be with her now if they hadn't.
"Will there ever be a time when people aren't afraid? The whole world is groaning in agony, Angelo. Can you hear it? I can hear it. I can't stop hearing it. And I'm so afraid. I don't want to be afraid anymore."
He touched his lips to hers, softly first, the only answer he had. And then he kissed her again, more insistently. He could not stop the world from trembling or people from hating. He couldn't make any of it go away. She knew that. But with his kiss, her happiness returned like a waterfall, rushing from her head to her toes, washing the fear away, and she wrapped herself around him, returning the kiss, and finding safety in his hands. The day dawned cold and clear, a sliver of pale light that grew and grew above the dark horizon and covered the sky above Rome. The war to the south continued. The death in the north raged on. The sorrow in the east was unrelenting. The struggle in the west never ceased. But in a room in an occupied city, nothing was left but love itself. Angelo and Eva held on to each other and found peace, rest, happiness, and safety. If only for a while.
Monday morning, Eva pulled on the red skirt and white blouse she'd worn on the train to Rome. She'd left Florence with 4 dresses, 2 skirts, and 3 blouses. She knew she had more than most, but they were growing dingy from being washed by hand. She'd brought a change of clothes to wear home from the gala, so she wasn't riding a streetcar in an evening gown, but she daydreamed about donning the black dress again, just so Angelo could look at her like he'd looked at her on Saturday night. Just thinking about it made her skin feel hot and her breaths grow shallow. She and Angelo had spent the last 24 hours holed up in the Villa Medici, using her payment from the gala to stay another night. They'd eaten well for the first time in forever, fruit and chicken and pasta in a cream sauce, and they pretended the world was only as big as 4 walls and the 2 of them.
"I don't want you going to work," he stewed, biting his lip as he lingered at the door.
Angelo had washed his shirt and his cassock in the sink and hung them over the rack to dry. He now wore his trousers and the shirt, but his cassock was folded over his arm. Eva didn't know what that meant. But maybe he didn't want to be seen in a cassock and a cross in the luxury hotel, at least not in the early morning hours. "I have to. It will be okay. There were no Jews found at Santa Cecilia. Von Essen has no reason to suspect me." Angelo bowed his head, his chin resting on his chest, and he exhaled heavily. She could feel the tension coming off him in waves, and she hated to part that way. She pressed her body against his and lifted his face until he returned her gaze, his dark brows furrowed over sky-blue eyes. And she kissed his mouth, keeping her eyes open so he would stay with her in the moment. He responded immediately, wrapping his arms around her fiercely and pulling her off her feet. He'd taken quite well to kissing. He kissed like he prayed, tender and passionate and completely committed to the task. When they parted, they were both breathless, and he said no more about her returning to work at Via Tasso. Angelo needn't have worried. Captain von Essen was in meetings all day. Other than delivering coffee to a room full of uniformed Germans, Eva had no interaction with him at all, and went home almost as giddy as she'd arrived that morning. Tuesday was no different. Captain von Essen stayed closeted in his office. His mood was dark, but even his sneering and his terse commands couldn't penetrate the bubble she'd been floating in. She'd agreed to meet Angelo at the Church of the Sacred Heart, and she ran most of the way because she was too impatient to wait for a streetcar. She didn't care what people thought as she sprinted through the streets with a smile on her face. He was waiting by the altar, his eyes on the cross. She drew up short, suddenly nervous that he was suffering pangs of guilt and remorse. When he heard her, his head swung around. He smiled. It was a blinding, beautiful grin that hit Eva between the eyes. Her relief was so great she felt dizzy and weak, and she sank into a nearby pew. But Angelo had other ideas. He strode toward her, his cane clicking, his smile wide, and he took her by the hand, pulling her down the stairs to the little room where she'd known such sadness and fear. Once there, his arms went around her, and his lips found hers. He tasted like apples, which meant he'd been bartering with black marketeers, and she licked into his mouth appreciatively, sharing the sweetness, thankful he was safe. He put himself at huge risk every time he ventured to the banks of the Tiber for things he couldn't otherwise provide to those depending on him. Eventually, he pulled his mouth away. "I was afraid of this," he groaned into her hair. "Of what?" she panted, not ready to stop kissing. "Of not being able to control myself. I knew the moment I gave in I would be useless. I would think of nothing else but you. I thought of you constantly before, I confess. But now I have intimate knowledge. I don't just love you, I want to make love to you. Every time I close my eyes to pray, I can see only you." He groaned again and squeezed his eyes shut, as if in real pain. Eva giggled at his theatrics, and she kissed along the hard line of his clenched jaw. "If I know you, you have not been useless. I'm guessing you have worked non-stop from the moment your knees hit the floor for your morning prayers. You did pray today, didn't you?"
"Yes, many times."
"And what did you say?"
"I asked God to provide, to save the innocent, to protect the refugees, to ease suffering, to succor the weak, and to help me control my lustful thoughts."
"Did you have many?"
she asked sweetly, her lips lingering at the corner of his mouth. "Yes," he sighed.
"So he didn't answer that particular prayer?"
"I really didn't want him to." She giggled again, and his mouth returned to hers. Insistent, hungry, plying happy sighs and sweet promises. When they finally parted, her lips were swollen and her heart was light. And as she fell asleep that night, there was hope in her heart and a prayer on constant replay in her head. The same prayer she knew so many others were uttering.
"Save us, Lord. Deliver us," she pleaded. "Please deliver us." 21 March, 1944. A confession. Sometimes I think the Germans are invincible. American forces landed on Italy's Anzio beach at the end of January, securing the beachhead and taking the Germans completely by surprise. But instead of pushing immediately toward Rome and forcing the Germans to retreat and pull off the Gustav line, they stopped, inexplicably entrenching themselves, and the Germans were given ample time to reinforce their defenses and launch a counterattack. 2 months later, thousands of lives have been lost and the battle rages on. The Americans, only 58 kilometers from Rome on January 22nd, remain 58 kilometers from Rome on March 21st. I fear this war will never end, and I will be trapped at Via Tasso forever, smuggling gold and smuggling kisses from a man who won't truly be mine until Rome is liberated. Eva Rosselli. Chapter 20. Via Rasella. Captain von Essen was very quiet when he arrived on Wednesday. He shut his office door and stayed locked inside all morning. At lunchtime, Eva waited for Greta, who had sent word the day before that she wanted to whisk Eva away to some new shop. But Greta never showed. A little worried about her, Eva knocked tentatively on the captain's door and was told to enter. "Is Greta well?" she asked as soon as she set foot inside. "Yes," the captain answered, but something flickered in his eyes. "We were going to have lunch together." "I see," he said softly. He sat back in his chair and studied her, his head cocked to the side. It was a strange response, considering his wife was technically unaccounted for. "Sit down, Eva." Eva perched at the edge of one of the chairs in front of his desk, the same chair she always chose when he insisted she take dictation or instructions. He leaned forward, across his desk, and clasped his hands in front of him, eyeing her quizzically. "Did you know that not one of our monastery raids was successful last weekend? Not one. No Jews, no partisans, no anti-fascists. How can that be? The lieutenant colonel was so sure the answer was with the church. But no." Captain von Essen pushed the tips of his fingers together and rested his chin on them, like he was lost in thought. "I went home to my wife so disturbed that she avoided me for 3 days. But last night she told me something I could hardly believe." He continued to study Eva, but didn't explain what it was his wife had told him. She waited in silence, her stomach in coils of ever-tightening knots,
He breezily changed the subject.
You were wonderful Saturday night, my dear. Wonderful. Such a lucky coincidence for me that you play so well and you were so willing to perform.
Eva thought it better not to remind him how truly unwilling she'd been.
"Thank you," she said simply. "Can I bring you some coffee, Captain von Essen?"
"That won't be necessary. But I do need you to do something for me. Surely there is a way for you to reach your brother at the Vatican?"
"No, I have never contacted him there."
It was the truth, but von Essen raised his brows as if that were hard to believe.
"Ah, but surely you could get a message to him if you needed him?"
Captain von Essen picked up the receiver on his shiny black telephone and turned the rotary, waiting for an operator to connect him.
"The Vatican Police," he said, and winked at Eva. "Your brother works with a Monsignor. What was his name again?"
"Monsignor Luciano," she answered numbly, wondering if the captain wanted her to say Monsignor O'Flaherty. Did he know that Angelo worked with O'Flaherty? Was that what this was about? Von Essen repeated the name to the operator. He waited for several moments, smiling benignly at Eva as she rose slowly from the chair and stood before him, her unease growing by the second.
"Ah, very good. My name is Captain von Essen of the German police. I need to get a message to Father Angelo Bianco, assistant to Monsignor Luciano. It is very important."
He paused as if he'd been instructed to hold.
"Please tell Father Bianco that his sister has been detained and is being questioned at Gestapo headquarters."
Angelo was kept waiting in a small holding room at Via Tasso for over an hour. No explanation was given, no answers were provided. He was told to wait, and he did. When he had received Captain von Essen's message, he'd known the end had come. He only prayed it was his end and not Eva's. He'd informed Monsignor Luciano what had happened and was forbidden to leave the Vatican. Several priests who had worked in the underground had been detained and tortured. Some executed and some sent to prisoner of war camps in Germany.
"You cannot help Eva if they have taken her. You cannot save her, Angelo, but you can save yourself. Think of the people relying on you, my son. You must think of them."
He'd kissed Monsignor Luciano's hand and asked that he tell Monsignor O'Flaherty. O'Flaherty would understand, he was certain. And if he could help, he would. He'd taken more risks than anyone.
"We won't be able to save you. The Pope can't intercede. She isn't worth your life, Angelo,"
Monsignor Luciano cried, following him down the hall. But Angelo hadn't looked back. He'd left the protection of the Vatican and taken the 2 buses across town to Via Tasso, knowing full well he was being lured out. But he'd had no other option. Von Essen had known the key to Angelo was Eva, and he'd used it. Angelo wasn't surprised when it was Captain von Essen himself who finally entered the room.
"Thank you so much for coming here, Father Bianco. I would have come to you, but relations with the Vatican are so political, so dicey. Plus, there is the whole matter of diplomatic immunity. I thought it would be easier to have a discussion here, in case things don't go according to plan."
He sat down and crossed his legs. His boots were so shiny Angelo could see the reflection of his cross in them.
"You wanted me to come here because you have no authority beyond the white line that separates the Vatican from the rest of Rome,"
Angelo said calmly.
"But why would I need to do that? You are merely a humble priest. You wouldn't know anything about Jews hidden all over the city, would you?"
Von Essen protested silkily.
"Where is my sister? Why has she been detained?"
Von Essen threw up his hands.
"Oh, no. You misunderstand. She's simply being questioned. And come now, Father, let's not continue the charade. Eva is not your sister, is she?
Angelo's blood turned instantly to ice.
It's sad, really. She was playing so beautifully. Everyone was watching her, listening, enjoying. The music and the girl, so exquisite. Such a beautiful woman. She didn't want to play, as I'm sure you're aware. I had to beg, cajole, even threaten. She must have been so terrified.
Von Essen sighed theatrically.
But you wouldn't have guessed it by her skill. Everyone was quite taken with her, especially the wife of Pietro Caruso, Rome's chief of police. Frau Caruso was sure she'd seen the girl in Florence. She'd heard her play years before and hadn't forgotten her. Eva Rosselli was her name. She went back a year later to hear the same orchestra again, and the girl was gone. She asked about her and was told Eva Rosselli was no longer with the orchestra because she is a Jew.
Angelo held himself perfectly still, not allowing a glimmer of reaction to show on his face. But he doubted it mattered. Von Essen knew. He continued in a sing-song fashion, as if telling a very quaint story to a group of women at a tea party.
Imagine, then, how happy Frau Caruso was to see her play Saturday night. And imagine how surprised she was that we would have a Jewess entertaining our dignitaries.
There was a tiny break in the facade, a flicker of rage on von Essen's face before he tamped it down again.
Fortunately, Frau Caruso was really quite discreet. She only told my wife, and my wife deliberated and finally told me.
His wife had deliberated. That explained the uneventful Monday and Tuesday. Von Essen hadn't known right away. Angelo wondered why the woman had waited at all. He wondered if von Essen had punished her for it. He imagined so.
I did some checking up on you, Father Bianco. You came to Italy when you were young, and when you weren't in school, you lived with your grandparents. Your grandparents were live-in employees for a Jewish family, a family by the name of Rosselli. I was convinced you were also a Jew disguising yourself as a priest. But no. You are truly a Roman Catholic priest, ordained to the Roman diocese, a servant of God and Pope Pius XII, and a rising star at the Curia. You are authentic. It is Eva who is not, and she is not your sister, though it seems you were raised together.
When Angelo didn't protest or respond at all, but sat frozen in his seat, the captain laughed. It was an ugly laugh, devoid of humor or joy. It was a taunt, a repudiation.
I imagine you do love her, though I don't think you love her like a sister. In fact, I think you are sleeping with her. She is too beautiful to resist, isn't she? I have hardly been able to keep my hands off her myself, but still, such unpriestly behavior.
Von Essen shook his head and wagged his finger, as if he could hardly imagine such a thing.
I am sure she has been helping you, sharing information with you. She must have overheard something about the raids last weekend, or maybe that is my fault. I wanted her to be out of harm's way, and she betrayed me.
The flash of rage again, this time not so well hidden. He leaned over the interview table, his eyes sharp and his voice soft.
But I will make you a deal, Father. I will let Eva go. I like the girl, and I don't want to see her tortured all because of you. So I will let Eva go, give her a head start, a chance to hide before we come after her, so to speak. But I need to know where you are hiding all your Jews. We will find them, you know.
Every monastery, every convent, every school, every church, every religious college. We will raid them all again, one by one, and we will find them anyway. You telling us where they are won't change their fate. But it might change Eva's. Angelo's mind raced, pinging from one option to another and dismissing it almost immediately. Had the captain hurt Eva? Was she in a cell at this moment, awaiting deportation? Was she even at Via Tasso? His breaths grew shallow and his hands clenched. He didn't know it was possible to hate the way he did in that moment. The hate was so sharp it hurt, so bitter he could taste it on his tongue, so hot he could feel the flames in his chest. Angelo didn't close his eyes or bow his head, but he began to pray inwardly, searching for faith and strength. He ignored the captain, the soldiers standing outside the door with guns and helmets, empowered by evil men, and he pleaded for help. Prayer was the only weapon at his disposal. The captain leaned back, but he continued his negotiations. 10. Let's start with 10. 10 Jews for Eva. 10 for 1. Isn't that the rule? I need 10 addresses. He handed Angelo a pencil and a sheet of paper. Or just the names, Father. Just the names of the establishments, and I will place Eva in your care. You give me the list, and you take your sister and walk away. Only you and I will know. Eva might guess, but she will be grateful that you put her first, that you value her life above all others. I don't have any information for you, Captain. I'm afraid I cannot help you. Angelo answered firmly and without hesitation, not allowing himself to think at all. No, not even for your sister's life. Von Essen again put exaggerated emphasis on the word sister. I will be sure and tell her. He stared at Angelo for a moment, as if gauging his next move. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now and at the hour of our death. O my Jesus, forgive us our sins, save us from the fires of hell, and lead all souls to heaven, especially those most in need of your mercy. Amen. The rosary continued through his head like a desperate drumbeat, and Angelo begged Eva for forgiveness, even as he prayed that she would be saved from the fires of hell. He would happily give his life for hers, but he couldn't betray those in his care, and he knew Eva wouldn't want him to. Captain von Essen stood and leaned out the door. "Bring the girl in," he said to the nearest guard. Angelo stood as well. "Sit down, Father. I have not had you restrained out of courtesy, but I will if I need to." Angelo remained standing. The captain moved in closer, his hands clasped behind his back, his favorite pose. "The men are all talking about her, Father. How beautiful she is. She won't fare well here. You know that, don't you? And she won't fare well in a camp. But no one really fares well in the camps." "May God have mercy on your soul," Angelo murmured, not trusting himself beyond a whisper. His hands ached with the need to close them around the sneering captain's neck. "She won't be raped. Not here, at least. Do you know it is illegal for a German to lay with a Jew? Don't want to sully the bloodlines. We have higher standards than that." "Oh, my Jesus, forgive us our sins, save us from the fires of hell, and lead all souls to heaven, especially those most in need of your mercy. Amen." Angelo prayed out loud, his eyes locked with the captain's. He repeated the prayer again, enunciating the plea for those most in need of mercy. The door opened, and a helmeted German pushed Eva into the room, as if shoving and intimidation were part of the routine.
Her eyes were wide and her face pale and frightened, but her hair was neat and her clothes tidy, and she appeared unharmed. "Sit," the captain commanded, and Eva was pushed into a chair, the German soldier standing guard behind her. "Sit," he commanded Angelo, and this time Angelo did as he was told, his eyes clinging to Eva's. Captain von Essen sat on a chair, triangulated between them, as if preparing to pit them against each other. "I have no desire for unpleasantness. My wife is very fond of you, Eva, and she is quite beside herself over all of this." Eva pulled her gaze from Angelo and stared at the captain stonily, waiting. The captain glared back, as if she had betrayed him personally. Then he continued. "I have told Father Bianco that all he needs to do is tell me where the church is hiding the partisans and the Jews. Just 10. Not all. Just 10. But he says he can't help me. What do you think about that?" Eva continued staring steadily at the captain. He raised a brow, waiting for her to respond. When she didn't, he leaned into her, as if confiding in her, and his voice lowered convincingly. "You can save each other. I have no desire to harm either of you. I just want to do my job. There is a great deal of pressure from Herr Himmler himself." Captain von Essen took her hand. "So why don't you tell me, Eva? Where is your brother hiding his Jews?" "I am the only Jew he has helped, and that is only because we were raised together," Eva said steadily. "You must be so very grateful," von Essen said softly. He pulled his weapon suddenly, and Eva gasped, but instead of firing it, he used it to backhand Angelo across the face. Angelo's head snapped back, and the left side of his face bloomed in hot pain, but he almost laughed in relief. If this was the captain's approach, he welcomed it. Ask Eva the questions, torture Angelo. He wanted to sink to his knees in grateful prayer. "You have me. Let him go," Eva cried. "Tell me what I want to know, and of course he may go." "I am the only Jew he has helped," she repeated, her eyes closing, as if she couldn't watch what came next. This time it was the right side of Angelo's face that took the brunt of the force. "I am the only Jew Father Angelo has helped," Eva cried. "You have me. Let him go," she repeated, tears beginning to slide down her cheeks. Clearly, Captain von Essen thought she would be easier to break. Angelo knew differently. Eva wouldn't talk. She would suffer with him, but she wouldn't break. "Where did you get your pass? It is very authentic." Captain von Essen changed his line of questioning. Eva answered immediately, clearly relieved she could answer without endangering anyone. "A man named Aldo Finzi. He worked for my father's company at one time, as a printer." "A Jew?" "Yes." "And where can I find Mr. Finzi?" "He is dead." Angelo cut into the conversation, pulling the captain's attention from Eva. The captain raised his brows disdainfully. "How convenient," von Essen said dryly. "I'm sure Aldo Finzi would disagree," Angelo shot back. "And how did he die?" "You shot him in the street a month ago near the rail station. Don't you remember?" Angelo challenged. He'd caught the captain by surprise, and von Essen tipped his head as if searching his memory. "You shot him in the back of the head after you told him to drop his pants." Captain von Essen looked stunned that Angelo knew the details. Had he felt so powerful, so invincible, that he hadn't really thought anyone might have seen? "You killed a man in cold blood," Angelo said quietly. "But I won't name you if you let Eva go." He willed Eva to stay silent. Captain von Essen did not need to know it was she who had seen him murder Aldo. "You think anyone cares about the death of one Jew?" Captain von Essen said, incredulous. "This is what you bargained with." "The war will end. Germany will lose, and you will answer for your sins," Angelo said, spitting the words through bloody lips. "Let Eva go. I will testify on your behalf. The testimony of a priest will mean something. I will say you were a merciful man. You will be able to go back to Germany with your wife, unlike the others who will be punished for their war crimes." Von Essen laughed. "I don't know how you know about the Jew in the street, but clearly you were there, which makes me even more certain that Eva is not the only Jew you have assisted." He leaned out the door once more, and 2 SS men entered the room seconds later. "Take her back to her cell," von Essen told the soldier behind Eva. To the 2 new arrivals he directed, "And take the father away too. Keep working him over until he talks. Make sure the girl can hear his pain." It had been 36 hours since they'd been separated. 36 hours of Angelo being questioned and tortured. 36 hours of hell. Eva had heard him ask for a drink. He'd been given nothing. Instead, he'd been doused in ice water and deprived of sleep. She'd heard him cry out in pain, though she knew he tried not to, for her sake. They'd hurt him. They'd beat him. They'd threatened him with descriptions of what they'd do to her. But he never talked, beyond prayers and the quiet insistence that he had no information. On Friday, the guards started pulling men from their cells, clearing them out, Jew and non-Jew alike, leaving only Eva and 2 other Jewish women, sisters, who had been detained and were awaiting deportation on the next train. Eva heard the guards open Angelo's cell and tell him to get up. She rushed to her door and pressed her face to the glass, aching for a better look as they dragged Angelo past. His swollen and bruised face was hardly recognizable, but they hadn't taken his cassock, and his formerly white collar was splattered in blood. He turned for one last look, struggling to stay on his feet. "Angelo!" she screamed. "Angelo!" The 2 remaining guards elbowed each other and walked over to her cell. She moved away from the glass as they unlocked the door. But as soon as it was opened, she fought to see beyond them, desperate to know where Angelo was being taken. She was immediately pushed back, shoved hard enough to make her fall back against the adjacent wall. "Come now, Fraulein. You mustn't carry on in this way. What will your Jewish friends think? Yes, they might think there is something going on between you and the priest." One of them mimed prayer while pumping his hips lewdly. "Go to hell," Eva spit out in German, her tears bottled up behind her shocked eyes, her head pounding with denial. Angelo hadn't just been dragged away. Surely she would see him again. "Ah, the little Fraulein speaks German." The officer sounded surprised. "You speak German," the other said flatly. "Are you a German Jew?" "Go to hell," she repeated. He brought his face an inch from hers, his eyes cold and icy. Blue, the same color as Angelo's. But Angelo's eyes were like the sky, warm, clear, endless, beloved. "I'm already there, madam. But unfortunately for you, this hell isn't quite as bad as where you will be going. And you will be going there soon." "Good news, though," the other guard said with false levity. "Your priest won't have to live without you. You know where they're taking him, don't you?" She waited, knowing that they were going to enjoy telling her. "He will be executed with all the others. 33 German police died yesterday from a bomb set by partisans on Via Rosselli. 10 Italians will die for every policeman who was killed. Via Tasso isn't the only prison we emptied out. The prison at Regina Coeli was emptied too. Every Jew, every partisan, every anti-fascist we could find.
Now we're pulling civilians off the streets. 330 men. Next time, maybe the partisans will think twice about setting bombs." "There won't be a next time for some of them," the other guard added. "There won't be a next time for your priest. I hope you gave him something to remember you by." Eva covered her head with her arms and sank to the floor, too despondent to listen any longer. She wasn't even aware when they left.
24 March, 1944. Angelo Bianco, my white angel. They have taken you, and I am lost. But we were both here, once. Eva Rosselli. Chapter 21. Ardeatine Caves.
They were lined up and counted, their hands linked behind their heads, and then they were loaded into trucks, just like the Jews on the morning of the October roundup, and taken south of the city to an old quarry not far from the storied catacombs that tourists came to see and Romans never thought about. There were no tourists in Rome these days, just Germans, beleaguered Italians, and the Catholic Church. Just war, hunger, hopelessness, and death. Angelo's ribs had been kicked a time too many, and one eye was swollen shut. He hadn't been able to see where they were taking them, riding in the back of the covered truck, but it hadn't taken overly long for them to arrive. When all 336 men, 6 more than was required, were herded from the trucks and lined up once more, he'd recognized his surroundings. His spirits had plummeted. It was the perfect setting for a massacre. The German guard kept them sufficiently contained with bound hands and intimidated with pointed guns. No one tried to escape. Why was that? Was hope so powerful that it would cause a man to cooperate to the very end? He'd seen it over and over again. So few people actually fought, because fighting seemed so futile. Fighting back meant certain death, so they all cooperated and hoped. The hope ended when the killing began inside the quarry. At that point, weeping and praying also commenced, and Angelo began dispensing comfort the only way he knew how. Amazingly enough, the German soldiers allowed him to administer rites, and they ignored his prayers and his movement up the line to reach those who would enter the caves first. With his hands bound behind his back, he couldn't properly make the sign of the cross, but he moved his right hand in the proper direction and continued on. He accompanied the second group of men into the quarry, winding through tunnels until they reached a large cave. He kept his mouth moving, administering last rites and hoping God would understand and forgive his own inadequacies and provide for these 335 souls who were looking to him, a fallen man who no longer wanted to be a priest. 5 would kneel. 5 executioners would press the noses of their guns to the backs of the prisoners' necks. 5 triggers were pulled. 5 men would die. 5 more would then kneel behind the pile of the dead, only to share their fate. Each time, Angelo expected to be pushed forward and forced to his knees, and each time he was bypassed and allowed to continue the rites for the men who were dying all around him. A boy and his father knelt side by side and were murdered side by side, their bodies falling into a sloppy embrace, and Angelo wept as he prayed. But he refused to close his eyes. He needed to see, to bear witness, even in his last moments, to what was occurring. The blood of the innocent demanded it. It took hours. When the pile of bodies grew too high, they would create another row until the cave was filled with the dead, and then they would move to another opening. Still, Angelo prayed, blessing those waiting to die. When the final man was thrown face first onto the blood-soaked mountain of death, would there be anyone left to die beside him? As the Germans neared what had to be the end, There was a brief lull as bodies were moved, and more men were led through the dark passageway. Suddenly, Angelo was being shoved from behind and urged to walk. When he resisted, he was grabbed by his bound arms and yanked forward. "Come with me, father," a voice said. But he wasn't sure if the voice was in the caves or in his mind. His ears were ringing, the result of hundreds of gunshots, one after another, with nothing to protect his eardrums from the report. He staggered and fell down, his already poor balance compromised by his hearing loss. Rough hands jerked him to his feet, and he tottered again. His hands were suddenly cut free from his bindings, and his arms screamed in pain as the blood rushed through his limbs. He was urged forward again, the hand gripping his arm, steadying him through a narrow passage that led to a tapered swath of light. The light grew, and the man leading him urged him on until he found himself crawling through a small opening, coming out of the cave about 150 feet east of the craggy main entrance where the prisoners had first formed the long line. He stopped and turned around, still not sure what was expected of him. He was on higher ground now, and could look down on a semicircle of helmeted, blood-soaked Germans that stood a ways off. Others, those who had guarded men awaiting execution, leaned against trucks that were now empty, smoking and drinking bottles of cognac. Cognac for courage. More than one officer had grown sick inside the caves, and others had refused to shoot, only to be dragged off or forced to participate by a commanding officer. The assembly of soldiers wasn't nearly as orderly and contained as it had been at the start, and no one had seen him or his unknown deliverer, who tugged on his arm once more and pointed through the trees. The German soldier had a blunt nose, a wholesome face, and red-rimmed eyes, and Angelo noticed there were blood splatters. Small, red, pin-sized dots all over the soldier's cheeks, making him appear diseased. The soldier's mouth moved around words, and Angelo focused on their shape, trying to understand. He heard the words as if he listened through water, and he wondered if his hearing would return or if it was simply the first part of him to die. "Go. None of us wants to kill a priest," the man mouthed. The soldier shoved Angelo away from the rocky outcropping and motioned with his pistol. "Go!" he growled, sticking his face in Angelo's, his eyes frantic. Angelo heard enough to realize he was being told to flee. He turned and began to put one foot in front of the other. His prosthetic straps were loose, and he staggered and almost fell, but he didn't dare stop and make the necessary adjustments, expecting a bullet in his back at any moment. But none came, and he kept walking, limping through the trees toward a road he knew must be there. The terrain was muddy and wet from recent rains, and the trees were just starting to grow leaves again. Some were still completely bare, as if the winter had been harder on them than on others. Angelo wondered, still reeling from shock and horror, if those trees would ever come back to life, or if they would simply stand, skeletal, among the living and wait to be brought down. He wondered if he would ever come back to life. Then he stopped thinking at all. He just walked in circles, stumbling and slipping, and after what could have been an hour or merely minutes, he wasn't really certain, he reached the road. A sign next to a fork pointed the way to the old quarries at Fosse Ardeatine. Suddenly, a boom rocked the ground beneath his feet. Angelo fell to the earth once more and lay there, reeling, wondering if bombs were falling. He couldn't hear the whine and shriek or see the stars and stripes above him in the sky. The ground rumbled again, then again, and the trees above him shook in whispery terror, their new leaves dancing in the tepid March sunlight. Then he realized what was happening. The Germans were using explosives to bring down the rocks inside the caves. They were trying to hide the bodies and seal the openings, attempting to cover their tracks, as if more than 300 people would not be missed. He crawled back into the shelter of the foliage that lined the road. weak with pain and horror, sick with despair, and waited until the trucks rumbled down the road an hour later, the deed done. Darkness descended, and his cane was gone. His cross, too. And Eva would be gone. The truth assailed him like a relentless whip, and he moaned audibly, his agony escaping through his clenched teeth. "Save my family," Camillo had said. "Become a priest and save my family." But there was no one left to save. He didn't even know if he had the strength to save himself. Still, he rose on shaking legs and willed himself forward. It was a long way to Rome for a crippled man with a broken heart. "He is dead. Father Bianco is dead. You realize that, don't you? You don't have to die. I will let you walk out of here. I will keep your little secret. But you need to tell me where he was hiding the fugitives," Captain von Essen said reasonably. Eva didn't even bother to look at him. He was an idiot. He'd left himself no real incentive, no bargaining chip. Didn't he realize that without Angelo she wanted to die? Didn't he realize she had absolutely nothing left to live for? With the gold file she kept in her shoe, she'd scratched his name into the wall of her cell, along with a date and a testimony that she'd been there, that he'd been there. But it was tedious, scratching the words into the walls. She wanted to write one last confession, even if no one but the captain ever read her words. "I would like a piece of paper and a pencil," she said quietly. He jumped to his feet and walked to the door. He snapped his fingers and told someone what was needed. A soldier was back within seconds, and Captain von Essen set the paper and pencil down in front of her. He sat down and smiled, nodding his head like he was proud of her, certain she was finally cooperating. She put the date at the top, 24 March, 1944, and she started to write in German. "Confession. My name is Bathsheba Rosselli, not Eva Bianco, and I am a Jew. Angelo Bianco is not my brother but a priest, who wanted only to protect me from the very place I now find myself." She wrote for several minutes, filling the page with her final thoughts. When she was done, she slid her paper toward the captain and stared at him dully. He read with growing anger, not having received the confession he sought. "You are going to die. Do you understand?" he spat. "We are all going to die, Captain, eventually. If I were you, I would kill me now, because if I live, I will tell the world who you are and what you've done," she answered, folding her hands. "I will tell Greta that you are a vicious killer, but then I think Greta already knows what kind of man you are. Take her away. She's useless," Captain von Essen called to the guard. Then he stood and looked down at Eva. "Enjoy your trip, Fräulein Bianco." Eva flinched at the name. Angelo's name. She would never be Eva Bianco. She had almost felt relieved when she was arrested. The thing she had dreaded, feared, run from, had happened. When it came, she was strangely liberated from the fear. She couldn't dread what had already come to pass. She didn't have to anticipate the horror when the horror was right there. With her arrest came a certain calm, a quiet comfort. It had come. She had known it would, and she could stop fighting. But then they arrested Angelo, and they tortured him. When they dragged Angelo away, the comfort left and the fear came back. Fear is strange. It settles on chests and seeps through skin, through layers of tissue, muscle, and bone, and collects in a soul-sized black hole, sucking the joy out of life, the pleasure, the beauty. But not the hope. Somehow, the hope is the only thing resistant to the fear, and it is that hope that makes the next breath possible. the next step, the next tiny act of rebellion, even if that rebellion is simply staying alive. When they told her Angelo was dead, she lost her hope. "Help me, St. George," Angelo prayed, beseeching the statue overlooking the church fountain. It wasn't St. George, but it could have been. Maybe it was St. Jude, the patron saint of lost causes, the apostle of the impossible. If so, Angelo had a task for him. "Help me to face what is to come," he murmured through lips that wouldn't cooperate. "Help me get to Rome, and most of all, watch over Eva. Take care of Eva until I can do it myself." He'd filled his belly with brackish water from the fountain and washed himself as best he could, trying not to think of the blood and death he carried on his skin and in his clothes. Then he turned and stumbled away from the fountain of the unknown saint and continued his painful slog toward Rome. He needed to reach Santa Cecilia before dawn. He had to find Eva. Hours later, when he limped the final steps and collapsed against the gates of the convent, the church bells began to ring, but Angelo was too far gone to notice. Eva was still wearing the gray dress she'd worn to work on Wednesday, still wearing her low-heeled black shoes and her little black belt. She was stylishly filthy. Her hair was matted. It hadn't been brushed in, she thought back, days? How many days? Wednesday she had been arrested. Friday they had dragged Angelo away. Saturday morning she was loaded on a train. It was still Saturday, and she still sat in the stinking darkness of the cattle car, the press of bodies keeping her warm, but making her want to climb up to the little window that sat high on the side, just so she could breathe air that hadn't been breathed 100 times and see a stretch of sky. There were only women and children in this car. The Jewish men detained in the prisons had been taken to help satisfy the numbers required for the reprisal killing. Just like Angelo. 4 days. It had been 4 days since she'd brushed her hair, or her teeth, or looked in a mirror. She had a strange feeling that if she saw herself, she wouldn't recognize her face. 7 days ago, she'd lain in Angelo's arms, the happiest she'd ever been in her entire life. Now she sat Shiva over her old life in a train that would take her to her death. She managed to find a place against the wall. They'd designated a corner for waste, and though no one wanted to use it, they all eventually had. The humiliation of the older women especially, crouched in that corner, trying to maintain their modesty while not stepping in the waste of others. Tears of mortification streaming down their faces, was something she didn't think she could ever forgive. It is one thing to kill someone. It is another to degrade and humiliate, to strip away a person's dignity like stripping away flesh. One made man a murderer, the other made him a monster. Eva was sure many of the women aboard that train would prefer death, clean and quick, to the slow loss of their humanity. They were on the train for hours. It stopped once and they could hear dogs and commands, the sounds of more people being loaded into the cattle cars. But the doors were never reopened. Eva thought they were in Florence. It smelled like Florence, like home, and she pressed her palms to her eyes, trying not to weep and call out for nonna and nonno like a child. She couldn't afford to cry. She was too thirsty. It was the end of March and the temperatures were moderate. It could have been so much worse. But it was hard to tell yourself how much more terrible a situation could be when you were already on the outskirts of hell. The hungry children suffered the most. Or maybe that wasn't true. When children suffer, the ones who love them suffer even more, helpless to alleviate their agony. When the train started to move for the second time, The occupants almost wept in relief, just to be leaving one torture for another, and Eva sank down, pulling her knees to her chest so she wouldn't take up too much space, and rested her head against the side of the car. She had slept deeply that first night of confinement, waiting for the train that would take her away from her life, from the struggle, from everything that had become so impossibly hard. Now she slept deeply again, an ability she'd always had, and in sleep she escaped for a while. She recognized the dream immediately. It was the dream she'd had 100 times before. But confusion welled up inside her chest. Was she dreaming? The press of bodies in the darkness felt real. She remembered being loaded into the car, a German with a submachine gun pushing at her back. This wasn't a dream, but she'd been here before. They didn't veer northeast toward the Brenner Pass, with Austria lying on the other side, but instead hugged the west coast and approached France. They spent a week at a transit camp called Borgo San Dalmazzo in the Piedmont region of Italy, 20 miles from the French border, where they were fed, thin soup and hard bread, and given enough water to wash and quench their thirst. The knowledge that they had been heading west instead of east was a great relief, though they would be heading due north from that point on, if the reports were true.
Bergen-Belsen. We're going to Bergen-Belsen, a woman cried, a thankful smile on her lips. She even closed her eyes and raised her hands to heaven, offering a prayer of gratitude at the development. They weren't going to Auschwitz, and many of the women felt that was cause for celebration. It was strange how rumors started, trickling down from one mouth to another, crossing great distances to comfort or console, taunt or terrify. Bergen-Belsen wasn't as bad as Auschwitz. Survival was possible. Families could even live together. Sometimes the prisoners were given a little milk and cheese to eat. That's what the rumors were. Those were the tales some of the women had heard. But Bergen-Belsen was in Germany. Northern Germany, someone else said fearfully, as if Poland were preferable to Germany. Germany meant Hitler. They sent the Libyan Jews that were hiding in Italy to Bergen-Belsen last fall, someone else offered. Everyone else in Italy has gone to Auschwitz. We are so lucky.
So lucky. They might die more slowly, suffer longer. She just wanted it to be done. Bergen-Belsen sounded like death by a slow drip. Auschwitz was the 6 a.m. rapido to the great beyond. She thought she might prefer that. Eva was distantly alarmed by her readiness to die, but only distantly.
When Angelo woke again, Mario Sonnino sat by his bed reading, the lamp casting odd shadows around the humble space.
He'd given Angelo something. Morphine, he guessed. Angelo had been in and out of consciousness, waking only to beg for news of Eva, and then falling back into oblivion before he could get any answers. But he knew she was gone. Mario said no one knew for sure, but Monsignor O'Flaherty said a train filled with Jewish women and children had left Tiburtina station on Saturday. He wished for oblivion again, but knew those hours were behind him. He was wide awake, and Mario helped him sit up so he could swing his legs. His prosthetic had been removed, over the side, and used the chamber pot. Hopping down the hallway was out of the question, and he was too sore for crutches. He finished and managed to eat some cold polenta and brown bread and drink a glass of water before easing himself back down on the pillow. Mario hovered for a moment, clearly wanting to be of assistance. "I set your finger and bound your ribs. They're cracked but not broken. You're black and blue, but the swelling's gone down. I put your nose back where it belongs. How are your eyes? I worried a little about your sight in the right one." "I can see," Angelo said. "I'll be fine." Yes, you will. The ribs will take the longest, but no long-term damage done. Your fingernails might not grow back." "I'm not worried about my fingernails," Angelo said, his eyes bleak. "No," Mario murmured. "I don't suppose you are." He sat down heavily in his chair. "I have to find her, Mario." Mario swallowed, his throat working against the heavy emotion in the room. "How?" he whispered. "I don't know." Angelo's voice broke, and he put his hands over his face the way he did when he prayed. But there was no solace in his hands. No solace in prayer. Not anymore. "The Americans are coming. We just needed to hold on a little longer. I just needed to keep her safe a little longer. I've been such a fool. I should have married her in 1939. I could have taken her away, back to America, like her father suggested." "We all had opportunities to escape. We all had those inner voices that said, 'Flee, leave.' Those things have haunted me too, Angelo," Mario said, rubbing hard at the back of his neck, fighting the old regrets, the guilt that had kept him up so many nights. "Eva told me once that the roots of the Jewish people are in their traditions, in their children and in their families. She asked me why the Catholic Church wants to take a man and deprive him of his posterity. She told me there would be no more Angelo Biancos. My roots would die with me." Angelo was so overcome he could hardly speak, but he was desperate to get the words out. "I am a man who was so impressed by the thought of immortality, of being a martyr or a saint, that I didn't realize that by becoming a priest I was depriving myself of the very thing I sought. Our immortality comes through our children and their children, through our roots and our branches. The family is immortality. And Hitler has destroyed not just branches and roots, but entire family trees, forests, all of them, gone. Eva was the only Rosselli left, the only Adler left." The terrible reality of his words silenced them momentarily, and they bowed their heads, shoulders hunched against the weight of such heavy truth, such staggering loss. And it took a concerted effort for Mario to respond. "You have saved and preserved so many branches, Angelo," he said in a choked whisper. "You saved my family. Eva saved my family, and we will never forget her. We will never forget you. I will tell my children, and they will tell their children. You might not have children who will carry your names, but you will have branches and roots who will honor your names." Mario wept, and Angelo reached out a hand, thanking him, even as his heart rejected his sentiments. It wasn't enough. He didn't want honor. He didn't want to be a hero. He just wanted Eva, and she had been taken from him. The thing he had feared most had come to pass. "She loved you," Mario said. It was not a question. And Angelo wondered if everyone around them could see all along what he'd refused to admit. "Yes, and I love her." He refused to put it in past tense. He would never stop loving her. "Did she know, Angelo? Did she know you loved her?" Mario asked gently. "Yes." Angelo wiped at his face, at the tears that wouldn't stop falling. She'd known. He'd been able to tell her, to show her. It was the one thing he was grateful for, and in his heart he acknowledged the blessing he'd been given. Mario stood and walked to the small chest of drawers in the corner. There was a pile of books placed neatly on top. Angelo recognized them immediately. Eva's journals. These are hers. There are several of them. They all look the same, but you can see that she's dated them over the years. You should have them."
He set them on the bed, near Angelo, and quietly left the room. There were 4 books, all identical. The only differences were in the slight wear on the covers, the dates at the top of each page, and the handwriting that slowly changed and matured, just like the girl herself. But the last book was only half filled, and Angelo found he couldn't look at the empty pages. The empty pages hurt worse than seeing the crowded lines filled with Eva's thoughts, because in the words she lived, the emptiness mocked him with what could have been, what should have been. He flipped to the last entry and read it just to escape the unfinished chapters. 22nd March, 1944. Confession. Kissing Angelo is a mitzvah. My Jewish grandmother would roll in her grave if I said it out loud. Uncle Augusto would accuse me of sacrilege. But it's true. In him I have found a slice of the divine, a morsel of peace, and when his lips are on mine, his hands on my skin, there is reason to believe that life is more than pain, more than fear, more than sorrow. I am hopeful for the first time in years. And strangely enough, I find myself convinced that God loves his children, all his children, that he loves me, and that he provides moments of light and transcendence amid the constant trial. Angelo closed the book and wept. Chapter 22. Nowhere. When they were loaded aboard the train again, a week after arriving at Borgo San Dalmazzo, the numbers had grown to include men, women, and children from other places, who had all been brought to the transit camp. There were 20 cars, with about 100 Jews loaded aboard each car. Many of the people were there with members of their families, and they clamored to stay together. Eva was alone, so she just let herself be pushed and pinched, as people far more desperate than she clung to each other and fought for better positions. She found a corner and slid down against the wall like she'd done on the first leg of the trip, letting herself drift up and away to numb blindness. It was too dark to try and see anyway. She curled into herself, fighting to stay asleep, to stay oblivious, and she caught a whiff of tobacco, a wisp of smoke, and she raised her head, wanting to breathe it in. He was there, next to her, looking exactly as he had the last time she saw him. His pipe glowed in the darkness, and his long legs were stretched out in front of him, like he had all the room in the world. In his hand he had a glass of wine. The wine was dark, and it glimmered like an enormous gemstone cradled in the palm of his hand. She was so thirsty. "Babbo?" Eva asked, her voice high and childlike in her head. "Batsheva," her father said, smiling and swirling his wine. But the smile faded quickly. "Eva, why are you sleeping?" he chided. "What else can I do?" "You can fight. You can live." "I don't want to fight, Babbo. I want to be with you. I want to be with you and Uncle Felix and Uncle Augusto. I want to be with Claudia and Levi." "You want to be with Angelo," he finished gently. "Most of all, you want to be with Angelo." "Yes, I do. Is he there? With you?"
She would give anything to see him. "No," Babbo shook his head. "He is not with me. He is there with you."
"Where? I am on a train. I am being taken away."
Her father touched her face. She could feel his hand, long-fingered and light against her cheek. Angelo is inside you. His flesh is now your flesh. His branch is your branch.
No, they killed him. They have killed everyone, and they will kill me too.
Eva, listen to me. All your life you have had a dream of this moment. You know that, don't you? You recognize the dream.
Eva nodded, and the fear returned like a deluge, flooding her veins and turning her fingers to ice.
You have to jump, Eva.
I can't.
You can. What do you have to do first?
I have to climb to the window.
She didn't think she could fit through that opening, and there were bars dividing it. She couldn't remove the bars. You climb up to the window. And then what? In the dream, what did you do next?
I breathed in the cold air.
Yes, you breathe and gather courage. And then what?
She shook her head stubbornly, resisting. She remembered that wicked relief, that sweet poison of letting go, of giving up. It had released her temporarily, and she wasn't ready to care again. I don't think I can do it. I don't want to. I'm so tired, and I'm so alone.
But you must do it. You are the last Rosselli. You must jump, Bathsheba. Because if you don't, you will surely die, and Angelo will die too.
Angelo is already dead.
You must jump, Eva. You must jump, and you must live.
He whispered, his breath a kiss on her wet cheek. He was so real, just like the dream that was no longer a dream. When Eva woke, her father was gone, and her brief respite from trying was over. In the morning, sore but able to get around, Angelo packed the books in the small valise Eva had brought with her to Rome. He folded her clothes and put them in the bigger suitcase, clearing out the room because he couldn't stand for anyone else to touch her things. He made her bed, folding the covers neatly, even though he knew one of the sisters would strip them off when he left and wash them. He wanted to take the case that covered the pillow, and ended up folding it and tucking it inside the valise, unable to part with the physical reminder of her scent merged with his. He couldn't manage to summon any guilt for taking something that wasn't his. He'd already taken something that wasn't his, and she'd instantly been taken away from him. He started to shake, the grief and disbelief making him wonder how he was ever going to go on. Movement hurt, thought hurt, breathing hurt, and none of it was because of his battered body. He welcomed that pain because it distracted him. He made himself walk down the stairs, juggling Eva's things. Mother Francesca saw him and rushed to his side, scolding him fiercely and trying to remove the cases from his arms. "What do you think you're doing? You have to rest, at least for a few more days," she clucked. "I've been in bed for 3 days. That's enough rest," he answered softly. "I will take these things home." "You can't go home. Monsignor Luciano came here. He delivered some of your things. You're to stay hidden until the Americans arrive. If everyone thinks you're dead, they won't be looking for you. You'll be safe as long as you stay here and stay out of sight. He said Monsignor O'Flaherty has been conducting all of his meetings on the steps of St. Peter's to avoid arrest. When he leaves the Vatican, he has to wear a disguise. There have been attempts to grab him right off the street. Someone even tried to pull him across the white line the Germans drew on the ground. If they pull him across, he is no longer under Vatican protection and can be arrested. Someone got wind of the plan and turned the tables. The man hired to kidnap the Monsignor got a good pounding." Mother Francesca's eyes were bright and her cheeks flushed, and Angelo found himself smiling slightly at her obvious excitement over the pounding. She'd had more excitement in the last few months than she'd probably ever had in her whole life and would ever have again.
but the news put a wrench in his plans. He couldn't sit in Eva's room and wait for the war to be over. If he didn't keep working, keep moving, he wouldn't survive. He would be the next casualty of war's hopelessness. He would be the one walking in front of the streetcar, or throwing himself from a bridge, or inciting a German to shoot him. He felt it in the black despair that coiled in his stomach, threatening to strike, to sink its venomous teeth into his chest and stop his heart. There was work to be done, and he was going to do it. He would just take a page from O'Flaherty's playbook. The best way to hide, Eva had said, was not to hide at all. Angelo pulled on a worn pair of trousers and a work shirt that he still had from his time in the hillside parish. Priests were required to wear a cassock when they left their homes, but there had been plenty of work to do inside the crumbling rectory and the ancient church, and he'd worn out a pair of trousers and several shirts in the process. He removed his prosthetic and pinned up the trouser leg, so that it was obvious to anyone looking at him that it was missing. Monsignor Luciano had delivered his crutches with his possessions, and with his sleeves rolled, a cigarette hanging from his lip, 3 days' growth on his jaw, and a worn-out black cap, he looked like a young soldier, aged by war and injury, who had paid his dues and asked only to be left alone. He would draw attention, and it would be met with either sympathy or a quick averting of the eyes. The Germans might ask for his papers, and he had some he could use, but more likely he would be ignored. He put his cassock and his cross and a change of clothes in his satchel and looped it over his back, stuffing his real pass in one pocket and his fake pass in the other. He'd need the real one to get into the Vatican. The majority of the Jews in the cattle car spoke French. French had been required in school, but Eva was rusty, and she had to listen closely to understand. But she didn't need to speak fluent French to know what the man named Armand was attempting. He'd climbed up the side of the boxcar and was sawing at a bar with Eva's gold file. Through everything, the days at Viatasso and the week at Borgo San Dalmazzo, Eva's file had never been discovered. When the man had asked if anyone had something that might work to cut through the bars, she'd offered it to him. Armand had been at it all day, trading off with a boy of 12 or 13 named Pierre, who was with his mother, a woman named Gabrielle. Gabrielle had soaked her scarf in urine from the bucket in the corner, and when the men weren't sawing, Pierre worked it back and forth over the bar, using the corrosive liquid to weaken the metal where the man had attempted to cut through with the file. Armand braced his feet against the side of the car and pulled, with all his might and strength, against the bar he'd been laboring to weaken. "It's going to break! I can feel it!" he yelled, triumphant. With a mighty yank, he bore down, and the bar came free at the top. He grabbed the severed end and hung from it, bending the bar back, creating an opening about a foot wide and a foot tall. He was a very thin man, but he was going to have a difficult time getting through. "They shoot at the first jumpers," Eva heard the man telling the boy who'd helped him all day and all night long. "So I will go first." "You can't do this. I am responsible for everyone in this wagon." The protester was a heavier-set man with a bolero perched on his head. "If you jump, I will be punished. We will be punished." The man spread his arm to include everyone else, and a woman spoke up from behind him. "You will die. Someone jumped when we were being shipped to San Dalmazzo. His clothes caught as he was jumping, and he was pulled under. We saw the blood and the strip of fabric hanging from the window when we got off the train." "We are going to Bergen-Belsen. There is no need to take this risk," another man argued. Armand could only shake his head in disgust. "Bergen-Belsen is a labor camp," Armand argued. "Hard labor. And we have done nothing wrong. You act as if being sent to a work camp is our due." The voices of protest rose again, urging him to think of others. "No, I am jumping. I would rather die now than die slowly," he shouted. He scrabbled up the side of the car once more, and Eva watched with all the others as he squirmed and wiggled through the small window, trying to get his shoulders to fit. He had just managed to clear his upper body when the sound of shooting commenced. People screamed, and Armand's legs jerked wildly and then went limp. He hung, still wedged in the hole he'd worked so hard to create. Another man pulled him down. A portion of Armand's head was missing, and the rest was covered in blood, obscuring his face entirely. He was dead. One woman began to weep, but most of the passengers lapsed into silence, careful not to look at the man who had risked it all and died for his efforts.
"Where are they shooting from?"
Eva spoke up quietly.
"The Germans. Where are they? We are on a moving train. I don't understand."
As much as they would like their prisoners to believe it, the Germans were not all-powerful. They did not look down from on high, from the heavens, plucking lives from the earth like God. Instead of scaring her, the shooting made her angry.
"They have a lookout, a guard, and a roving spotlight on each end of the train, in the engine and in the caboose. Wait until a light passes over and then push yourself out. Feet first, not head first."
The woman named Gabrielle spoke up.
"So if you can wiggle through the opening quickly enough, you have a better chance."
Eva hoped she was asking the question correctly. She garbled some of her words and put a vowel on the end of everything. She was Italiana, after all. But they seemed to understand. Gabrielle nodded. She was holding her son's hand, and they were conferring quietly. The boy didn't want to jump anymore. He was understandably afraid that he or his mother would be picked off by the German watch.
"Climb down this side and make your way to the couplings between cars, where you won't be easily seen. It will also give you the opportunity to turn around and jump outward. Cover your head and roll when you hit the ground. Then stay down, stay flat. Don't start running until the train has passed. And then wait a bit so the man on the caboose doesn't see you and shoot,"
Gabrielle told her son.
"How do you know this?"
Eva asked. Gabrielle shook her head.
"I don't. It is just what makes sense to me. I've thought about it non-stop since the first train." "Do you know where we are?" "We're in Switzerland, I think. But we may have already crossed into Germany. We need to jump soon. Otherwise, we will be deep into Germany. The deeper, the worse off we'll be." "I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. It is too risky,"
Pierre cried.
"Where will you go?"
Eva interrupted. The woman soothed her son and answered softly.
"We are Belgian. We are going to try to get back home. The Germans are pulling back. We think it will be safe if we can just get home. We fled to France when Hitler invaded." "What happened? The Italian army left. They were actually the reason we stayed safe so long, and the Germans moved into the sector the Italians had once controlled. People were rounded up. My husband was detained and deported. Pierre and I stayed hidden for 5 more months, but in February we were discovered. We were put on a train for the transit camp, and we've been waiting there ever since for a group large enough to transport." "Please, Maman, we don't have to do this. We are strong. We will be all right in a camp,"
Pierre pleaded with his mother.
"No, Pierre, it is our only chance to go home,"
Gabrielle said firmly, holding his gaze.
"You have to jump, and you will jump, just like we planned, and you will get to Belgium. You will live, Pierre."
He nodded, but his eyes filled with tears that spilled down his cheeks. He embraced his mother fiercely, and she kissed his cheeks and held him for a brief moment before pushing him toward the window. He climbed up obediently. No one protested this time. No one tried to make him feel guilty or responsible. They just watched morosely. Pierre was much smaller than Armand, but maneuvering to get his legs out the small opening first, balancing on the lip of the window, was a feat in itself. He waited, watching for the light. When it swept past, he slid out the window. He didn't hesitate or look back, and with just a brief snag, his shoulders cleared and his head disappeared over the side. They could see his fingertips clinging. Then they were gone too. There were no accompanying shots. Gabrielle prayed and wept vocally. Then she turned to Eva.
Now it's your turn. Gabrielle, you have to go. Pierre is waiting for you, Eva urged. He made it. He must have.
I can't do it. I'm not strong enough or agile enough to survive it. I know it, and Pierre knows it. It is why he didn't want to jump.
You have to try. Your son will be frantic.
You go, Gabrielle insisted again. You jump, and stay with my boy.
Help him get home.
Eva could only shake her head.
No, you can't do that to him.
I had no choice. I want him to live. She pushed Eva toward the window. We have to hurry. The train is moving quickly. You won't be able to find him. The distance grows every second we delay.
But,
Eva protested, thinking of the boy in the dark, waiting for his mother. Gabrielle turned on her with fierce eyes, her fingers cutting into Eva's arm.
S'il vous plaît, please. I've done what I can to save him. Please help me. Save yourself and help my son.
I will help you up, someone offered, tugging on Eva's sleeve. It was a middle-aged man with a small child and a wife heavy with pregnancy. They wouldn't be jumping. Eva hesitated once more.
Go,
Gabrielle said, and Eva could only nod helplessly as the desperate mother imparted instructions in an urgent whisper. Go to my husband's aunt in Bastogne. She will take you and Pierre. She will keep you safe until the war is over. Tell Pierre I love him, and I am proud of him. I will fight, and I will live, and we will be together again, all of us, someday. The man who'd offered to help Eva linked his fingers together and braced his feet, creating a step. Eva put her foot in his hands, and he bent his knees and launched her upward, giving her the lift and momentum needed to grasp the lip of the little window with one hand and the remaining bar with the other. She didn't wait for courage or even to see if she was clear to go. She went out the window head first, just like in her dream. She was still clinging to the bar with her left hand, and the action swung her around, her legs pinwheeling for purchase, a shriek on her lips. She hung from the bar for an eternal second before her toes found the edge of the cattle car. A shot rang out, and then another, whizzing above her head. With all her might, Eva let go and pushed away from the train with the balls of her feet, turning as she flew, weightless for a heartbeat, contorting herself like a circus performer. "Slide into home," Angelo had said when they played baseball. "Slide, Eva! Slide!" She slid through the air, parallel with the ground, flying toward home base. Then she was tumbling and bending, end over end, head, buttocks, hands, back, side, knees, shoulders, stomach, back. Like a rug being beaten against the cobblestones, flapping and connecting, flapping and connecting. And then she was still, lying on her back, staring up at a sky filled with dazzling stars. There was no air in her lungs, and she fought to inhale, unable to reinflate her diaphragm fast enough. But she'd done it. She imagined Angelo throwing his arms out to the sides and yelling, "Safe!" the way he used to do when she slid home, just like he'd taught her. She smiled as she gasped and choked, sitting up to reach for a breath, ignoring Gabrielle's second set of instructions along with the first. She'd said, "Stay down until the train is gone." Eva hadn't even checked, but the train was slowly disappearing. Just a black rectangle in the distance, growing smaller and smaller, quieter and quieter as she watched. She wanted to lie back down and enjoy her home run for a minute more. She was starting to feel the raw scrape of her tumble, and she knew she would be bruised and sore. But for the first time since Angelo had been dragged from Via Tasso, she felt a glimmer of life, a spark. She wouldn't think about tomorrow. She wouldn't think about how alone she was. She would just celebrate the victory of escape, of survival, and that was all. "Mama! Mama!" She heard Pierre, calling and running toward her. He'd probably been running since he jumped, racing after the train, watching for his mother. Eva rose gingerly to her feet, swaying as the confused blood in her body reoriented itself. It was dark, and Pierre was still a distance off. He was not yet aware it was she, not Gabrielle, who waited for him. She started to walk back toward him, dreading the moment he realized it was her. She felt a sick flash of sympathy when he pulled up short. "Where is my mother?" he gasped, out of breath from sprinting along the tracks, running after a train that had carried his maman away. "She didn't jump, Pierre. I'm so sorry." "Maman!" he called, panicked, and began running once more, racing across uneven ground, tripping and staggering, calling for his mother. Eva pressed her hands against her aching heart and followed him. She didn't know what else to do. She didn't want to take away his hope. She didn't want to discourage him, but she knew Gabrielle hadn't jumped. She'd loved her son enough to part with him if it could save his life. But Eva understood when Pierre sat down and buried his head in his hands. She understood his desolation. Life was small comfort when you had to live it alone. "What if she decides to jump, and I've given up?" he mourned. "We can wait here for a while. If she jumped, she will walk back this way," Eva suggested. "What if she jumped and she's hurt, lying down there somewhere beside the tracks?" He sounded so young and lost. "We will listen to see if she calls to you," she soothed softly. He nodded despondently, and they waited, side by side, for a call that didn't come. Finally, Eva could bear the silence no longer. She was cold and sore, and there were trees in every direction. She had no idea which way to start walking. "Pierre, do you recognize any of this? Do you have any idea where we might be?" she asked gently. "It is north to Bergen-Belsen. Maman told me the tracks lead north." He pointed in the direction the train had just gone, then pointed straight in front of him. "We were going to go west. West is Belgium. That was our plan." "There is nothing for me at home," Eva said. There was nothing for her anywhere, but she pushed the thought out of her mind. She would grieve later. Now she had to survive. "I will go with you to Belgium. Your mother says you have an aunt in Bastogne. She said she would come for you there when the war is over." The boy nodded and brightened a little, slightly reassured that he wasn't completely alone in the world. "I hope we are still in Switzerland," he mused. "If we are, we will be fine. We can go anywhere and ask for help and directions. But first we need to figure out where we are. The sun is coming up. I'm going to climb a tree and see what's beyond the forest. We can always walk south along the tracks if I can't see anything. Maman said the tracks will lead to a town." His mother had prepared him to be alone. It was obvious. Eva nodded and waited for him to scramble up a nearby tree. It wasn't long before he was calling down to her excitedly. "There is a road! I see a road! We will walk to it and see if there are any signs so we can figure out where we are." Pierre had climbed another tree before they finally emerged from the forest and came upon the road. But they were in luck. It was a sign, but their luck was short-lived. The sign said, Frankfurt, 10 kilometers. They were in Germany. 28 March, 1944. Confession. I've broken my vows, and I feel no remorse. Eva told me once there were 2 things she knew for sure. One was that no one knows the nature of God. No one. And the other thing she knew for sure was that she loved me. I find I am reduced to those same assurances. I love Eva. I will always love Eva. And as for the rest, I only know that I know nothing at all. Many will seek to tell me what God's will is, but nobody knows. Not really. Because God is quiet. Always. He is quiet, and my anguish is so intense, so incredibly loud, that right now I can only do my will and hope that somehow it aligns with his. Angelo Bianco. Chapter 23. Crossroads. The blank pages in Eva's journal haunted Angelo. She'd been snatched up, whisked away, stolen. She'd been taken from him, and her story wasn't finished. He wouldn't let it be. So he would keep writing until she could pick up where she left off. He recorded his first entry the day he returned to the Vatican on crutches, dressed as a civilian, looking every bit like a man who had narrowly escaped death multiple times. He'd been hustled into Monsignor O'Flaherty's office, and Monsignor Luciano was called as well. "You look like you've been through hell," Monsignor O'Flaherty said, tipping Angelo's chin up so he could stare into his badly bruised face. "More than 300 men were pulled from the prisons and off the streets. No one knows what happened to them. Then we got word that you were alive. Beaten, but alive. What happened to you? Where did they take you? And where are the other men?" "Everyone is dead," Angelo whispered. "Dear God," O'Flaherty gasped. "Where?" Monsignor Luciano cried. "They took us to the Fosse Ardeatine. They took the men into the cave, 5 at a time, and killed them with a shot to the back of the head, one after the other. Toward the end, one of the German soldiers sneaked me out through another tunnel. He saved my life. He took other lives, but he saved mine. He didn't want to kill a priest." Angelo stopped, the weight of the memory suddenly more than he could carry. "The soldiers didn't want to do it. Lieutenant Colonel Kappler sent cases of cognac to the caves to loosen them up so they could perform." His voice was bitter, and the horror continued to rise in him like a tidal wave. He closed his eyes and focused on breathing, focused on the here and now, on Monsignor O'Flaherty's hand on his shoulder. "It is a miracle that you are alive," Monsignor Luciano whispered. "Praise God." "I am grateful for my life, Monsignor," Angelo said softly. "But it is very hard for me to praise God in this moment. I lived, but 335 others did not. I feel more guilt than anything. I lived, hundreds died, and Eva is gone. I have tried to discover where the train was headed, Angelo. All I know is that Eva was on it." Monsignor O'Flaherty offered after a short silence. "She is young, and she is strong," Monsignor Luciano said, trying to comfort him. "She will be all right." Angelo bit back a curse. Monsignor Luciano could be incredibly blind and stupid sometimes. "You can't come back to the apartment, Angelo. You will stay here at the Vatican until Rome is liberated." Luciano continued as if the matter were resolved. "I will continue on until Rome is liberated, until the people I am responsible for no longer have to hide. he agreed softly. And then? Monsignor O'Flaherty asked, clearly sensing there was more. I no longer want to be a priest. I have broken my vows, he said with finality. He'd broken them willingly, intentionally. Angelo had taken a vow of obedience, and he'd been anything but obedient. He'd taken a vow of celibacy, and he'd made love to Eva. The only vow he'd kept was that of poverty. But maybe he'd broken that one too. He'd been greedy for time with Eva, greedy for her touch, her kisses, her love. She'd offered them time and time again, and he'd resisted her, rejected her, refused her. Until the day he hadn't, and he'd taken her love and her kisses and her touch, and she'd made him a wealthy man, rich in love and promise and possibility. And he'd only wanted more, more, more. That was what haunted him. He could have had a lifetime with her, and he'd squandered it. He didn't feel remorse that he'd broken his vows. He was remorseful that he hadn't broken them sooner. He should never have made them in the first place. When he told the Monsignors how he felt, Monsignor O'Flaherty quietly listened. But Monsignor Luciano grew angry. You have broken your vows, but you have been ordained. Sin can be forgiven. You don't just stop being a priest because you sin. You have been ordained, indelibly changed, and you can't be unordained. You know this. You are God's. You don't belong to yourself anymore, Angelo. You don't belong to Eva. You are God's. Monsignor Luciano repeated emphatically, thumping his chest as if God himself resided beneath the cloth of his robes. I am Eva's, Angelo said quietly. In my heart, I am Eva's. But she is gone, Monsignor Luciano shouted. She is not gone. She is still here, Angelo cried, and it was his turn to thump his chest. She is still here inside me, and I am still hers. I will always be hers. Does loving Eva mean you can't love God? Monsignor Luciano said after a long silence. His anger was gone, his voice subdued, his face haggard. But Angelo was committed to answering honestly, even if it hurt his old mentor. No, but I would ask you the same thing. Can I only serve him if I'm a priest? If I'm Catholic? I don't believe that anymore, Monsignor. I've seen too much. I want to do the right things for the right reasons. Not because someone will judge or someone else will wonder. Not because of tradition or pressure. Not because I'm afraid or embarrassed to do anything else. And not because it's what people expect. I want to do his will. But that is what I struggle with most. Knowing what his will really is. Not his will according to the Catholic Church, but his will. We need you, Angelo. Rome needs you. The refugees need you. This church needs you, Monsignor O'Flaherty said. Angelo could only shake his head. I have put Eva last for too long. She needs me. She needs me to love her enough not to give up on her. Tell me this. Is it that you don't want to be a priest? Or is it that you want Eva more? Monsignor O'Flaherty asked. I want Eva more, Angelo said honestly. And if Eva doesn't survive, what then? Monsignor Luciano asked. I can't think that way, Monsignor. I won't. I'm not asking you to give up. I'm asking you to continue on in your duties. You are a priest. That has not changed. And if Eva survives, if she returns to you, then we can talk about living the clerical life, about laicization, Monsignor Luciano coaxed. I'm not going to wait for her to come back. I'm going to find her, Angelo said. You can't simply shrug off your ordination, Angelo. You know this. It is permanent,
Monsignor Luciano declared with finality. Angelo ran shaking hands through his hair, despair and fatigue bowing his back and fraying his nerves.
"Then I am absolved?" he asked wearily. "You are not repentant," Monsignor Luciano barked.
Angelo searched his heart. Was he repentant? No, he wasn't.
"I seek your forgiveness, both of you, for disappointing you, for not being who you want me to be. But I am not sorry for the way I feel or for my actions." "Then you are not absolved," Monsignor Luciano shot back.
"You are not absolved," Monsignor O'Flaherty concurred softly, "but you can continue with your duties. I forgive you, wholeheartedly. And I can attest that if you ask, God will forgive you as well. He understands, Angelo. You know that he does. You feel it. He is giving you his peace." Monsignor O'Flaherty's loving forgiveness, spoken in the soft burr of his Irish accent, had Angelo fighting back tears of exhausted surrender. His anger and rebellion left him suddenly, and he fought to remain upright. He was so tired, so incredibly tired.
"We have a room prepared for you. It isn't much, but you need to rest. Tomorrow will come soon enough. We need supplies. Without Eva's gold, we are low on resources."
O'Flaherty sighed. Angelo reached for his makeshift knapsack and opened it, upending it on the thick rug, revealing what was inside. It was full of gold. Chains, bracelets, trinkets, tie-pins, and rings.
"The Saturday Eva played at the gala, she took her empty violin case to work, and she filled it to the brim with gold. When she went home to dress for the event, she emptied her case and gave the gold to Mother Francesca. She was worried something would happen that night, and she wouldn't be able to take any more. She was right. Something did happen.
She was recognized. It wasn't a question. O'Flaherty had heard this part of the story through his own channels.
Yes, the wife of Rome's chief of police told Greta von Essen that Eva was an accomplished violinist from Florence, a Jew. The captain's wife then told her husband. She could have stayed quiet. She was Eva's friend, and she betrayed her. Yes, she did. But maybe she will be able to redeem herself. She is a Catholic, quite devout, unlike her husband. She goes to Mass at church on Via Rosselli. She was there when the bomb set by the partisans killed the German police.
Monsignor O'Flaherty stopped and rubbed at his jaw, thinking.
Father Bartolo is her pastor. He told me she's been there every day for the last 2 weeks. Maybe she can help you with the answers you need.
Eva stared at the road sign in horrified silence until Pierre spoke up, falsely cheerful.
"It could be worse. I actually know where we are. Bastogne is directly west of Frankfurt," Pierre offered. "Almost a straight path that way."
He pointed at the road that intersected the highway they stood beside. There wasn't a soul in sight, which was both encouraging and frightening. The sky was lightening with the coming dawn, and they had nowhere to hide and no place to go, with only the clothes on their backs and the slim gold file Eva had tucked back in her shoe.
"How far?"
Eva was trying to remember her geography and failing miserably. She was comforted that Pierre seemed to know his.
"Not far at all, by train. Papa used to go to Frankfurt on business all the time. Germans make the best toys. He would always bring me something back." "How far, Pierre?"
He was clearly stalling.
"About 250 kilometers,"
Pierre said quietly. 250 kilometers. More than 150 miles across German-occupied territory.
"And how far is Switzerland?" Do you know that? He shook his head. No, not exactly, but it's just as far, if not farther.
Eva sank down beside the road and laid her head on her knees. Pierre sat down beside her, and neither could find the energy for further conversation. They watched in silent despondence as the sun rose in the east, breaking out in hopeful radiance above the tree line.
Angelo,
Eva whispered, watching the spread of light that defied her heavy heart. The beauty made her long for him.
what should I do?
What would you do?
Who are you talking to?
Pierre asked softly. She'd spoken in Italian, a language he didn't speak.
The sky, I guess. That is where all my loved ones are.
He nodded as if he understood.
What is your name?
He asked suddenly. Eva laughed, just a brief huff of incredulity. The poor boy didn't even know her name. She was a complete stranger, and she was all he had.
Eva Rosselli.
She stuck out her hand, and he clasped it in his, shaking it firmly. His fingers were as cold as hers.
Pierre Lamont?
He added his surname to the name she already knew.
Pierre Lamont? That's not a very Jewish name. No, my father wasn't Jewish, just my mother, but they took my father anyway.
I see you trembling there. How much it cost you, loving me. How much it cost you, loving me. They took my father, too,
Eva said, ignoring the haunting lyric that played in her head. Love often had a terrible cost.
Was he the one you were talking to?
Pierre didn't seem to find it strange that she was conversing with the sky.
No, I was talking to Angelo.
With Angelo?
Angelo was the man I wanted to marry. I love him very much.
What did Angelo say?
Pierre asked seriously, as if a response were entirely plausible. It made a lump rise in her throat and tears brim in her eyes.
He didn't answer,
she said, her voice choked.
What do you think he would say, if he could?
He would tell me to pray. If Angelo were here, he would pray,
she supplied immediately.
We can do that. And then what?
If Angelo were here...
Eva thought for a moment, and then the answer came as clearly as if a voice had spoken directly in her ear.
If Angelo were here, he would tell me to find a church.
Pierre rose to his feet and held out his hand. She let him pull her up, and she brushed at her backside, as if the little bit of dirt and debris she'd gathered sitting at the side of the road could make her filthy skirt look any worse. Pierre walked ahead to the crossroads and turned west.
Eva, look!
Pierre stopped walking and pointed.
There! Can you see it?
She hurried to his side and gazed in amazement. He was pointing at a thin white steeple rising above a small cluster of picturesque houses in the distance.
Merci, Angelo,
Pierre said simply.
Merci, Angelo,
Eva whispered.
Now let us find a priest just like you.
She was a pretty woman, tall and voluptuous, easily as tall as her husband. But for all her Amazonian beauty, Greta von Essen was as timid and as frightened as a mouse. Angelo had watched her walk into the church, genuflect before the cross and light a candle. He'd watched her briefly pray and then walk to the confessional, where she'd stayed for several minutes before walking out again and heading for the large doors at the back of the church. That is where he cut her off, standing directly in her path. He wasn't wearing his cassock. He wore his work clothes and an old cap, and she glanced at him nervously. She looked away, but her eyes returned almost immediately. She tipped her head to the side, narrowing her eyes and pursing her lips, as if she couldn't place him. He saw the moment she realized who he was. She turned and started walking swiftly in the other direction, toward an exit just left of the apse. Angelo felt a flash of fury, and without thinking he was pursuing her, almost running, loping awkwardly to overtake her. "Stop," he ordered as she picked up speed. "I only want to talk to you. You owe me that much." She stopped abruptly, as if following orders was second nature. She turned slowly and eyed him with trepidation. "My husband said you were dead." Her voice was accusing, as if the fact that he wasn't was somehow dishonest on his part. "I should be. Did he tell you how I supposedly died?" She shook her head. "He wouldn't. It wouldn't make you love or admire him, I promise you that. Did he tell you what happened to Eva?" She nodded sharply and looked down at the pocketbook in her hands. She was shaking. "Tell me." He lowered his voice and strove to use a lighter tone. "She was deported." "Where to?" "I don't know." "You didn't care enough to ask." His voice was gentle, but she still flinched. "She lied to me." "How? How did she lie?" "She didn't tell me she was Jewish." "That's because you couldn't handle the truth. Clearly. Look what happened to Eva. To me, when you found out." "She told me you were her brother." Another accusation that had nothing to do with Greta, but one she had undoubtedly used to rationalize what she'd done. "I'm not her brother." "So she told 2 lies." "Your husband is a murdering bastard, and you are worried about lies told to preserve life." He fought to keep his voice level. "Are you even a priest?" she asked, her voice dripping with scorn. "Yes." "Not a very good one," she retorted fiercely. "No, not a very good one, though I've always done the best I could," he said honestly, and realized suddenly that it was true. He'd always done his best with the strength and resources he had. "My husband said you were in love with Eva." Again, derision, as if his love were incredibly distasteful. "I am in love with her. I have always loved her, and I'm going to find her." He held her gaze, unwavering, unapologetic. "I knew there was someone. You are the boy from home, the one she wouldn't talk about." He nodded once, and she deflated before his eyes. When she looked at him again, there was no more defensiveness, no more contempt. There was only remorse. "I didn't want to tell Wilhelm. I cared about Eva, but I knew if he discovered it some other way, if he found out I knew, he would hurt me. Frau Caruso knew, and it was only a matter of time before she talked to others. The secret was just too good, too rich." "I need to find out where Eva was taken." "Can you find out?" "I don't know," she whispered, shaking her head. She seemed to fall back to helplessness when she was scared, and he guessed Greta von Essen was scared most of the time. "Find out where she was taken, and we will do our best to get you out of Rome if you need help doing so. You need to go home, Signora." This brought her head up. "Why? Aren't the Germans winning? The Americans have been defeated at Anzio Beach, haven't they?" Angelo shook his head. He knew it was only a matter of time. God would not be quiet forever. "They've been stalled. But America has the firepower, the manpower, and most important, they have the right on their side. The kind of evil I have seen has to be stopped. This war isn't about 2 equal but opposing forces who disagree. This war is about right and wrong, good and evil must be stopped. It will be stopped. And people like you will be caught in the crossfire when that happens." "If I find out where she was sent, how will I get word to you?" she said quietly, not even arguing about good and evil, right and wrong. She had to know on some level. She had to. Tell Father Bartolo. He will tell me. 10 May, 1944. Confession. I don't know what to do. Eva's been sent to Bergen-Belsen. I felt immediate relief that it wasn't Auschwitz, and then I realized I didn't even know where Bergen-Belsen was. Greta von Essen came through with the information. Father Bartolo said she was sure, that she'd seen the transport records. I don't know how she accomplished that, but I couldn't ask. A few days ago, Greta von Essen left Rome in the company of a group of nuns returning to Germany from an Easter pilgrimage to the Vatican. Monsignor O'Flaherty arranged it. Northern Germany. Bergen-Belsen. I have a destination. But it might as well be the moon. The German police in Rome are growing more vicious and desperate as the days go by. A surprise raid on a monastery in the San Lorenzo district of Rome has resulted in the arrest and seizure of 3 monks and a dozen foreign Jews. One boy tried to escape and was gunned down in front of his parents, who at that point threw themselves on his inert form and were shot as well. The monks were imprisoned, along with the rest of the captured refugees. We were tipped off by a local fascist official that a raid would be carried out at an abandoned villa south of Rome, where 50 Jewish orphans had been hidden and watched over by an order of Capuchin monks. We beat the raid by an hour, scattering the children among village homes until the Germans left. When they did, we returned the children to the villa and to the care of the monks. We are all praying the Germans don't go back. It is a game of cat and mouse, priest and prey, and it's a wonder more aren't breaking under the stress. But we have a purpose, and none of us thinks beyond the moment, beyond the day. We scramble and pray and sleep when we can. Temperatures are warming, and people in the southernmost parts of the city, near the catacombs and the caves of Ardeatine, are starting to complain about a smell. The dead are making themselves known. The anger and fear in the city, the desperation of the occupying forces, and the tick-tock of the end seem to permeate the air with the same stench of death. None of us will be able to hold on much longer. But for Eva's sake, I will. And wherever she is, she just has to hold on too. Angelo Bianco.
Chapter 24. The Americans. When members of the America's Fifth Army finally captured Rome on June 4th, 1944, there was very little fanfare. The Germans simply left. The long red banners and the Nazi flags were removed from the headquarters on Via Tasso. The homes they'd requisitioned were vacated. The political prisoners were abandoned. They simply retreated. Some said it was the Pope's influence. Some said it was a strategic regrouping. A few said it was respect for Rome's considerable historic and artistic significance. But whatever the reason, when the time came, they left. Then the people waited with breaths held, ears peeled. The American planes had dropped leaflets the day before, urging civilians to stay indoors, to stay out of the way in case the conflict grew heated. But there was no fighting, no bombing, just the quiet fall of leaflets and the dawn of a clear June morning. When the first American trucks and tanks rolled into town, people didn't stay inside. They danced in the streets. It was a strange sight, really. Italians who had allied themselves with a ruthless dictator and fought and died beside Germany's sons were welcoming the Americans into their capital city. When German tanks and troops had descended on Rome a mere 9 months before, people had died trying to keep them out. It said a great deal about the feelings of the Italian people, about their resentment for being drafted into a war very few of them wanted, made to fight and die for preposterous goals and ridiculous men.
Angelo could only watch with bittersweet relief as the parade of military vehicles clattered along cobblestone roads and people wept with jubilation. Mario and his little family, the nuns of Santa Cecilia, and even Monsignor Luciano and his sister stood and greeted the American troops, who were smiling and waving like movie stars as they rolled into the city. For Rome, the war was over. For the clergy, for the resistance, and for the Jews in hiding, this day was a staggering victory. They had survived. Most of them. But some had not. Some still would not. The war was not over for those who'd been taken. It was not over for Eva and for the numberless Jews still imprisoned in camps in the north and in the east. It was not over for the Allied soldiers who would fight on, pushing the Germans into further retreat. 2 days later, on June 6th, Angelo and a small group of priests at the Vatican gathered around a radio as the BBC declared that D-Day had come. Early this morning, the Allies began the assault on the northwestern face of Hitler's European fortress, the announcer reported. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies on the northern coast of France. Throughout the following days, countries aligned against Hitler waited with nervous hearts and shaking hands, listening for updates and reports. The Germans only suffered 1,000 casualties that first day. The Allies suffered 10 times that. But by June 12th, all 5 of the beachheads of Normandy were linked and in Allied control, giving them the foothold they needed to run Germany out of France. From Normandy, Paris was a straight shot east, and when Paris was liberated in late August, Angelo implemented the only plan he'd been able to devise. A soldier with the 5th Army, a major who'd spent the last year in Italy, had given him some advice. The 5th is being split up. Some of us are being sent into France. The war in Italy is going nowhere, Father. We've been here for too damn long, fighting our way up one hill only to face another right behind it. We've taken Rome, but if things continue as they have for the last 9 months, it's going to continue to be a slog, and we sure as hell won't be getting out of Italy until Germany surrenders or we do. It's a battle of inches here. If you want to get to this girl, your best bet is to get into France and follow the Americans into Germany from that direction. Angelo told Monsignor O'Flaherty his decision and was given his blessing, along with a reminder that he was still a priest. He had not been laicized. He would not be given permission to marry. That kind of permission had to come from the Pope himself, and it was never granted. If he wanted to marry Eva, he would have to do so outside of the Catholic Church. But Monsignor O'Flaherty embraced him anyway and told him that when he found Eva, he should bring her back to Rome so he could see her again. The American army had moved into the Hassler Hotel, known by locals as the Villa Medici, making the newly renovated site their headquarters for the duration of their stay. Angelo found himself there, dressed in his cassock, his cane tucked out of sight, waiting to speak with the commander of the 5th Army who had taken the city 2 months before. He had taken the major's advice. He was there to enlist in whatever capacity they needed him. His only goal was to get to Germany. The hotel was filled with memories of Eva, even though in its current state it looked nothing like it had the night Eva played her violin for a room full of the enemy. He could see her so clearly, resplendent in her black gown, her slim neck bowed over her instrument, a sparkle at her ears and a gleam in her eyes as she looked at him. He'd held one of those earrings in the palm of his hand that night as he'd contemplated the future, leaning over the sink in her hotel room, warm from the bath and cold from the evening's events. His nerves had been shot from the raid, his emotions running high. He had felt the shift, the realignment of his priorities, and as he held the earring in his hand, Eva sleeping in the next room, He had been heartsick with love and soul-weary with waiting.
"Father, what can I do for you?"
A trim man in a neat uniform with slicked-back hair and a cigarette clenched in his teeth waved him forward from his office door. His office was the large coat room where Eva had told Angelo about the suspected raid. Angelo stood and followed the commander inside, trying not to reveal his limp, and probably making it more noticeable for his efforts. He decided to get right to the point, and after sitting down across from the commander, jumped right in. "I've come to see if it would be possible to be of service to your men."
"We have chaplains, Father, but we could always use a few more. Is that what you mean?"
"I've lived in Italy since I was 11 years old, but I'm an American. I speak fluent German and Italian and passable French. I could be an interpreter as well as a chaplain."
"Why? The army doesn't pay well, and you don't have to do this."
"I do have to do this. Plus, the priesthood doesn't pay well either. That isn't why most of us do what we do, is it, Commander?"
"You got that right, Padre. But what are your reasons?"
"A Jewish girl. A girl who is very important to me was deported and sent to a concentration camp in northern Germany almost 5 months ago. I intend to find her. I was told the best way to do that would be to follow the American army into Germany. I will serve in any capacity you wish, just as long as you'll send me where I have the best chance of getting to Germany the quickest."
"You'll have to stay for the duration. Even if you, by some miracle, find this girl, you'll have to see it through to the end. You won't be able to quit."
"I understand. My only goal is to find her and get her to safety. I will fulfill my commitments."
"Father O'Flaherty said you were determined."
Angelo stared at the mention of the Monsignor.
"He sent me a message. Said you'd be coming to see me. He managed to hide several of our downed pilots from the Germans. We owe him. He told me I could repay him by helping you."
Angelo could only nod, humbled by the gesture. Leave it to O'Flaherty to do whatever he could.
"What's with the leg? You limp."
"It's a childhood ailment. I can outwalk everyone I know. I always carry my own weight, Commander. You won't need to worry about me." The commander laughed and sat forward in his chair.
"I believe you, Father. Sounds to me like you have a guardian angel on your shoulder. Monsignor O'Flaherty told me about the massacre at Ardeatine. That won't go unpunished. I promise you that."
"Many good men were murdered that day," Angelo said softly.
"Many good men have been lost in this damn war. It's what keeps me going. I'll do my best to help you find that girl. But I'm warning you, it's going to be a long, hard road yet. The Germans aren't done fighting, and as long as they're still kicking, we have to fight too."
"I don't know what else I can do. I can't simply take a train into Germany and demand her release. But I can't sit here either. I have to go. The only thing keeping me standing is the belief that she is there. And if I can just get to her in time, if she can hold on until I get to her, then that's what I'm going to do." The commander took a deep drag off his cigarette and released the smoke slowly as he eyed Angelo. Then he nodded, as if he'd made up his mind and was at ease with his decision.
"We have an army transport leaving for France in 3 days. You'll be on it. We'll find enough work to keep you busy, and you'll probably wish you'd never signed on. The 20th Armored Division just arrived in the south of France. They'll be working their way up quickly to the border between France and Germany. That's the best I can do for you, Father. Godspeed."
"I'm coming with you," Mario said firmly. "Mario, no. No, you aren't." Angelo had walked down the steps of St. Peter's Basilica to see Mario waiting just beyond the gates, an army duffel bag on his back and determination in his eyes. "I'm a doctor. They will take me. I don't speak very good English, but you do. You're an American after all. Together we can do this. I'm a doctor, you're a medic. A spiritual medic. God's medic." He smiled and shrugged. "Ah, yes, I am saving souls right and left," Angelo said with a self-deprecating smile. His duties the last few months had been of the temporal nature. Food, shelter, safety. He hadn't performed any of the more sacred rites because he felt unworthy to do so, committed as he was to leaving the priesthood behind if he found Eva. "I'm coming with you," Mario repeated. "Mario, you have a wife and 3 children who have been through hell. You are finally free to resume your lives. They need you. You have to think of them. Julia agrees with me. She and the children will stay at the convent, and I will send them my stipend every month. They are safe, and Julia has help. I'm not a soldier. I won't be fighting. I will be saving lives and getting paid to do it. And if that fails, I'll join the Red Cross. I have spent the war hiding while my people were being slaughtered. This is my way of making a difference, of fighting back. I don't have a job. You could find one. If something happened to you, Mario, I would never forgive myself. The world can't afford to lose any more Jewish men. The world can't afford to lose a man like you, period. Don't make me carry that weight." Angelo interrupted. "If I don't come with you, I won't ever forgive myself. Eva Rosselli sat with her back to my door, her legs braced against the wall while the Gestapo shot through it. She single-handedly saved my entire family. And she has been taken. Signora Donati, my neighbor, faced down men with machine guns to inform them that my apartment was empty, that no one lived there anymore. She was taken too. I've watched you put your life at risk over and over. I've watched you scramble and maneuver and work to keep hundreds of Jews safe. You were beaten and sent to die, and you could have talked. You could have exposed us, but you didn't. I have been forced to let all of you sacrifice for me and my family. I had to, but not anymore. It's my turn. I intend to be there when those camps are liberated. It's my turn to save lives. I'm coming with you, Angelo, and you can't stop me." 13 December 1944. Confession. I couldn't part with Eva's violin. I have walked through France with a violin case on my back. Everyone asks me to play, and when I tell them I can't, they look at me like I've lost my mind. Maybe I have. I have left everything else, including the 3 remaining journals with the nuns at Santa Cecilia. But I couldn't leave her violin. Eva will want to play it again when I find her. The soldiers think I'm a strange one. My clerical collar is confusing enough. I wear it with a standard-issue uniform instead of a cassock. All the chaplains dressed like soldiers, for the most part. I think Mario told a few of them my story in an effort to quiet speculation, because now they all seem to know that the violin I can't play belongs to the girl I'm looking for. But Mario doesn't speak very good English, so who knows what rumors he may have started. Still, the teasing has lessened considerably, and everyone now calls me Father Angelo. A few of the guys call me Angel Baby, but nicknames are pretty standard around here and seem to communicate a certain amount of affection. In some ways, it's like being in the seminary again, only with guns, less food, and frozen blisters. On the bright side, having only one leg means only one case of trench foot. There is a hymn that talks about rescuing a soul so rebellious and proud as mine. It's a Protestant hymn my mother sang a long time ago. I heard a soldier singing it last night in the non-denominational church service I organized for the division. I don't mean to be sacrilegious, but I am convinced my rebellious soul is the only thing keeping me from defeat, and I don't want to be rescued from it. It's been almost 4 months since I left Rome. Close to 9 months since I saw Eva last. Now, without explanation, instead of continuing north into Germany, we are being sent east to Luxembourg. And it's all I can do not to abandon my unit and set off on my own. I can only pray Eva's soul is as rebellious as mine. Angelo Bianco. Chapter 25. Belgium. The cold was relentless, and the cotton candy comparison made by a soldier was apt. But if the fog was like being immersed in white spun sugar, the cold was like living in a vat of ice cream with none of the sweetness and none of the pleasure. Rumors of the coldest winter on record were being bandied about, and Angelo was convinced it must be true. He may have been born in New Jersey, but he was acclimated to Florence and Rome, and though both were cold in winter, neither were the Ardennes. He'd never been so cold or miserable in his whole life. He did his best not to think of Eva in a camp in northern Germany, or the temperatures and conditions she would be enduring. The thought made him grit his teeth and avoid a word of complaint. He was making deals with God right and left. Keep Eva alive, keep her safe, and he would suffer whatever he had to suffer in exchange. But God didn't work that way. He didn't deal, and he didn't yell. He didn't always make himself known. In fact, he rarely did. Angelo had had to faithfully look to find evidence of his existence. God was still quiet, impossibly quiet, just like the snow and the fog and the skies. He'd been quiet as Angelo had wandered, following the 20th Armored Division up through France, to the outskirts of Metz, where France, Luxembourg, and Germany came together, hoping against hope that they would continue up into Germany, forcing a cessation to war and a chance to make his way to the camp where Eva was held. But though Metz had been a victory for the Allies, it had not been enough to punch through and deliver a death blow to the Reich. He and Mario had waited, Mario needing to go home, Angelo needing to press forward, and God had been endlessly quiet. The Ardennes forest was quiet too, eerily so. It was known as the Ghost Front for the cold white mist that clung to the ground, and for the silence that hadn't been penetrated by war. The troops had been talking about going home. The Ardennes front was the place divisions were sent when they'd taken too many casualties or they needed to rest up. It was 85 miles of forest, and the Americans were taken completely by surprise. Just before dawn on December 16th, all that changed, as the sky was illuminated with floodlights and the silence was decimated by an artillery barrage. Behind it, a massive force of German troops poured across the 85-mile front into Belgium, under the cover of fog and foul weather. Angelo's detachment had passed through Luxembourg, believing they were to be quartered there. But instead of stopping, like they'd initially thought, they'd been sent on to a town called Neuville in Belgium, with no idea of what their orders truly were. Angelo had discovered that that was army life for the men in uniform, the chaplains, the medics, and the soldiers. Someone pointed, and you marched. Maybe it was better that way, not knowing what you were in for, not knowing what was around the bend. Maybe sometimes it was better when God was quiet. In Neuville, the company they were assigned to had been told to keep the German 2nd Panzer Division from progressing. Nobody knew they were outmanned 10-1 and way outgunned. Maybe that was better too, fighting without knowing the odds. Every man who could fire a gun did, and the town was caught in a small arms fight that lasted until the Tiger tanks were breathing down their necks, and everyone was told to retreat to Bastogne, 3 miles down the road. "Bastogne is where everything intersects, boys," their commander told them. "It's the hub of a wheel. 7 main roads converge there, and the Germans know they've got to have it if they want to control the area and keep pushing on into Antwerp, the biggest supply base for the Allied troops on the Western Front." It wasn't an easy 3-mile march. Instead, they'd been pinned down in ditches, taking fire from behind and stemming blood on injured soldiers with bullets whizzing over their heads, until the 101st Airborne had arrived, parachuting in to save them all at the last minute, helping the team stumble into Bastogne, only to fight again.
"It's gonna be bloody,"
their commander said.
"We can't get any air support with the weather. It's gonna be man-to-man, or Tiger tank to pop gun. Son of a bitch. It's like fighting in a freezer. We just gotta slow 'em down. Make life hell for them until the weather clears and our boys in the sky can blow 'em away,"
the commander from the 101st had encouraged, and everyone had nodded and hunkered down. Thankfully, the people of Bastogne had run from the town as word of the approaching panzer divisions started to spread throughout the countryside. They abandoned their sleepy village, pushing hastily packed carts loaded with all they could gather, most likely wondering who would be in charge when they returned. Some of the residents had already rehung their Nazi flags above their doors, just to hedge their bets. The evacuation made it easier to establish an aid station of sorts, and the unit assembled a makeshift hospital in the basement of a 3-story building on the Rue Neufchâteau. A store sat on the main level with living quarters above, which the medics commandeered, while their frazzled unit billeted in an apartment house a few buildings down and across the street. Constant shelling accompanied their days. Angelo and Mario made their way among the injured, along with the 2 volunteer nurses from the area and Jack Pryor, the American doctor assigned to the division. They did the best they could with almost nothing. A few bandages, very little morphine, some sulfa pills and plasma. The aid station in some old Belgian barracks a ways down the road, organized by the 101st Airborne Division, didn't have it any better. Gangrene was the biggest problem, and Dr. Pryor wasn't a surgeon. The best hope was keeping the wounded alive long enough to evacuate them, which hadn't happened yet, and wouldn't happen unless the enemy could be pushed back. By December 21st, the town of Bastogne was completely surrounded by the Germans, with the 101st and much of the 20th trapped inside. The soldiers started joking.
"They've got us surrounded, poor bastards. No matter where we shoot, we're bound to hit one."
"Poor bastards" became a rallying cry in the days to come. On December 22nd, a German commander sent a letter to General McAuliffe, threatening annihilation if Bastogne was not surrendered, to which a terse "nuts" was the only answer he received. The soldiers were laughing about it, and Angelo puzzled about the response for all of 10 minutes, then shook his head and laughed too, supposing it was simply slang he didn't understand. He'd discovered he liked Americans and was proud to be one, if only by birth. Reports of a massacre of almost 100 American soldiers near the village of Malmedy, soldiers who only a few days before found themselves surrendering to a panzer division, probably made it easy to refuse the Germans when they urged surrender. Angelo figured nuts meant "you're crazy," that or "go to hell." Either worked. With divisions biting at the German flanks, and the 101st refusing to surrender, the battle in Bastogne had gone on for almost a week. Angelo did his best to be another pair of hands and to aid the dying physically and spiritually. He had started to think that he might make a decent doctor if he lived to see the end of the war, if he found Eva, and if they ever made it home. If he couldn't be a priest, he had to do something. It was after dark on December 24th, a Christmas Eve like no other in his memory, when an old woman came into the field station asking for help for a village woman who had gone into labor. Mario was in the middle of stitching a wound, and Dr. Pryor was stemming a hemorrhage. Mario looked around wildly for someone to assist the adamant woman. She was pulling at his arm, urging him, and chattering about pain and length of contractions and the baby being stuck.
"Angelo,"
he called across the space,
"there is a woman in labor not far from here. She needs help."
"Why didn't they evacuate with the rest of the city?" Angelo finished helping a wounded soldier sip some water, and then moved toward Mario and the old woman.
"The mother was afraid of going into labor. Looks like she was right,"
Mario answered. The old woman had backed up, away from the blood, and her eyes were weary and desperate. "I will go with her. You can't leave," Angelo agreed, trying not to think about what he might find. "If she can, have her get on her hands and knees, Angelo. If the baby is face first but hasn't entered the birth canal, sometimes this position will help it turn on its own." The instructions had Angelo drawing up short and reconsidering. "Mario, I can't do this," Angelo said softly. "I'm not a doctor. I don't know the first thing about delivering babies, especially if the mother or child is in trouble." "I know, but go, see what can be done, and if you can, bring her here. We can better help everyone if they're all in one place. Take the cart." The old woman kissed her rosary beads even as she walked and tugged, reminding Angelo of his nonna back in Florence. He pulled the cart to a house only 3 buildings from the aid station, and the woman picked her way up the icy steps. He followed her, treading just as carefully as she opened the front door and removed the scarf from her head, calling out to whomever was in the house. "I've brought a priest," she hollered in French. "He was the only one they could spare." She turned to Angelo, who kicked the snow from his mismatched footwear, a consequence of having a prosthetic leg with a permanent black boot, and shut the door behind him. "She's been trying to walk, thinking that would help. I don't know what else to do. She's so exhausted, and it's been going on so long." The old woman looked ashamed, as if she, being a woman, should be of more help. Slow steps, measured as if there was pain with each footfall, sounded on the landing above them, and Angelo raised his eyes to the top of the stairs. The woman's hands were pressed to her back, as if holding herself together, and her hair was a dark cloud of curling disarray around her thin shoulders. But Angelo's eyes went immediately to her stomach, which was enormous and made even bigger by the size of the girl who wielded it. She wore a droopy pink sweater around her shoulders and a loose black frock that had seen too many washings but was obviously chosen to fit over her burgeoning belly. Her feet were slim and bare, despite the cold, and her toenails, miraculously, were as pink as her sweater. Angelo wondered for 2 seconds how she had accomplished such a feat before his eyes rose to her face, and his world teetered and turned upside down. The woman was staring down at him like he had risen from the dead, a modern-day Lazarus come to visit. "Eva," he gasped. One hand left her back and stretched toward the wall, as if she felt them closing in. She didn't question his presence, but only stared, as if she expected him to disappear as soon as she blinked, and her legs buckled dangerously. He would never recall how he traversed the stairs, or even if he did. He must have flown, because he found himself standing before her, the stairs at his back, Eva slumped against the wall, shaking her head in disbelief. "Eva." He said her name again, and then she was falling into his arms. For several breaths they stood with their arms locked around each other, and then Angelo was pulling away just enough to look at her again and make sure she was real. Her hands framed his face as her incredulous eyes traced his features. She kept saying his name, the word Angelo, opening her lips and melding them more completely against his when he kissed her, first on the mouth and then everywhere else, cheeks, chin, nose, forehead, before seeking her lips once more. "Eva!" A startled cry rose from the bottom of the stairs, making them pull apart briefly. The poor woman was clearly beside herself as she watched a stranger, a priest, kissing her pregnant charge. "This is my Angelo, Bettina," Eva cried, laughing and weeping simultaneously, as she continued to touch his face in disbelief. "This is my Angelo." "Angelo? Le père du bébé?" Bettina gasped, and she immediately crossed herself again, his cleric's collar obviously confusing her. Eva must not have shared everything. Then the woman's shocked words penetrated Angelo's euphoric disbelief. "The child's father," he repeated, suddenly remembering why he'd been summoned in the first place. His hands fell to Eva's swollen abdomen, and his eyes followed. Then he was looking at her again, at her beautiful, weary face and her tear-filled eyes. "Yes, the child's father," she whispered, her eyes never leaving his, and her breath caught and her hands clutched, and she was in his arms again as he held her through the pain of a labor he was wholly unprepared for. "The contractions are deep and strong," she panted. "I've been in labor since yesterday, and I don't think it's progressing like it should." "You need to get on your hands and knees," he urged, walking back into the room she'd obviously vacated. A fire was roaring in the grate, and water and towels and a bed made up with clean sheets were at the ready. Clearly, Bettina had done all she knew to do. Angelo walked Eva to the bed and helped her ease into a crawling position on her hands and knees. Her arms and legs wobbled in fatigue. She seemed extremely weak, and he could see why Bettina had gone for help. "I have to go get Mario. This may work, but you're going to need a doctor," he said urgently. "Mario?" Her voice rose in amazement. "Mario is here too. How can this be? Where did you come from, Angelo? I thought you were dead. They told me you were dead." The shock weakened her further, and her arms wobbled wildly. "Shh. We have time for that. We have so much to talk about, but you need a doctor." "Don't leave," Eva entreated, her eyes pleading even as she attempted to reach out a hand and swayed dangerously. "Please, Angelo, please stay with me." He felt it too, the foreboding sense that if they parted now, the fissure that had opened up and allowed them to step through time and distance and find one another would close forever. He hesitated, knowing he needed Mario, but unwilling to let Eva out of his sight. "J'y retournerai," Bettina volunteered from the doorway. The poor woman had just climbed to the top of the stairs. "I will go again." "Madame," Angelo called after her, "tell Dr. Sonnino I've found Eva. He will come." But Mario didn't come. Bettina never returned either. Instead, the Luftwaffe parted the clearing December skies with screaming fire, and all at once the night was as bright as noon in July from the magnesium flares. Seconds later, a hellish shrieking pierced the air, and Angelo draped himself over Eva as the first bombs found their targets and the earth shook with their impact. The apartment trembled, but it hadn't been hit. Angelo braced as the screaming, whirring, shrieking began again, signaling another bomb was hurtling toward them. "I love you, Angelo," Eva said in his ear, and he could only return the words, sheltering her the best he could as the world exploded around them. And still the building stood. Then the strafing began, a German bomber dropping low to pepper the area with machine gun fire. The sound of shattering glass and strafing was punctuated by the screams and shouts of the survivors outside. And Eva and Angelo waited breathlessly, delivered from one trauma by the arrival of another. "Angelo," Eva panted. "It's coming. The pain is different. There's pressure now. The baby is coming." He had braced Eva for as long as she could maintain the position on her hands and knees, and then eased her down to her side, letting her rest between rounds before agony twisted her up again. She smiled as if he'd performed a miracle, and he closed his eyes in grateful relief before he helped her to sit, pulling her legs back into her chest. He didn't know how he knew what to do, but somewhere in the recesses of his mind, he remembered a woman assisting his mother as she labored to bring his little sister into the world. His mother had won the battle, but had lost her life. That would not happen now. He wouldn't let it.
"Bettina,"
Eva panted, interrupting his terrified train of thought. Her eyes were wide and worried.
"Mario."
The fact that neither had returned was an alarming indication that the bombing had wreaked death and destruction in the streets. But Angelo had one goal, and he would worry about Mario when Eva was no longer in danger. "I don't know, Eva, but I'm here. Everything will be okay," he soothed. The fear inside his belly was so great it had congealed into a massive rock. But he would be calm. He had found her, and she was having his child. He would be calm. Eva smiled, just the smallest wisp of a smile, and she nodded, believing in him like she always had. Then her eyes filled with tears as the pain built again, making her chin sink to her chest and her back bow in protest.
"Tell me," she panted. "Tell me how you found me."
"I heard you were sent to Bergen-Belsen. After the Americans liberated Rome and then Paris, I went to France and began following the army up through the country, trying to find a way to get into Germany and up to you. I have been so frustrated. There were days I almost set out on my own, but Camillo always held me back."
"My father? What do you mean?"
"Camillo went to Austria and never came home. I knew I would never see you again if I wasn't prudent. Every time I wanted to rush in, it was like he stood at my shoulder, directing my paths."
"He was with me, too. If it hadn't been for him, I would be in Bergen-Belsen now. I dreamed about him, and he told me you were with me, inside me. I didn't understand what he meant until I found out I was pregnant."
"How did you end up here, in Belgium?" he asked, trying to distract her from the building agony. He sat at her back, letting her lean into his chest, turning her face into his neck as she tried to escape the waves of pressure.
"I jumped."
She groaned out the words, tucking her face into him as she began to shake.
"I jumped, and then I walked."
She stopped talking then, speech too great a task, and he could only marvel at her words. She jumped, and then she walked. Her contractions seemed to grow until there was no relief, no brief moments to regroup and quietly rest. And Eva began bearing down helplessly, her body demanding that she push. It was an onslaught, a blitz, and 1 hour grew into another and then another as the world beyond the shattered windows continued to burn, and the woman he loved begged for deliverance. Angelo moved her bed beside the fire and nailed blankets over the windows to keep out the worst of the cold, and to block the light in case the German bombers returned. But conditions were far from favorable. Bettina had brought in plenty of boiled water, and Angelo kept the area as clean as he could and Eva as comfortable as he was able. When finally, as midnight neared, she reached the end. A surge of blood-tinged water soaked the sheet beneath her as she groaned in agonized protest. She bore down, pushing and crying with the endurance born of love and little else. Angelo, on his knees before her, begged the Madonna for intercession, and a little baby boy, conceived in love and tribulation, came into the world on Christmas Day. The baby's cry broke the sacred stillness of the moment, his little arms and legs kicking in outrage as his father greeted him for the first time.
"It's a boy, Eva. It's a little boy,"
Angelo cried, overcome. In a bombed-out village in a foreign land, a tiny leaf had appeared on a new branch, a new sun dawning on a day when so many suns had slipped away. Shaking and afraid of his own emotion, Angelo carefully laid the baby across Eva's sweat-stained chest and cut the cord that connected mother and child. Eva's smile was weak, but her breathing was deep and her face serene.
She covered her son with a clean towel and searched his tiny face with glorious eyes. "Here he is, my little Angelo Camillo Rosselli Bianco." Her baby stopped crying almost immediately and stared up into his mother's face with curious wonder, making Eva laugh even as her tears continued to fall unabated. And then she started to sing, more a whisper than a song, and Angelo bent his head near to hers to listen to the carol she'd sung exactly a year earlier in the cab of a delivery truck, wedged between Angelo and Monsignor O'Flaherty. "Oh, my divine baby, I see you trembling here. Oh, blessed God, ah, how much it costs you, your loving me. Ah, how much it costs you, your loving me. Dear chosen one, little infant, this dire poverty makes me love you more, since love made you poor now, since love made you poor now." Angelo kissed the tears from Eva's face and tasted them on her lips. Love had not made them poor. Love had made them wealthy. In that moment, they were royalty, a king of fortune and a queen of destiny, embracing a tiny prince of peace. Angelo still had no idea where Eva had been, how she had ended up in a town called Bastogne in the middle of a firefight. But he'd found her. He'd found her. And there was no man on earth or angel in heaven who could convince him that miracles did not exist. For once, God had not been quiet. Chapter 26. Bastogne. In the early hours of morning, Angelo and Eva heard the door downstairs being forcibly opened and feet clattered into the house, accompanied by shouting. Angelo, who had been dozing in a chair near Eva's bedside, was up and out of his chair instantly and hurrying to the door. He flung it open and moved out onto the landing. "Mario," he called, the relief heavy in his voice. "Up here! We're up here!" Eva pulled her baby deeper into the blankets Angelo had laid over them, listening as boots pounded up the stairs, and Angelo laughed in sheer gratitude. The men began talking at once, clapping each other on the back and reassuring each other they were both okay. Then Mario Sonnino was standing in the door, his face black with filth, his uniform splattered in blood and looking like it had survived a direct hit from an enemy bomb. "Bettina, the woman who told me where to find you. She's safe. We couldn't get to you because there was debris as high as my head piled in front of the door. The building next to you took a direct hit, right through the roof. We had to wait for a bit. All hell was breaking loose outside, and none of us could stand out in the open, clearing rubble," he explained. He shook his head as if trying to clear his vision, and he rubbed at his eyes wearily. He looked as if he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. "Hello, Mario," Eva said softly, and smiled at his awestruck face. He walked slowly to her bedside and knelt beside her with humble deference. Angelo followed him, his eyes on Eva, his mouth trembling with emotion. "Meet Angelo Camillo Rosselli Bianco," she murmured, revealing her son's sleeping face. "Born on Christmas Day." Mario just stared, dumbstruck. "How?" he finally uttered, his voice cracking on the word. "When two people love each other very much," she said teasingly, "sometimes they have children." "How?" he said again, looking up at Angelo, who just shook his head as if words failed him too. Angelo pressed the exhausted doctor into a chair he'd vacated and brought a clean cloth, a bar of soap, and a bucket of water to his side. "Wash, Mario, and Eva can tell us the story." She told them about Pierre, the boy from Bastogne, whose mother had convinced him to jump from the train bound for Bergen-Belsen. She told him how it felt to fly through the air with bullets whizzing around her,
and how it felt when she realized she had done it. She had jumped and lived. She recounted finding the sign and realizing they were in Germany, and then she told them how she and Pierre had hidden in a church for 2 days and drank water from the outdoor pump and ate sacrament wafers until the pastor had found them and fed them a real meal before sending them to the next town, clean and more appropriately clothed, with instructions to find Father Hirsch. Father Hirsch sent them to Father Gunther in Gustavsburg. Father Gunther sent them to Father Ackermann in Bingen. Father Ackermann sent them to Father Kuntz in Bengal. They walked or were smuggled toward Belgium, town after small town, relying on the integrity of the Catholic Church, which wasn't always reliable. One priest had warned them to avoid the priest in the next town, who was a Nazi sympathizer with a brother who served in a high position with the Reich. When they had reached the border, they were loaded into the back of a cart, covered loosely in a plastic tarp, and manure was spread over them, piled high to disguise their hiding place. A German farmer hitched the cart to his mule and walked sedately across the boundary between Germany and Belgium with nobody saying a word. He took them to the outskirts of Saint-Vite, and from there they'd gone south, sleeping in the forest one night because they were too tired to walk the final stretch to Bastogne. It took them 3 weeks to go 150 miles, and when they'd arrived, Eva had been sick for 2 months. After she missed her second period, she realized that her exhaustion and nausea weren't due to extreme stress or overexertion, but to pregnancy.
"And I have been here ever since," Eva finished. "Hiding. There were still Germans in the area for a while, though not in large numbers."
"Where is Pierre now?" Angelo asked.
"Bettina and I made him leave when the town was evacuated. He's among friends."
"It's better that he did. I didn't know what I'd find when I came through those doors," Mario said. "Bombs were falling like rain. The aid station took a direct hit, too. I was in the kitchen in the back. We keep the plasma in the fridge. It was little more than a glassed-in greenhouse. I was blown outward through the glass. I landed in a snowbank. I have a few scratches, that's all. But the station caught fire. We pulled a few of the wounded out. The rest were buried by the rubble." "You lost your glasses," Angelo observed. "But that was all. That was all I lost. One of the nurses, Renee, is dead. She kept going back inside for the wounded. The last time, she didn't come out."
"Another hero created by war,"
Eva whispered.
"Thank you, Mario."
Mario met her gaze.
"Thank you for finding me. Thank you for your friendship."
"Angelo never gave up hope, Eva. He was determined to find you," Mario said.
"He is a man of great faith,"
she murmured, and smiled at Angelo, whose eyes hadn't left her face through the whole long retelling of her journey to Bastogne. "A man of great faith," Mario agreed. The day after Christmas, Patton's Third Army rolled into town, relieving the beleaguered 101st Airborne, who claimed with considerable braggadocio that they hadn't really needed the help. And maybe they hadn't. They'd been surrounded on all sides, those poor German bastards, and given easily as good as they got. But whether it was needed or just welcome, the battle in Bastogne ended, and in the following days the front moved out and away as the bulge the Germans had created in the Allied line righted itself and the smoke cleared, allowing wounded GIs to be moved, supplies to be dropped, and the remains of the dead to be uncovered. Mario reassured Angelo, after giving Eva and baby Angelo a rudimentary checkup, that he'd done just fine. Better than fine. "You are a doctor in the making, Angelo," he said seriously, wrapping the squalling infant, who hadn't much liked the inspection. Eva took him, cooing and laughing at his outrage, and left the room to feed him. Angelo watched them go. He still hadn't lost the wonder. He still couldn't believe what had transpired. He turned to Mario and addressed the compliment. "I actually considered it, but I don't want to be a doctor. I don't want anything more to do with death, my friend. Camillo always said we are on earth to learn. I think I want to teach. I want to teach history, so that the world doesn't have to repeat her mistakes. Eva's journey across Germany has convinced me that there are many good German people, too. They are just as afraid and damaged as the rest of us. Italians have no room to judge. Italians fought for Hitler, too. Maybe people had no choice, but I wonder sometimes what would have happened if everyone without a choice had made a choice anyway. If we all chose not to participate, not to be bullied, not to take up arms, not to persecute. What would happen then?" Mario nodded. "We've all been at Hitler's mercy. I'm sure it's the same for many of the Germans. He and his minions have lied to the world, and no one will know the whole truth. No one will even be able to believe the truth, until the conflict is truly over." "Hopefully it won't be much longer," Angelo mused. He didn't know if he could bear leaving Eva again, but his division was pulling out, and he was obligated to go with them. "Dr. Pryor told General McAuliffe your story, Angelo. You and Eva will be going back to Rome just as soon as she and the baby are fit to travel," Mario said, smiling. Angelo sagged in relief and brought his face to his hands. "Thank God. Will you be coming too? I hope it won't be long until I can join you, but they won't let me leave yet. They need doctors too badly, and I volunteered. When I signed up, I committed to seeing this through to the end. This war is going to end sooner than later," Mario said, "and I want to see the truth for myself. I have to." As the rubble and debris were cleared away from the collapsed aid station, one of the soldiers found a violin case, horribly scratched, dented, and white with ash, and looked it over, trying for a moment to figure out what he'd discovered. He managed to open the bent clasp and found that the violin inside was completely unscathed. "Hey, doesn't that belong to Father Angelo?" someone shouted from below. The soldier shrugged and shut the clasp before passing it down to the man who'd spoken up. The soldier loped off to the reassembled aid station, knowing exactly where to find the priest who had carried a violin on his back for the last 5 months. The day waned and the fires were lit, and as the 20th Armored Division and the 101st Airborne prepared to roll out on the morrow, sweet music lilted through the destroyed thoroughfare, and soldiers stopped, cocking their heads to listen. A melody, haunting and pure, was coaxed into existence by a woman who hadn't held a violin in 9 months, not since she'd played for a room full of German police and been exposed as a Jew. Eva stood in the middle of the street, bundled against the cold, and played unceasingly, one piece after another, and the war-torn town was liberated again, freed by music, soothed by her song. It was her gift to the men who'd brought Angelo to her, to the everyday heroes of a never-ending war. Christmas hymns and lullabies, sonatas and symphonies warmed the frigid air. The whispers began as some of the men realized who she was and started gathering around, making a loose circle in the town square. "She's the girl Father Angelo was looking for. She escaped the Germans. He found her, here in Bastogne. It was her violin he was carrying. It's a miracle." With one odd whisper after another, the story of Eva and her violin spread through the crowd and down the streets. It trickled into the fields and among the soldiers who were halted, listening to the sweet tendril of music that filtered through the icy mist, and the ghost front became a little piece of paradise, if only for a little while. Angelo watched Eva playing from an upstairs window in the apartment that overlooked the street, his son in his arms, his ears peeled, not wanting to miss a note. It was a miracle, There had been many, and before the war was over, there would be more. He lit a candle and watched it flicker, its light reflected in the cross that hung on the wall. And he listened to Eva play. Epilogue. 3 August, 1955. Confession. August makes me think of Maremma. We've never been back to Grosseto or the beaches of Maremma. Maybe someday we will take our children there and show them the tide pools and let them watch the pink flamingos. We will swim in the clear waters and gather pine cones from the maritime pines that line the white beaches and climb the craggy cliffs. But I don't know if I can. Now we go to Cape Cod every August, joking that it is just a smaller boot. We stay in a cabin, and we eat pasta and lobster, and I play my violin. Angelo's skin turns black, and his eyes look bluer than the ocean, while I do my best not to burn or dwell on faraway places that linger in my mind like endless long notes in the wind. We look for pearls and steal kisses, and sneak away to make love as if we're teenagers in the abandoned fish shack all over again. August at the seashore hurts me a little, but it is a sweet kind of pain, a necessary agony. It is the anguish of existing, of feeling joy when so many cannot. Sometimes I smell Babo's pipe, and I hear Chopin from somewhere in the distance, as if Felix is reminding me of who I am. I still dream of the train, as if my subconscious knows I never arrived. I jumped, cheating death, and still I'm forced to keep jumping. I hate those dreams and always wake with the stench of blood, urine, and gunpowder in my nostrils. Angelo never asks about the details. He knows. He just gathers me in his arms, and I bury my nose in the hollow of his throat, breathing him in and breathing fear out, because August makes me think of Auschwitz, too. Babo left me in August. According to records, which the Germans kept with meticulous care, he was gassed the day he arrived at the camp. Most men over 40 were, and Babo was 52. Uncle Augusto and Aunt Bianca were gassed shortly after their arrival at Auschwitz, too. Levi and Claudia made it through the initial selection, but were given the option of riding in a truck to the camp, which they were told was 10 kilometers away. This was a lie, told to further weed out the lazy. They were gassed alongside their parents. Of the roughly 1,200 Jews deported from Rome in the October roundup that the Soninos and I narrowly escaped, over 800 were immediately gassed. Of those who were admitted into the camp, 1 woman and 47 men survived. 48 people out of 1,200. Pierre's mother, Gabrielle Lamont, didn't survive that final winter in Bergen-Belsen, though she held on for 8 months, which was almost unheard of. My son and I would not have survived that long. I doubt my baby would have survived my womb. 60,000 prisoners were interned there by the end of the war, and typhus was rampant. Bergen-Belsen was liberated by the British in April 1945, giving the world its first real glimpse of the horrors that no one had believed possible. I made myself look at the photographs. I owed it to those who didn't have a white angel to hide them, those who hadn't found the strength or opportunity to jump, and those who hadn't been able to hold on. Angelo and I didn't stay in Italy, though we went back to Florence for a time after the war. We were married in a small ceremony, non-denominational, though we added our own defiant touches. I am still a Jew, and Angelo is still a priest. Those are things that cannot be undone, nor would we want them to be. But he is laicized, unable to perform holy ordinations, and our marriage is not recognized by the Catholic Church. But I think it is recognized by God, and that's good enough for me. No one calls him father anymore, except our 4 children, and they usually call him Babbo. It is Italian for daddy, and we are Italiani after all. We always will be. Santino and Fabia wanted us to stay with them in Florence. They wanted to love our children and love us. They wanted to be a family again. After all, the villa was our home, a home they returned to me after the war. But there are some hurts and some memories that are better laid to rest, better left to the mellow patina of photographs and selective remembrance. We needed to make a life together beyond the shadow of war, beyond the dictates of our pasts, and beyond the whispers and speculation of those who thought they knew us. We stayed in Florence until little Angelo was 2, and Felix Otto, our 2nd son, was 6 months old. The twins were born in America, 2 little boys we named Fabio and Santino, a nod to their great-grandparents, who had decided if they couldn't convince us to stay in Italy, they would join us in America. The years have been kind, and I am teaching my children to play the violin, insisting on long notes and scales, making them read the dots and count the lines, reminding them that music is something no one can take from them. They are undisciplined, much like I was, but when they play, I hear my life and the life of my family lifting off the strings, just like Uncle Felix said it would. Angelo teaches history and theology at a small college in upstate New York. He is Professor Bianco now, and the title suits him. He knows more about religion than any man I know, yet he still has a million questions. I just smile and shake my head when he gets tangled in dogma and disillusioned by doctrine. There are 2 things I know for sure, Angelo Bianco, I tell him, just like I've told him a dozen times before, and he always pretends not to know what I'm going to say. Tell me, he says, what do you know? No one knows the nature of God, I insist, holding up a finger. What else? He asks, with a twinkle in his eyes. I point my finger toward him and shake it, as if I'm scolding him like a good Italian wife should. But my voice is tender. I love you. I have always loved you, and I will always love you. That is enough for me, my wise and devious wife, he whispers, and he wraps his arms around me so fiercely that I can barely breathe. It is enough for me, too. Bathsheba Rosselli Bianco.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.